Good morning and welcome to our session. We called it the protection of critical infrastructure, how to provide, on one hand, technological stability, on the other hand, security of the oil and gas industry. The progress that has been achieved by the oil industry is very impressive, and right now we work with digital assistance already, and we already can manage digital processes at remote industrial facilities. There exist systems that are able to manage technological processes themselves, for instance, at refineries, and that helps to create a more optimal product mix based on volatile values present with some raw materials. And, for instance, we already use unmanned delivery for winter routes, and we have digital bypasses that we use based on drone technology and other vehicles. And right now we are working on the concept of an autonomous oil field. So we are quite advanced in terms of digitization. But these advantages, however, have the reverse side of the medal, because at the opposite extreme we have risks. So today we would like to talk about these risks, because this is a complex, multi-tier problem, multi-dimensional problem that involves technologies, HR resources and other dimensions, and we hope that we will have an interesting and useful discussion. Right now we have a very good panel in front of us. We have regulators, we have clients who face these problems in real life, we have integrators who are installing these solutions and who are responsible for the result, and we have vendors who develop these products. So right now let's introduce our panelists. Today we have Eduard Sheremetsev, representing the regulators. He's Deputy Minister of Energy of Russian Federation. We have Diana Sinaeva from Rosatom. She will join us later. We have Vadim Shakirov with us. He represents Tatneft. Pavel Rostopchin is the Managing Director of Ultimatech. Violeta Kiushkina represents the Russian Energy Agency. Denis Svechnikov represents Tetrasoft. And we're supposed to have one more panelist. He's a consultant from the Special Economic Energy Zone called PARS, but unfortunately, he hasn't yet joined us. He is from Iran. It would be very interesting to ask questions of him as well. Eduard, I suggest I give the floor to you first. Please tell us, how do you assess the preparedness of Russian oil and gas companies to switch to Russian software? And what are the risks you see in terms of the rapid development of digitization? Right now we are already installing systems with AI, and probably that introduces new risks as well. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you for being here, for finding the time to visit this event. In terms of import substitution in oil and gas industry, you know, I think we have a very comprehensive regulatory base that regulates this industry and this domain. We have the order of the President of Russian Federation 166. One of the items of this order is import substitution in terms of software, and there is a corresponding resolution of the government of the Russian Federation that orders to switch to using Russian software at important facilities. There is a certain list of industrial facilities, and some of these facilities have the status of key industrial facilities, and within that category there are three subcategories depending on how important this facility is to critical processes. And if, for instance, in some sectors of the industries, these facilities can be quite numerous, and then we look at the critical components present, elements present within these facilities. And then we have another resolution passed by the government of Russian Federation that orders to switch to using software for industrial equipment. We experienced sanctions after the beginning of the special military operation, and however, other companies were actually facing this kind of problems since 2014. So it has been a while for them. Last year, in oil and gas industry, slightly more than 90 million rubles was spent on software. We have 80 to 90% of software being Russian-made in terms of what we use, and not all the companies are ready to switch to using Russian software depending on their budgets. And in some cases, there are issues with renewing their licenses. Approximately 35 billion rubles was spent to buy software with Russian components. We also monitor this situation, and indeed colleagues see to it that the software they buy is registered in terms of the register with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and all the large companies that are listed in the lists that are listed by the government, they get their development strategies approved by the Ministry of Digital Technologies, and that strategy actually covers technological processes, economical processes of these organizations, and I think, yes, that our colleagues indeed take these aspects very seriously. Talking about AI, you mentioned it. According to the assessment of the government of the Russian Federation in terms of energy, we rank third. We are rated as the third among the 14 key industries, but I think this is a very good result, although we are below banks, for instance. We implement a lot of technologies that rely on AI. The main domains where these projects are implemented are usually projects related to economical and financial processes, and then, for instance, we use that in terms of communication, and of course we are very well versed in terms of technologies in communications, because that's the way we contact our clients these days. And for instance, if you are trying to reach
Я вам хочу сказать, что в
call
90%
center, a contact center, it is
роботу нужно сказать,
quite rare that you talk to a real person.
оператор слова, он переключит оператор.
And of course, you can tell the
вы не можете человека оградить
AI
от общения с живым человеком.
robot that you want to talk to the operator, but unfortunately, it is not at the first try that you get to a real operator.
Очень активно там в различных системах документооборота.
So AI is used there, then we analyze
процесс, это же целая беда. И
our records and document turnover processes using AI, and then, of course, we use digital technologies for seismic works and processing data. It is very difficult to process that amount of data and information using standard software. And sometimes, indeed, to process that amount of data, you need to launch an algorithm, and it will be working for several days. However, if you have a well-trained AI and you use good data sets, the effect can be very good.
Компании использовали технологии искусственного интеллекта в своей деятельности.
In
2022 году.
In 2022, 6% of companies used AI. In 2023, this percentage augmented to 41, and in 2024 it was 54 already.
Порядка 70% компаний, я думаю, будет к концу
I think by the end of 2027,
более половины наших компаний считают, что
approximately 70% of companies will be using digital technologies and AI, and the majority of them are sure that AI will boost their efficiency. But of course, with the development of technologies, the level of risks grows as well. Developing various technologies and AI, we do take this risk, and it gets higher and higher with every year.
Реализация недокументированных возможностей, если так культурно выскажемся, да?
Because there are those who act maliciously dealing with these technologies, and they also develop their skills, they develop their very special competencies to do what they do. I must say that our companies invest a lot into their protection systems, but we see that these systems are not always efficient as they're expected to be, and this efficiency cannot always be gained through money, through paying for technologies. It is important to implement these technologies correctly, and IT experts working with these companies,
ребят, которые там специализированно выпущены из вузов, я сторонник базового образования. При всем уважении, можно сколько угодно ходить на какие-то курсы трехмесячные, шестимесячные, восьмимесячные, но когда со мной, например, начинает какой-то специалист в этом плане спорить, я задаю там несколько, я могу задать таких 100 вопросов. Ну, есть несколько вопросов, там, на каком уровне, 7 уровней модели оси работает протокол ERP? Не знаешь, что сведу ли? Ну, как можешь сколько угодно ходить по своим курсам, но это базовые вещи, от которых можно выводить эту формулу. Поэтому здесь все-таки компетенции играют роль. И компетенции формируют эффективность. Поэтому, наверное, все-таки нужно искать внешние возможности, внешних профессионалов, которые вкладывают там достаточно серьезные денежные средства и в целом в образование, в тренировку команд и так далее, и так далее. Поэтому рост, на мой взгляд, там угроз будет как бы расти, потому что сейчас изменился характер вообще атак. Вот я вчера тоже на мероприятии говорил у вас, если раньше там до 22 года у нас любая система защиты, мне в свое время, там 25 лет назад, один человек сказал, что преподаватель мой, что любая система защиты не предназначена для защиты. Она не для этого предназначена. Она лишь предназначена для балансирования определенного уравнения. Когда затрачиваем усилия на взлом системы, системы
aim
больше,
to
чем
fully
стоит сама
protect
система,
your
но
system,
меньше,
it
чем
is
выгоды,
a value
получаемые
that
при таком
balances
взломе,
out the
ваша
equation. If you
система будет
spend
взломана.
more
Это
on your
не теорема, это
protection
даже аксиома,
system
извините, да? То есть, если вы потратили 100 миллионов
the
рублей на
value of what
защиту,
you're
ребята
going
тратят
to
120, а вы за
protect,
500, они вас взломают. Это вопрос времени.
or if
Просто взломают.
someone
Но
spends
с
more
22 года,
on
как бы, то есть это очень простая такая математика,
hacking
да? Но с
hacking this
22 года,
system,
вот после
then
начала
you
специальной
spend on
операции,
protecting your system, then your system will be hacked.
по политическим мотивам, потому что
Right now, the type of attacks that we see is different because
я думаю, здесь нам нужно более
people attack systems
избирательными,
driven when they're driven by political motives. So if we want to assess the situation, we need to look at every situation specifically. We need to involve good, highly competent experts, those who develop their competences continuously, and those who earn good money, because without being well paid for what you do, you will never be motivated enough to become a good expert. With the growth of technologies, the number of threats will be grown as well. Protection will be evolving as well, but everything evolves in parallel. It's like with bacteria and viruses. We people cannot invent any new thing here in this world because we all come from nature and we mimic nature in the things we create. That's how we live, and you can always draw parallels between these processes. So the company's own competences will never be enough to ensure full protection. You need to have external experts coming in. And we will come to a stage when the assessment of the system efficiency and effectiveness will be necessary. Without that, it will not be possible to function. Without that, you will be continuously facing the risk of losing your system completely overnight. So I think it is a very important topic. I think it is of critical importance, and we need to continue developing it. Thank you. Thanks so much. Well, I think our industry could actually catch up with telecom because we, in a way, are initiating the changes that we observe. Telecom, we do use channels of communications, and these technologies, the technologies we use, they develop in other industries as well. But we're okay with where we are. Violetta, I would like to ask a question of you. As a Russian energy agency, analyzing the processes, you can observe the whole history of the technological process within this industry. And in your point of view, what are the new professions that can emerge considering the development we observe with digital technologies? What is your forecast for the future? Thanks so much. Good morning, dear colleagues. Denis, thank you so much for addressing this question to me. With my 30 years of experience of preparing experts in electric engines and drives for technological processes, I think that today and in the future, we will be observing, we will be registering the demand for experts in protection systems for digital technologies. And we need experts in analysis of digital incidents. In the future, we will need more architects for cyber-proof, cyber-secure infrastructures and architecture. We see that we need to look at the point where industrial technologies and digital technologies come together, and we need to be able not only to foresee the technological and digital processes and their development in the future. We need to be able to create digital twins as well, and that needs timely investments, including investing into training people. We need experts who are able to adapt to rapidly changing circumstances, and people need to be trained in that. And of course, that this requirement should be applied to the professors who are teaching these experts as well. Thank you. That's very interesting. And what if I would ask you to create one rule for all the companies in terms of cybersecurity? What would that be? Well, we all know that something that works efficiently and effectively should be made a rule. So I can only support Eduard. We need to go for regular cyber exercises, and everyone, all the domains should be involved in that, not only digital experts, but people from operations as well, and managers too.
Внедряя информационные технологии, мы затрагиваем все-таки аспект изменений.
Using digital technologies, we create changes, and we know that the biggest difficulty in managing changes is to make people accept these changes. They need to be able to respond to incidents in a correct way. If we look at the statistics of reliability of systems, you will see that human errors is the cause of the majority of incidents. And during cyber exercises, you can detect vulnerabilities of the system, and you can also detect the vulnerabilities and weak points of people interacting with the system. In 2021, the Russian Energy Agency launched basic and general training courses on cybersecurity, on information security, and today we review these programs and add more details to these programs. But what we aim to do is to make people think about how protected they are from cyber attacks and be more aware of their digital literacy and digital protectedness.
And can you tell me, digitalization, is it good or bad? Is it possible that digitalization makes things more difficult, more challenges arise, more issues arise related to the interaction between humans and the new technology? Or do you think digitalization can help, including in the incidents that you described? The IT in itself is a tool. By implementing any tool, it all depends on how you implement it and how you use it. And it's a very focused solution to improve the whole system. In critical situations, the effect is such that we can get the necessary information working with big data sets. We can see coordinated efforts using such systems. They can help predict the evolution of negative events, which is another important feature. But again, there's a rule. As you implement a new element in any system, we make the system more sophisticated, and thus it becomes more vulnerable, and thus there's more potential for risks. materializing. Thus, we get a new area of vulnerability, for example, such that what happens if a system is unavailable. So by implementing these tools, it is important to make sure that there is no loss of control, to make sure that we maintain the steerability of digital processes. And this brings us back to integrated security, security by design, but that is a separate topic. Thank you. Vadim, a question to you. As someone coming from an oil and gas company, what's your situation with cyber attacks? How more frequent they have become, if that is the case? How more sophisticated they have become? And an important topic that has been raised is HR, staffing policy. So what do you think about it? And perhaps maybe some ideas, some life hacks for other companies so they could leverage your experience. Well, HR is important not just for energy, it's important for any industry. As far as the attacks are concerned, yes, they have become more frequent, and since the beginning of the special military operation, the attacks happen left and right. And some of the attacks now have a political component. As for staff training and the qualification of personnel, we understand that we live in an era of digital transformation. And the digital transformation is something that the business wants to drive efficiency, and this leads to process automation. In the manufacturing context, SCADA is still there, and automation of processes leads to the situation when incidents in those areas become quite sensitive. Talking about legislation about critical IT infrastructure, there's a scenario that includes human casualties. That is also covered by the legislation. So security of such systems is paramount, and Edward has formulated this very aptly, that you can invest hundreds of millions, if not billions, into security measures, but if you don't have the qualified personnel who would be able to set those up and service and maintain them and monitor network activity, then the value of this security system will be perhaps not zero, but still quite low. To leverage synergy with the information security system is only possible if you have qualified personnel. And we keep talking about the information security sect, excuse the word, but the weak spot in any system is the human. We say that, okay, we have experts in IT security, but we also have users, something that we shouldn't overlook. So all your efforts aimed at information security may be disrupted by an ordinary user. That is why we do pen tests on a regular basis. We order them as a service, and we discuss scenarios such as bribing employees, because an employee is often an individual that has access to a number of systems. Some have access to a large number of systems. For example, people such as IT admins. So I think we should think of it in two ways. First, upskilling the security professionals, and second, raising awareness with the IT users, teaching them, educating them about digital hygiene, and offering them some starter courses in computer security, in digital hygiene, because this layer is often overlooked. People think that we have great experts and we are covered. Not quite. Only when you have great experts, good systems and educated staff, only then can you count to get synergy and improve your
Спасибо большое.
level of security.
Павел, вопрос к вам.
Thank you. Pavel, a question to you now.
Смотрите, мы говорили о том, что российские компании переходят
We have been talking about Russian companies transitioning to Russian-developed software. We have discussed major investments, including in information security.
У вас в группе компаний есть
In your group of companies,
разработка,
you have development,
бизнес,
you have the vendor business,
интеграторский бизнес.
and you have
Наверное,
integrator
как бы
business.
с разных сторон.
So I guess
На ваш
you
взгляд, какие основные
can see this issue from multiple angles. In your view, what are the main challenges in information security now? Thank you, Denis. I wanted to start with some fun.
Безопасность, все знают, что про безопасность в промышленности это разделение
Well,
сред. Я вот
everyone knows that security in industry is segregation of environments, and it's the first time that I see an audience like this, with 100 people in one part and some 70 people in another part. But those environments, not only have they to be segregated, but they have to be segregated by next generation quality firewalls. And I understand that we have simultaneous interpretation, so we can do some
Если выбрать
polling. So by show of hands,
это инновационные решения, которые позволяют
what do you think is more important? Innovative solutions that help manage manufacturing and your industrial processes
что важнее?
competently.
Инновационные
So what is
решения
more
или
important? Do you think
безопасность
innovative
этих?
solutions or the security of those solutions?
Кто за инновационные
Who
решения?
thinks that innovative solutions are more important? Please raise your hands.
Так.
Okay.
Видимо, вопрос не очень был понятен до конца. А кто за безопасность?
And who thinks that security is more important?
Так, все понятно.
Okay.
Сессия позитив, форум позитив.
Okay, this is a
Безопасность.
positive technologies forum after all. Everyone supports security.
Спасибо большое.
Thank
На
you.
самом деле, вот начиная ответ на вопрос.
Answering your question.
В тех сессиях, где говорят по-честному про промышленную эффективность, голоса бы распределились,
When
наоборот.
People
То есть все бы сказали,
honestly
как мы
talk about
делаем
industrial
эффекты,
effectiveness. I think the distribution would be the opposite.
процесс.
People would say that we want to achieve effects in manufacturing processes.
Если все вы сделаете очень безопасно, то ничего не внедришь.
So if we
И так
make
думают,
everything secure, you
так
wouldn't be
думают
able to
или
implement
думали
anything.
те, кто занимается производственной эффективностью.
And this
внедрением
has been the thinking of those who are responsible for
это
operating
и
efficiency.
УТП, и уж тем более про искусственный интеллект я вообще молчу.
SCADA, AI, I don't even mention.
Я немножко так провоцировать стал, немножко.
But I'm only offering you a little bit of
На самом
provocation.
деле, за последние несколько лет
But in the past
произошел
few years,
качественный скачок
there has
в
been
сращивании,
a quality
и
shift
в переплетении этих миров,
in
потому что
the intermingling of those two worlds,
занимаются информационной безопасностью,
because
в частности, безопасностью в промышленности,
those who are responsible for information security, including in the
стали
industry,
помогать и стали рука об руку работать с теми, кто внедряет.
they started
И вот 5 лет назад
helping
было
and
вообще
going hand in hand
было два
with
мира
those
агентства, абсолютно
who
разные люди.
develop
За исключением,
and
может быть,
implement.
исключительных примеров. И мы год назад, может быть, около года назад, сделали исследование.
A year ago,
Ultimatech Positive,
we
я говорил, по
did a study,
безопасности в
a joint study, Ultimatech, Positive Technologies and Aquarius, on input substitution in SCADA systems and the security of SCADA systems.
нефтегазовой отрасли.
And I must say,
Впереди планеты, впереди других отраслей сильно.
oil and gas is
Использование и внедрение решений
by a very substantial margin
фаерволов,
in terms of environment segregation, firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and in some systems,
газовое
it's
все сильно российское.
is better than all other industries by a factor of 3.
Тоже высокие параметры, но много...
In other industries, such as coal production, coke
Но
production,
это
etc.
объективно сильно более серьезное отношение, чем
So,
в
objectively,
других отраслях.
this industry demonstrates a much more mature approach than other industries, such as
Хотел уколоть сейчас
metal and mining, for example. And I don't want to
которыми могу поделиться.
hurt the metals and mining, but looking at the numbers, and I can share the numbers during the break if you're interested, we've done some 100
компаний из открытых источников и данных Минпромторга.
interviews, and we have analyzed a few hundred companies together with the Ministry for Industry and Trade.
Чтобы не давать ненужной пищи, кому не нужно. Вот, поэтому продолжая отвечать на вопрос.
So continuing to answer your question,
стало гораздо больше пересечения этих миров.
these two worlds
И управления.
now intersect, overlap much better. I mean, cybersecurity and automation.
Еще хочется отметить тему стыка импортозамещения и
And also I want to talk about the
производственные системы. Это системы с
interaction between import substitution and information security. Industrial systems have quite long service times, 20 years, 40 years.
импортозаместить невозможно.
So you can't substitute everything.
Есть основные усилия по импортозамещению
Most efforts in import substitutions
сделать это в момент
in
в момент строительства.
industrial operating systems are
Кратко скажу.
at
Поэтому
the
очень важно категоризировать
stage of a greenfield.
как придется, потому что на Капстрое сейчас, пока мы здесь разговариваем, идет много Капстрой проектов.
And as we speak,
Сотни
there's a lot of capital construction going on with hundreds of billions rubles invested.
Построил, какой там будет АСУ. И, честно говоря,
When
никто не спрашивает,
the company
а если
decides
подрядчик
for
никого
itself
никого не спрашивают.
what SCADA they're going to have, and especially if we have Chinese contractors, they don't ask anyone. They use their own SCADA, and by the way, they implement systems that later will be seen as foreign-made. And it is exactly the point where you can make a decision, but the decision perhaps is made not in the right direction.
Настало четкое понимание. Мы как интегратор, который делает
We, as an integrator,
ERP,
we develop SCADA, ERP, cybersecurity, and AI for the industry.
Настало понимание, что
We can see that an understanding has come
российских вендоров,
that Russian vendors
которые нужно в промышленности точно применять. Основной вызов понять
provide
20%.
solutions that can be applied in the industry in a focused manner. Question becomes, where is that 20% that will yield 80% of the outcome?
Фаерволы и
It's important to have backups, firewall, traffic control.
которые никуда не нужно выпускать. Ну вот, пожалуй, вот эти три, но на самом деле...
I think especially these three areas. But otherwise, everyone should decide for themselves,
Только он знает, как устроены
because only they know how their industrial processes are organized. And in conclusion,
про то, что Капстрой и моменты новых больших строек — это та
the
точка,
fact
где
that
нужно заправлять.
new capital construction and major capital projects is the inflection point where we should call for implementing Russian solutions is really key. I did talk to Chinese contractors for hundreds of billions of rubles. I asked them, what will you be installing? We'll be installing Siemens. What do you install back in China? Siemens. Have you heard about the critical IT infrastructure requirements? We haven't heard about that. Okay, thank you.
К вам вопрос, да, тоже, как регулятор.
And Edward, I think I want to refer this question to you as the regulator.
Это вещи интересные, да?
Well, we
Вспомнить, ну там
talk about some interesting things,
большинство людей
but if we recall the times
задумал с мамкой, они завестили им сына или дочь, это было очень, очень давно. а кто-то уже даже гробовой паспорт получил, но все равно это было намного раньше.
If we recall the times
Значит,
of
они в свое время
a few years, perhaps a few decades ago,
делали энергетику, делали простые базовые вещи.
the people who developed the energy business did very
Чтобы спор был продуктивен, все должны в споре понимать правильную терминологию.
simple but reliable things.
У нас есть два типа информационных
And
систем блока. Первый это
there are two types of IT systems. There are corporate systems that ensure the operations of a company, the accounting, the HR system, the record keeping of the company's various assets. That's one type. And there are
которые мониторят
systems of a technology type
телеметрия, там,
that monitor, that do telemetry.
системы, которые работают с объектами непосредственно, да, там мониторят,
The systems that
управляют.
monitor and control the various objects and facilities.
Люди, наши родители,
Those are the
деды,
technology systems. And so our parents and our grandfathers came up with a very
технологическую
simple but reliable thing,
от публичных сетей связи.
a system of data transferring,
Зарегулированные отрасли, среди всех
which
стране.
separates
Тебя или, следователь
the critical systems from other systems.
боком ударит или законом. Вот, поэтому нужно просто соблюдать эти правила.
So what we need to do is to observe the rules that are there, because we come to an
Фаервол, собранный местными ребятами,
enterprise, to a company, and we find that their firewall server is under the table in dust. So that's a clear violation. And in oil and gas, there's a lot of facilities. And yes, you can bribe people, and they would use their flash drive and disrupt your system. That's understood. But it's simply about observing the rules that are already there. Further on terminology, there's import substitution, there's import independence, and there's technological leadership, the next step. It's not that we have to substitute everything to ensure security in the right way, but we've got to understand that technology leadership cannot happen in a single country. We've got to understand that we should work together with other friendly states to exchange technology, to exchange approaches, to share what we have and cross-pollinate together with our partners. So trying to achieve 100% import substitution, that we can do everything on our own, bake the bread and make shoes. Well, it's a good story, but I don't think it is not possible to do everything on your own. So I think that we should, as I said, observe what has been developed before us. And second, we don't want to aim for the things that we won't be able to reach, because we will find ourselves to be short of funds and short of competences. Rather, we want to engage other participants, international partners, to come up with common approaches. We heard a good example about China, but if China makes a decision in a couple of days, they will have, instead of plain vanilla Siemens, China Siemens. So I think that our respected partners from China are not a good example here. They just don't want to waste their efforts to replace Siemens, but if needed, they will do it very quickly. Thank you. Yes, it's clear that there will be a lot of contractors from China. It's just that the
который
capital construction that is currently ongoing, it would be better if for critical IT infrastructure they used Russian-made products.
Как раз российских коллег, которые разрабатывают.
If anything, to support Russian companies that develop SCADA products,
Как-то расчистить хотя бы внутренний рынок для них.
to
Я понимаю. Спасибо.
let them
Денис, вопрос.
operate at least in the domestic market.
Затронули
Thank you.
сейчас, вопрос
Dennis, a question to you.
каналов связи, каналов
We have now talked about
информационных потоков.
communication channels and information flows.
С одной стороны, устоявшиеся международные практики.
What are
На
the
самом деле мы вот
international practices,
можем использовать эти практики. Да,
and how can we use them to improve our situation?
Достаточно
Thank you for the
Я
question,
немножко
Dennis.
хотел
Quite an exciting one.
внести ясность. Вот сейчас вот мы говорим про СПП, про
I
энергетику.
wanted to
Это отрасли, которые
perhaps
достаточно взрослые,
clarify a little bit. We are talking about SCADA, we are talking about the energy industry. These are quite large industries, quite well established, and I agree that the colleagues before me spoke that we've got to
советские методики разделения на технологические линии.
do segregation, segregate into areas, and there have been some good practices of Soviet
Вот
times.
этот сектор, он уже сформирован и настолько
But
зарегламентирован.
this sector is already well established and is so much regulated by the international community that
кибербезу
offering some additional cybersecurity criteria is not reasonable. The colleagues before me formulated it very well, that we've got to use what's already there.
миддлстрима и даунстрима.
In oil and gas, in midstream and downstream especially, which is transportation and refining,
Там все правильно. Но
everything is arranged quite nicely, but people seem to overlook
добыча.
that we also have upstream, the oil
Мы
production.
говорим про добычу.
And in
В
production,
момент ни в мировом сообществе, ни
currently,
у нас в России
neither the
нет
international community nor
достаточных,
Russia
компетенций по
seem to have enough or sufficient competences
безопасных и протоколов
in creating secure
на
protocols
удаленных объектах. То есть
and secure
уровень
perimeters in remote facilities. The level of digital maturity
за полярным кругом
on a well pad in the Arctic somewhere where you have a
в моем понимании был там в 60-х, 70-х годах, так он и остался, потому что
drilling
человек,
machine
который там
remains very much at the level of 1960s.
великий работник, который добывает в стране нефть,
Because people there have the psychology that I am the powerful individual that produces oil for the country and I'm good as I am.
Значит, когда мы начали анализировать всю
So when we
конъюнктуру, которая есть на международном рынке,
start looking at what is available internationally,
с Институтом нефтегазовых технологических инноваций,
together with the Institute of Oil and Gas Innovation, we have been working for 12 months already, and with the Consortium of Software Technology Independence, we saw that the
она не обеспечивает
existing approach to security in upstream does not cover the challenges that exist today.
механизмов, протоколов,
And the tools,
передачи, хранения, валидации данных
the
со стороны,
protocols of data transferring and validation from remote facilities
чтобы добежать уже там до
to
СПП, до хозяйственных систем.
the operating systems, well, the level of that is not sufficient.
Есть
Our analysis showed
две нормальных среды по передаче данных.
that there were two reasonable systems of data transferring. There were two such systems,
И Вицмейл, Energistics.
NTP and Synergistic, and both of them developed by the Big Four in the international oil industry. But when that was developed a couple of decades ago, security was not a priority there. And okay, so you can make your midstream and downstream secure.
Значит, информационные данные, которые идут непосредственно там из
But
из-под земли.
the data that you are getting from
Если сделать
underground, so to say, the security of that is a concern.
наших недоброжелателей,
And
сделать упор на
this might sound as a hint for threat actors. If they focus on that, they would be able to disrupt the midstream and downstream as well.
Наших регуляторных органов мы уже тоже проговаривали.
And we've had discussions of this with our regulators, and we've looked at international best practice in data transfer.
На текущий момент. И начинаем их дорабатывать с учетом текущего.
And we start
Вот здесь как раз я хотел обратить внимание,
leveraging those
надо переходить именно
based
не
on the
просто повторить, что есть,
modern day's challenges. What I'm saying is that we don't want to just replicate what exists overseas,
такое санкционное давление, как
because not all countries have the same level of sanction pressure as us and our partners.
в технологическое лидерство.
The point is that we can
Уже вот этот опыт делать
implement this practice in technology leadership
на внешнем рынке.
and leverage this experience and
В Тегеране, значит, большой
take it forward in the international market. A couple of weeks ago, there was a major oil and gas forum in Tehran.
И те решения, которые мы в России с учетом наших
And the solutions
давлений извне демонстрировали на
that
рынке, они
we demonstrated there, Russian-made solutions made in an environment of international sanction pressure, were very much of interest to countries such as Iran and Oman and the
прекрасно понимаю, что
Middle East and Africa.
там чужие технологии.
We understand that
с их методиками безопасности.
if we use
Вкладывать свои решения, не будем думать
international
именно о
technology
своей национальной
with their
безопасности,
security
то
solution, if we don't think about our own national security, then at some point in time,
вот нам эти решения, и у нас
those solutions may be simply disabled.
значит, интересных
And
доходных статей.
we will be
Поэтому,
losing
еще раз
a lot of
обращаю внимание,
budget
что
revenue.
не просто думать о
So I would like to call on you once again to not just think about security of today, but also to think a couple of steps ahead, and perhaps so that later we could also work internationally. Thank you. I think I want to
Говорим про месторождение, то на самом
agree with you and challenge you somewhat.
Михайлович правильно сказал, что мы сейчас занимаем
In terms of upstream, Edward was right in saying that we rank third among the industries, and in
серьезной цифровизации, инновациям, которые мы
to a large extent, thanks to upstream and thanks to an innovation that we are seeing in the oil fields and in quite remote oil fields, for that matter.
деле утягощает, наверное, ту проблему, о которой вы
And that,
говорите.
in fact,
Количество данных, которые
makes the problem that you are talking about even more difficult, because the amount of data that exists in the oil field is currently very substantial, and we must transfer this data somehow. And it's not always possible to create a dedicated channel. Sometimes there's not even no mobile telecommunication.
Нам, наверное, нужно при разработке наших стандартов.
So indeed, as we develop our standards, we've got to take the existing experience into the account, but we should look out into the future rather than at the past.
Спасибо большое.
Sure, thank you. I'm sorry. I'd like to add, if I may, if I understood my colleague correctly, I think he has rightly said that security has to be built into the protocol. If we take a classic SCADA, there is a question of data transferring. Right now, we are trying to create protection above the existing infrastructure and build firewall and implement other measures. But I think that the protocol in itself has to have secure features providing security. For instance, for phone communication, we had X5 protocols, and they were created a long time ago. And sometime later, it appeared so that these protocols were not stable any longer with hashes. And right now, indeed, these protocols are being changed because the technology is developed. We have AI, and indeed, the protocols that we will be developing and creating in Russia should be secure. And in fact, we are going to do that. Several years ago, I was at a conference, and one of the vendors said that in transportation, they were using a Russian-made SCADA protocol, so there is a request for that. And the protocols themselves should be cyber-proof. Thank you so much. Diana, a question to you. Rosatom is a long-standing partner of the oil and gas industry, and if you look at the activity of Rosatom, the Russian nuclear energy agency, Rosatom invests into large-scale projects, and on top of that, you produce oil and gas equipment. And it is for sure that you do face cyber attacks, and you do handle the problems that we discuss. So how do you deal with that, and how do you cope with that in Rosatom? Is there a silver bullet maybe that protects you from everything? And what do you think are the main avenues of development there? Thanks so much. I'd like to explain that I wear two hats here. First, I represent a larger association of software users, where I'm vice president, and also I'm responsible for the government strategy of Rosatom. That's quite recent, my second position, so I can't give you a full-fledged response to your question in terms of what Rosatom does, but I can talk about the association. Why these kind of associations started emerging several years ago? Well, there is a trend for import substitution. We do develop Russian-made products, and we try integrating these products into our digital landscape, including at Rosatom, Gazpromneft, Rostelecom, Roscosmos, Rosneft. These are large state corporations, and they have a lot of requests to the market. Back in 2021, market companies, they had their backlog as well. They had their priorities in terms of basic functionality, in terms of security matters, in terms of the whole spectrum of different issues that can arise when implementing a digital solution. So what we tried to do is we tried to look at how we could restructure our relationships with the markets, because these large clients of the market have comprehensive requests. We need comprehensive solutions for different industries, for instance, but the requirements are more or less the same in terms of scale. So I'm not sure I can talk about silver bullet, but formulating this comprehensive request to the market in part is the silver bullet, because we actually formulated comprehensive technical and functional requirements to our systems, starting from service functions, in terms of how the solution, how the users can interact with the solution, up to specific security protocols. These requests are formulated not only by specific companies that have a lot of different requests to one vendor, but we try to compile these requests into one comprehensive task. There is a committee on testing and approbation. This committee is managed by Gazprom Neft, and there, in fact, would try and structure these priority in order to formulate them and get the optimal result. Probably still it is not a silver bullet, because we keep discussing the current situation, and we do experience deficits in certain domains, and in fact we do, for instance, interact with companies providing AI solutions, and some requests can be closed by that. But we are trying to continue developing that way to get a perfect solution one day, maybe, hopefully. Thank you. And today we have our respected guest from Iran, Mr. Pahlavan. In fact, Iran lives under sanctions for quite a while already. This sanction pressure lasts for dozens of years, not even years. And somehow you manage to cope with the pressure, and at the same time you implement innovations, and I presume you have certain issues, certain challenges in terms of cybersecurity, and you've learned how to do that without external support. So could you please share with us what you could share with us that in terms of what we need to take into consideration in terms of communication channels, AI, cybersecurity, training of IT experts? Where do you see you have successful solutions that could be implemented here?
Okay. In Iran, we have a very experience about that. Remember about the Stuxnet. We believe that the Stuxnet in 15 years ago it's happened and will be happening again, and we don't we remember that we have paid expensive experience. For this reason, we do many things, many secure things for industrial security. For example, we limit access in IT and OT, and we have controlled communication between them with firewall, SIEM, and anything, and use many brand of countries, Minlux, Siemens, Minlux, ABB, Minlux, Yokogawa, HEMA, and many brand of many countries. Multi-branding is one of the security things that when you use just one brand, you very depend of this brand. But when you use many brand of many countries, you can save some section of your networks. And separating network is very important. Separating network between IT and OT. Most of attacks, it's from the IT to OT, okay? And communication between them is untrustable. Every time it's untrustable because you have many devices, firewall, IDS, IPS, EDR, XDR, system for logging and everything, but you can't access to many zero-day attacks. Okay, zero-day attacks, when it's coming, all the security system can't distribute them. Okay, can't explain them, and we will can't trustable network. For this reason, we have a limitation access and localization security, and learn about the other countries, I mean like Russian people, Russian countries, and we like to have a co-networking, communicating for Russian countries, Russian companies, to have a solution and learning from them to have explain about how secure the Russian people do that, okay? And limitation access for us is very useful because after the Stuxnet, we understand the human factor is very important. Human factor or human element for us, we understand that the users can't understand and can't learn very well when you say about how to secure yourself, how to do secure and anything else, but we training them. We establish the training in the people, the personnel, with other countries, and our experience in other countries. And all of things is our experience about how to secure OT networks. And we don't have just the industrial network in oil and gas. We have the industrial network in railways, in airport, in airline, and everything else. And we don't want to disconnect the services for the people. It's very important. We have many attacks about the industrial networks in railways, in shipways, in airways, and other things, but no one knows about that because we stop it when he comes to us, when he comes to our networks, and no one knows about that because we believe that the success will be happen again, and we now are successful because we secure several layers. In physical layers, many physical layers we have and secure them at the network layers and then as application layers. And in the application layers and network layers, we use about another country's knowledge. And knowledge sharing is very, very important for us, and we use about that, and we can share our experience to another country. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. На самом деле вы затронули очень правильный вопрос. На самом деле
You touched upon a very important matter, which is international cooperation.
У нас есть достаточный набор, ну или достаточное количество.
We do have a certain number of friendly countries with whom we could go for development of very serious, important products, and we could open up each other's markets towards each other in order to exchange these products for common success. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, we have 15 more minutes, so we can take several questions from the audience.
Добрый день. Вот мне нравится все поднимают вопрос обучения кадров.
What I like is that everyone talks about training experts in implementation and using systems, but no one is talking about training developers of these Russian-made software, especially developers of SCADA.
Это слезы. Тот же Митран.
How often did you experience issues with that? Well, I would like to respond to this.
Немного, конечно, странно слышать, потому что,
It's quite unexpected to hear that because our experience of working with vendors of SCADA, well, very often we have a dedicated vendor who's responsible to the cybersecurity solution we use and how we can combine the competence of developers of SCADA and people who make these SCADA systems secure. Well,
как бы
There is a
мое личное
problem
мнение,
with
что
that.
мы, наверное, никогда не придем к тому, что сам
But
вендор будет
my
задумываться
personal
именно о
opinion
безопасности.
is that
Потому что, ну,
probably
есть
vendors
целый
will
пласт
never
компаний,
consider
специалистов,
the
то есть
security
зачем, в
aspect
принципе, этим
fully,
заниматься,
because
когда
there is a
можно получить там, положительный эффект
there are
просто от
specially dedicated
взаимодействия, от
teams who
кооперации с
deal with that,
соответствующими
and vendors, they focus on cooperation with the client. I would like to add, in fact,
Вы имеете
very
в виду, когда
often,
без лишние технические условия готовятся?
Они всегда, да, там.
very often it's about
Есть такая
capital
проблема,
construction,
на
and
самом деле,
their
у нас тоже есть,
technical
но вот
tasks
здесь пока вот нет готового ответа. если честно.
are
Спасибо большое.
formulated without taking into consideration these aspects. Well, I think that regulators
Ушел.
can be involved here to solve this problem.
Хотел тоже два слова сказать, дополнить ответ на ваш вопрос.
I would like to respond to that as well.
Лучше, ну, главное, чтобы лучшее не было врагом хорошего.
It's important to not
Все говорят,
to
вот защищенная разработка, и вот то, о
kill
чем
a good thing by striving for something better.
раньше это было совсем два мира, кибербес и
Earlier, these were
систем.
two separate
Вот сейчас они, когда
worlds, you know,
начинают, ну, как бы пересекаться,
ensuring cybersecurity and
пытаться.
implementation of
оказывается, что, ну, вот мы,
SCADA
например,
systems.
поставим
Right now, we
одну
try to merge these two.
компании
You know,
большой.
Just let's imagine
Система
we are
делает
implementing a SCADA system in a large company to manage mining in real-time mode. That's a very useful system, and
много давно. Эта компания
all-
без этой системы, она там принесет
let's say all other companies have this kind of systems, and this company doesn't have one, and the assessed effect is in millions of rubles.
безопасники очень продвинутые. Взяли
And
у нас код. Нашли в нем 30
security
2
experts are,
2500
let's imagine they're
уязвимостей.
very competent, and they found 2,000 vulnerabilities in the code, and
можно еще 10 лет
out of which 200 vulnerabilities are
Хорошо
critical.
ли они сделали
We can.
это? Хорошо.
Is it good that they detected them?
Плохо,
It's a good thing. Is it
что
bad that it will
компания,
take
когда все уже 10 лет с такими системами
10
жили,
years
а она
to
до сих пор
fix
с такой системой жила,
these
живет?
vulnerabilities, and the company
То есть,
cannot
вопрос,
use this system right
где
away?
те 20%, которые позволяют,
That is bad. So
на
the
самом
question
деле
is, where is that area that allows you to use these systems?
Хочу сказать,
I think it's important to improve
что
cooperation, collaboration
приходит
between
гораздо
these
больше
two
понимания,
teams.
как работать, тем, кто
We
внедряет
learn
системы, тем, кто делает
And we
автоматизацию,
become better
тем,
and
кто
better
делает так, чтобы это
in
было
how we can work together to make our systems
Спасибо.
effective and safe.
Коллеги, еще вопросы?
Colleagues, more questions?
Ну, видимо, вопросов нет.
Well, since there's no questions,
Мне кажется, что мы провели достаточно
I
интересную,
believe
очень откровенную
we've had a very interesting and very
более.
open talk,
У нас был регулятор,
discussion.
который тоже высказал
We
свои,
shared
свое
our
видение
pains. We had a
ситуации.
regulator who
Я, на самом
presented
деле,
his
делился
view
со
of
всеми
the
участниками.
situation, and in fact, it is aligned with what
Спасибо
other participants
большое,
presented.
вам, уважаемые слушатели.
And dear audience, I would like to
Мы
thank
для
you
вас.
as well, because we work
Спасибо
here
большое,
for you. I would like to
уважаемый
thank
президиум, уважаемые коллеги.
our distinguished
Соответственно, до новых
panelists.
встреч на
Dear colleagues,
мероприятиях
thank
как
you,
Pulse
and
Disclosures, так и, собственно,
I hope we'll
Национального
see each
форума.
other here
вас.
at PH
Спасибо
Days
большое.
and oil and gas conferences. Thank you.
думала, что вы будете таким вот, как выхожу. Коллеги, добрый день. Ой, какая я звонкая.
Good morning.
Меня зовут Алена Скляrenko.
I'm Alyona Skляrenko, and for 15 years I've been dealing in information security. For the past few years I've been heading monitoring business processes. Today we'll talk about monitoring and effectiveness and stability of business processes. And before we talk about that, let's first define a business process, the entity that underlies the comprehensive monitoring. And there can be many categorizations. There's one in technology, there's one in industrial, there's one in functional, and customers come up with their own ideas. But all of this has something in common. First is that a business process is aimed at achieving a particular objective. If a business process in your organization doesn't have a purpose, you would be better off getting rid of it. Second, a business process is an iterative sequence of activities that are interrelated. So it's about activities or actions. 3, a business process is always aimed at achieving a certain outcome. So it's about the goal, the action, and the outcome. And now let's think about it. The process of managing vulnerability. Is there a goal in this process? Yes. What is it? To minimize, to mitigate the probability of a breach through an exploit. Then there's a series of action that leads us to an outcome. What outcome would it be? Mitigating cyber risks related to a potential exploit of a vulnerability. Does that match the overall definition of a process, the goal, the action, and the outcome? Yes. Then logistics management, supply chain management, you name it. So as part of the methodology, we will look at business processes as any automated process in an organization, regardless of the area. Okay, so we are good with the definition. Let's now look at what the comprehensive business process methodology is and how it can help us, what challenges it would help us address. We'll understand where we get the data to put together the metrics for the monitoring system, and we'll understand what adjacent methodologies this one could be useful and helpful in a particular organization. From talking with customers, we can often see that there's a misunderstanding, especially in the actions components. Okay, so we've set up a process. It produces some outcome. There was once some goal 5 years ago, but there are no up-to-date process charts. There are no delineations of responsibilities. I'm not even talking about optimization of interrelations between the actions and steps and monitoring every step of the process. And it's also quite funny when directors would ask, and why does this process fail continuously? Please prepare an explanation for me. And people go away for a week and develop that explanation. So people seem to overlook the problems or not to do anything about the problems until the issues reach a critical point and the process breaks. And when the break happens, everyone looks at everyone else and doesn't understand whose fault it is. No one wants to take the responsibility. Well, the issue is very clear. What is lacking is end-to-end monitoring, including of the sufficiency of resources. There's the lack of transparency of the process, and that results in a direct threat to the business, because sooner or later it is going to fail, and we know about it, and we do nothing, although we could have done something. A solution to this problem could be building a system of monitoring with an end-to-end monitoring of activity, where from engineers to directors there's enough detail necessary to take prompt decisions for everyone. And this level of detail, this level of granularity is provided by comprehensive metrics that cover all areas of business processes. And let us now talk about the methodology. Every automated business process is based on certain IT assets, and from those IT assets we can get elementary events that are the result of a monitoring. The same applies to information security. There's some SIEM, UBA, EDR, etc., something like that, using which cybersecurity experts monitor the threats for IT assets of a particular business asset. Then the most interesting part starts. We look at the automated process that underlies the process, and we gather elementary events to put together metrics. And here where the problem arises, because often the metrics and the events and the information that are stored in the business systems is not well interpreted, either because people don't look there, or the metrics are not collected, or they are collected, but not enough decisions are made based on that. Say less than half the data in the information system is used for this. These are operational level metrics that help engineers on the ground to be more quick in responding to incidents. Let's take an example. Say acquiring or other channels in the anti-fraud system. The system generates events or alerts in a certain time series, whether 5 milliseconds or 200 milliseconds. And we know that there is some requirements in our internal rules, say 350 milliseconds. So based on the information in the system and based on the rules, we can put together a metric that would be useful for the business process owners, that would look, for example, as percentage of transactions exceeding the threshold of 350 milliseconds. And this way, we build the lower resilience boundary. If it's under 350, we are comfortable, we are in the green zone. If it's above 350, we are in the yellow, if not the red zone. So we should pay attention to that and fix, or things will get worse and there might be a disruption. You would be better off to respond while it's still yellow, not red. And we do the same with other areas of computer security, IT, and the business. Based on the metrics in every area, we put together sustainability sub-areas that we can later unite in a group. In IT monitoring, it could be sub-areas of hardware, software complexes,
критичный и высокий, например.
In information security, those could be critical levels of
которые нам необходимы, критичны и важны для отслеживания здоровья.
vulnerability. We only look at the metrics that are critical for the health of a particular system. It is the metrics that the business process owners would look at to understand that there's a problem.
Математической модели, да, которая у нас
Then
есть
by
в каждой
applying a
системе
mathematical
мониторинга,
model
мы
that we have in
объединяем,
every monitoring
группируем
system,
под область
we merge or group
в область
the
устойчивости и дальше в главный сводный общий
sustainability
показатель, который приятно
sub-areas,
смотреть
and then into some dashboard metric that the CEO would be happy to look at. Of course, it's green, but if it turns red, the CEO would know exactly what management action they need to apply to who of their reports to make sure that it turns green again. Okay, so to recap, the heart of the monitoring is a business process that we disaggregate into sustainability areas. And these are information security, IT, business process efficiency, and optionally, that could be personnel workload as either a separate metric or as part of the other sub-areas, most likely the business efficiency. And then there are metrics that are calculated based on elementary events.
Кроме явной ценности в плане обеспечения оперативного реагирования,
and this helps ensure quick response and make management decisions. These are obvious benefits, but this monitoring system also has value for adjacent methodologies, such as risk management of an organization. The metrics that this monitoring system puts together can be converted into a key risk indicator. And since we are on the topic of vulnerability management, if an elementary event is related to the number, the criticality, or the time to address a vulnerability, then the metric could be the lifetime of a vulnerability in a particular host. And it would call for a certain action in the main system, in the adjacent systems, if that is automated. The second possible application is ensuring the continuity of the business. Every organization has a business continuity plan, and that plan has certain parameters that can be either fully or partially covered by the metrics gathered in the monitoring system. So, say if the target time is 4 hours, we can put together metrics that would inform us that your deadline is approaching and would give us a heads up in real time. And those who are interested or should be interested in the methodology, it would be primarily those executives that don't understand the value of investment in a particular process. Okay, you keep investing, but the outputs or the value of a unit is not clear. The methodology would be helpful to both the business and the information security and IT teams, because people from those technology services can justify the value of those services by speaking in the language of SLAs and resulting metrics. When there's no transparency in the regulatory requirements, which happens quite a lot, say the requirements by the central bank when they want to calculate the operating reliability quality. And people are happy to do that, but they don't know where to start. And here you may want to disaggregate the processes into metrics and make one metric important and to build your processes around it. If you are lacking resources, if you struggle to find arguments to request more resources, both human and non-human resources, by building an end-to-end system, we get the necessary arguments to support any decisions. I guess that's it from me. My time is running out for this brief talk. One final thing I wanted to mention about the culture of work in an organization. Sometimes a monitoring system is well received by the senior executives because it generates full transparency. But the people on the ground, the operational level people, resist. They don't want to improve. They want to work the way they are used to. And here you might want to think of how to implement the system in an organization and to make a call across an organization to make sure that not only your senior executives but all of your staff worked towards the change. This is really something to think about. This is what I often come across. That's it from me. Thank you very much. Okay, the presentation seems to be working, and in the next 15 minutes we'll talk about
Сначала о том, немного о том, кто мы такие, кто авторы этого исследования. Исследование мы делали вместе с Эмилем.
Now, a few words about this research. We've done this research together with Emil. Emil plays for Bash Workers, same as myself, and sometimes we do research together, and this is the research that we'll share today. Emil does speak at conferences. You may have heard about his presentations on various security issues. He also spoke at PhD days. And initially, this problem was identified by Emil. He wrote to me and asked me to help exploit it, and I agreed, and hence the study. It is a little bit like a CTF write-up, and it's in three components. First, I'll talk about what a port is, then I'll describe the exploits that we found, and thirdly, I'll describe how we try to go about it. So, what is a port? Some of you may not have heard about it, but most of you have had experience of dealing with it, because a port is a system to process crash dumps in Ubuntu, and it is configured the following way. It's a system file in the Linux kernel where you configure the format of core dumps.
Аппорт состоит из многих частей,
Apport
в том числе
consists
он
of many
включает в себя,
components.
компоненты
It
для
includes
обработки кэшей, отправки их на сервера
components
Ubuntu
for
для
crash processing and
поддержки
sending
хорошей.
information to
Но
Ubuntu
нам
servers
интересна
to
только та
get good
часть,
support,
которая
but we are only interested in the part
спускается, обрабатывая
that
сами
is
крылья. Вот.
launched
Почему?
to
Потому
process
что
the
она запускается
crash
с максимальными
dumps.
привилегиями, и если
Because it is launched with maximum privileges, and if you ask it to execute a random code, you can end up with local privilege escalation. It has quite a long history
для LPE, да,
of abusing Apport for LPE. There are at least
используют аппорт для того,
5 studies that have found that exploits Apport, and we seem to have found yet another issue. So what the issue is?
того, чтобы продолжать разговор, давайте немного подумаем про модель злоумышленника. У нас она довольно простая, у нас непривилегированный пользователь, который может читать доступные
attacker model. There's an unprivileged user that can read files and launch any
это нужно держать в голове.
programs.
Итак, для того, чтобы собрать информацию о процессе,
To gather information on the process, that is the main function of Apport, it does some additional steps. First, it checks whether a file is an interpreter. This is what we see on lines 4 to 16 in this slide.
Command lines, которым был запущен
It takes command lines that launch the process, parses that, and tries to understand whether that process was a Python process launched with a -m parameter. Well, there's no check whether it's Python, but there's a check of what parameters were used.
Так запускается pip, например, Python-m pip.
Well, pip, for example, is launched
файл, который
in this way. Python -m pip.
Итак, собственно, как работает это получение пути до модуля?
So here's how you get the path to the module.
Importlib util.findspec.
It calls on import util find spec.
Мы контролируем всю командную
And
строку
because
процесса,
we control the command line of the process,
мы можем импортировать
we can import a random module into Apport. If we find a module that would launch our code, we'll get an LPE, and that was our plan.
Именно это можно проэксплуатировать.
So here's how we can exploit this.
Изначально были следующие.
Our ideas were as follows.
Для того, чтобы вот этот весь процесс
To initiate this whole process and make Apport to import something that we control, we need to take the following steps. First, we write a compact library. This is simply the most convenient method to do what we wanted. This library, when loaded by a linker, would crash. Nothing more exciting than that. Then we compile, and then we launch Python with this library through LD preload. This would result in a Python process crashing. Apport would parse it, would see that this is Python launched with -m, and would import the malicious module that we've included here.
Зловредный модуль возьмем.
Okay, so where do we get this malicious
Изначально
module?
мы рассматривали, опять же, два варианта.
Initially, we thought of two options,
Или нахождение существующего.
either creating it or finding an existing one.
Записать какую-то публичную директорию.
Creating it essentially means writing into some public directory or changing something that we can change, but we're not a privileged user. We can only write into temporary directories, our home directory, which is not too exciting. We wouldn't be able to import anything from those directories because in Python, even though in Python there's relative import, but these contexts are not available in FindSpec simply because of the way it works. So by default, we can only import what's written in syspath. That's configuration variable, which is quite sophisticated.
Никаких временных директорий, очевидно.
There are no temp directories, obviously, in that syspath.
Система импортов Python довольно сложно работает.
System of importing into Python works quite in an elaborate way, and you can read additional material to get a glimpse into that. So we decided to find this module,
содержит порядка 3700 файлов,
but the version of Ubuntu contains more than 3,700 files that we can import. If we can't find anything interesting there, we can include as prerequisites the installation of some popular package. Here's how we can look for this module. Initially, we tried going like this. We thought, what would happen if we find a module that would accept commands from stdin? If a module called a debugger, it would be good. We thought about a module that is doing recursive file search in a file system and tries to run them. Test frameworks, for example, do it. Or we thought of changing sys.path and other configurations of the import system, and the less probable was a launch of a server to accept network commands, and this is what worked. So almost in every module we have if name equals main. That wouldn't help us because name corresponds to the module that we are importing, and it doesn't equal main when we import our apport module. But if we have arguments, conditions, it doesn't work either.
Что не является хорошей практикой, конечно, но все равно.
But if print is called directly at import, which is not a good practice, but still it happens, this one would work for us. To find such a module, we thought of the following tactics. We tried to do all of this, but it didn't help us much. However, it did help us to understand what we want to look for. We tried to look at the Python syntaxes tree to remove the definitions and the constants that are not of interest for us, and try to look for a code that is executed unconditionally. But we weren't able to do that, because when you do that, you've got to think of many places and to write a lot of exclusions. It's almost impossible. Dynamic analysis is also what we try to do, launching apports under strace, and looked at what calls it made. We looked at logs. Apport has its own logs, and we looked at Python audits. Python has sys add audit hook that writes some nice things, some of which could be useful for us. It writes import events, it writes import configuration change events, it writes file execution events, but it's very difficult to analyze. Yes, we did try, we did find a few exciting things, but nothing too exciting. Ultimately, we weren't able to find a module in the default Ubuntu configuration, but we found a popular package by installing which you open your system to a local privilege escalation. And in our case, that was a Pulumi dynamic source provider. That's an SDK for a DevOps platform, quite a popular one. It has more than 2.1 million downloads. And there's a component which is called DRP, Dynamic Resource Provider.
При импорте этот компонент запускает gRPC сервер на local host.
At import, it fires a gRPC server on localhost that accepts Pickle serialized objects. Well, that's not secure, and Pickle is a well-known implement that can execute code. So that's almost an RCE.
И, собственно, это все происходит без всяких оберток, типа if name равно main, про который я говорил.
And that happens without anything like if name, no name that I talked about. And the final exploit looks as follows. First, we generate a line, and I'm showing it here in full. We get an encoded pickle object, then we clone the Pulumi repository. We need this to have local proto files to structure our gRPC request correctly. Then we launch Python with our crasher that we have prepared previously, import this module. At this time, a port tries to import this and crashes, hangs up, and we can see airports among frozen processes. And we exploit that. With this gRP curl, we send a request with the necessary parameters and the line that we've generated previously. We also supply here. And we get the RCE of roots. Conclusions. If you write SUID applications, you don't want to use Python, or be careful with it. We were not able to do an LP in a default configuration, but maybe it is still possible. So Apport is still quite a good target. Quite promising for exploits. Okay, that's it. Thank you for your attention. You are welcome to subscribe to our social networks. This is Emil's social media, and here is my Telegram channel that discusses this vulnerability, and there's a lot of other nice things to read.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Good afternoon. Very happy to welcome all of you here. Very grateful to the team at Positive Technologies and all of those who organized this event. I'm Vladimir Musikhin. I'm head of consulting at Stopfish. We conducted a study with my team, how protected corporate email is in Russia. And let me share the findings from this study.
Для начала, давайте посмотрим, кто у нас присутствует в зале.
Let's first see who we have in this room here. Please raise your hands, those who are on the defense side.
Большое спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you.
А кто больше себя позиционирует со стороны атакующей?
And who are on the attacker's side? Pen testers, white hackers.
Коллеги, большое спасибо.
Thank you.
Правильно понимаю, тот, кто ни разу не поднял руку.
I understand that those who didn't raise hands for either questions is a black hat.
Black hat я попрошу покинуть.
Okay, black hat, please leave the room now. We're going to have some insider information.
Коллеги, я вижу, пару человек покинуло.
I can see that a couple of people did actually leave, so now we are safe and secure, and we can safely continue.
Немного формальностей.
Now, a few
На этом слайде.
words of formal introduction. This gentleman in black sunglasses is myself. Again, I'm Vladimir Musikhin from Stopfish. And as you understand, we'll talk about DKIM, SPF, and DMARC. These are the key protocols to prevent phishing, and it only takes an hour to configure them.
Я понимаю, что большинство из вас знает, что это такое.
I understand that most of you know about it, but because we have people with different backgrounds, let me try to explain it to you in simple terms. Let's imagine that an email is a letter in an envelope that you receive, say, from traffic police. But some people may try and impersonate a traffic police and send you a letter that would be a fake. And to understand whether the letter is genuine or fake, there are three protocols. First is the SPF. That's a list of those who is entitled to send letters on behalf of traffic police. Second is DKIM. That's like a signature and a stamp. So if there's a signature and a stamp on the envelope and they are genuine, then we understand that this letter comes from the traffic police. And the third protocol is DMARC. This is essentially a manual, the set of rules for the mailbox. If the letter doesn't have signature and a stamp, and if it's not from the trusted list, then you can just toss this letter and not to trust it. Spoiler, you will appreciate that not everyone uses those basic protocols. But let's continue looking into this. As you know, the main communication channel is email remains an important communication channel today, and threat actors also are aware of this. According to a Deloitte study, 91% of all cyber attacks start from a phishing letter, often from a fake addressee. According to a report by Hacker Security Group, 58% of all malicious email came from a fake sender.
Мы, получается, проверили два протокола.
We looked at two protocols, SPF and DKIM.
Базой. Нам хотелось понять, насколько
we wanted to understand to what extent these protocols are implemented in the companies that should put their security first.
Итак, что мы сделали? Мы проверили более 1000 почтовых доменов.
We looked at more than 1,000 email domains in 4 groups. That's 343 banks, 95 government agencies, 593 companies trading on the Moscow Exchange, and 159 companies from information security.
Я думаю, что не ошибусь, если скажу, что каждый частное лицо пользуется компанией.
Every one of you, as an individual, uses the services of these groups, which means that they can get a fake letter, say, from your bank.
Так, давайте перейдем к нашей статистике.
Let us now look at our statistics.
почтовые домены банков.
We looked at banks' email domains. 55% didn't have DMARC configured, and that is the worst performance on DMARC in our study. SPF was not configured in 13% of cases. In any company, there are invariably some second-tier projects where they would use some domains or subdomains. We only looked at core domains, but looking at the statistics, I don't think the situation with dedicated domains is any better. Next slide. Government agencies. DMARC is not configured in almost 36% of cases. SPF is not configured in almost 15% of cases. And this number, 14.7, is the worst performance in our study for SPF, or the lack thereof. Then we looked at email domains of companies trading at Moscow Exchange. Almost 1/3 of companies did not have DMARC configured, and 7%, slightly over 7%, did not have SPF configured. In our study, that is the best performance, but still there's a long way to go. And finally, the final slide. Information security companies. I think that there are many people that come from these companies. DMARC is not configured in 91% of cases, and SPF is not configured in 8% of cases. Let's see how it looks overall. Okay, so we've looked at 1,090 companies. SPF is not configured in 115 of those. That's 10%. DMARC is not configured in 462 companies. That's 40%. Of the total number.
Давайте будем разбираться. Дальше.
Okay, let's keep looking at why this is bad. Anyone can send a letter on behalf of your organization. Clearly, your reputation will be negatively affected, and reversely, a supply chain attack can be possible when your suppliers have not implemented these protocols. You may be expecting phishing attempts. Let's look at it in more detail of how it could work. Say, a threat actor finds a bank with SPF that is not configured. Then it sends from any email server a fake letter on behalf of that bank. In our study, we did not look at DKIM. Our assumption was that it's configured in 100%, but clearly it may not be the case. And here's how it works. DKIM would show us that a letter, an email, has not been modified during delivery, and it is received from the server that it claims to come from. Then, DMARC, as we saw from the statistics, more than half of the banks did not have this protocol configured. So it wouldn't be difficult to find such a bank. And as a result, you get the malicious email in your mailbox. Let's look at specific examples. This is a letter from the CEO. Or rather from a GR executive. And it's difficult to see that this letter is fake, even for professionals in the area. And the second example is from an IT admin in your organization. Also difficult to understand that it's a fake one. So what's to be done? First, you want to look at your domains to see if you have all the right protocols configured and make sure that all the right protocols are configured. Number 3, to use DMARC reports for monitoring to understand who is allowed to send letters on behalf of your companies. And finally, to not count simply on configuration of protocols. These are two services that you can use to do your checks Right after my presentation, you can check the domains of your company and also the domains of your suppliers. You're welcome to share this information. It's completely free of charge. We understand that social engineering, in particular phishing, is much broader. It's not limited to SPF and DMARC. And for our users to understand what to do and how to behave, we recommend training users to raise their awareness, to teach them how to identify phishing letters. We had a case with a company with whom he had an experience of 18 years of interaction regarding awareness raising, and the employees of that company received some 3,000 letters from a well-known Moscow institute, and only 3 emails out of the 3,000 were open. According to our experience, the phishing probability reduces by a factor of 20 or 30 in 6 months of training. I'm confident that you will check whether you have these protocols configured. And we share with the community free materials that you can use right now. One is a plugin to forward suspicious letters to your security. We offer 2 free courses for your team that you can send to your employees right now. It's free of charge. And also free software to monitor awareness, to understand who of your employees do not understand how phishing works.
Если они у кого-то появились, соответственно, здесь есть мои контакты.
Colleagues, we don't have time for Q&A. If you have any, here are my contact details. Please get in touch. I'll be pleased to meet you. Thank you very much, and see you later.
Коллеги, всем привет. Меня зовут
Colleagues,
Перетрухина Мария.
hello. My name is Maria Peretrukhina,
Инженером информационной
and I work
безопасности
as an
в
engineer
Параллельно я
of
учусь в Высшей школе экономики на
security,
специальности компьютерная
and
безопасность
I
на
also
4-м курсе.
go to the High School of Economics, computer
Когда я
security.
пришла вообще в Озон,
I'm a 4-year student. I'm
мне
working
дали
for
задачу
Ozon,
посмотреть с точки
and
зрения
when I came to
инфраструктуры, как у
Ozon,
нас
I was
внедрено
tasked
решение
with looking at the
1С
infrastructure to consider how
И
the
я вам расскажу за 15
1C
минут о том,
enterprise is
плюс-минус
deployed
поломать любое
in
коробочное
our
решение,
case.
как
And
раз-таки
I'll
на примере
briefly
1С.
tell you how you can hack any
Здесь чуть
out-of-box
подробнее. Сначала я
solution using
разберу, что входит в 1С,
1C.
зачем это
So we'll
нужно,
start with the
и
1C
кто и
components
как может туда заходить.
and how people
Дальше
can
мы поговорим
enter
про
it.
сам аудит
Then we'll talk
инфраструктуры, о том,
about the
как я
audit of the infrastructure.
пыталась что-то сделать.
We'll talk about our
И
ways of doing things.
дам выводы и
And then I'll give
рекомендации
you
по
some
тому, как это
recommendations
внедрять у вас
on
где-то
how you
в
should
компании.
proceed in your environment.
Собственно, перед тем, как говорить про сам аудит,
Okay, before I
я
start
хочу
talking about
чуть-чуть
audit,
рассказать про теорию,
I'd like
что
to
входит в
briefly
1С,
give you some theory, what
как
the
в коробочное
1C
решение.
package
И первое, с чем
has
сталкиваются именно
as a
бизнесовые
box
пользователи,
solution.
возможно, вам
And
знаком этот
number one
интерфейс,
thing
это конфигурации,
the
которые
business users have is
запрограммированы
configurations.
на основе
And
технологического
they are
ядра,
programmed
или же по-другому это
based
называется платформой.
on the technological core or
Конфигурации,
platform, as
здесь
they
на
call
слайде
it.
я выписала
Well,
одни из
configuration.
основных, на самом деле их
So
может
you
быть
can see
больше, они
some
могут быть
basic configurations here. You can have
Они
more of
разделены
them. They can be
логически, имеют
customized.
плюс-минус
They are
одинаковый
separated
интерфейс и
logically.
подчиняются
They
общим
have a
правилам.
similar
Более
interface and they
того,
follow
они могут
one
общаться
set
между
of
собой
rules.
и
And they can
передавать
also
данные.
exchange
Другой интерфейс —
data
это
and
конфигуратор.
communicate.
Это
The
уже
other
нужно
interface
для
is the
разработчиков.
configurator. That's what
Они могут
developers
как-то
need.
управлять эти
They
конфигурации или
might
создавать
change these
новые.
configurations or
И отдельно я
build
вынесла
new
консоль
ones.
администрирования
And they also
кластеров.
have the console of cluster
Она уже нужна для
administration.
администраторов
You need
1С.
this
Это отдельный
as
экзешник,
if
куда
you are
заходит пользователь и
an
смотрит на логи.
1C
То есть,
administrator.
какие есть
So this
информационные
is
базы,
an
кто
Excel
заходил,
file,
что там
and you
хранится,
can go there and
ну и
see
так
who
далее.
logged in, what is stored in the information bases, and
Здесь
so
я
on.
привела
Here,
конфигурацию,
so we look
этот
at
желтенький интерфейс, как он
configuration.
плюс-минус
So this
выглядит
is the yellow
у там
interface,
бухгалтера
what the accountant,
примерно.
for
И
instance, would
конфигурация,
say. And
конфигуратор.
this is the
Здесь
configurator.
вчитываться в код не нужно.
So
Я
we shouldn't
представлю
look
его чуть-чуть
at the
попозже, вот
code
этот
now.
1С
I
на
will
русском
share
языке.
with you this
Но вот так
1C
выглядит
later.
плюс-минус их IDE.
But this is what the IDE looks
Теперь
like.
чуть подробнее про способы
Now
входа
let's
и
talk
про
about
доступ вообще, кто как может
access
зайти в
and
1С.
who and how can
Я буду
access
рассказывать о тех
the
способах,
1C
которые есть
software.
именно
I'll
у
be
нас в
talking
компании.
about our
Вообще,
company's
их чуть
experience.
больше.
Well,
Помимо
there
толстого,
are
тонкого
others.
и веб-клиента,
So you
есть еще
have a thin
мобильный
client,
клиент,
you have a web
но
client,
в
you have a
основном
mobile client,
Собственно,
but we
толстые
don't
и
use it.
тонкие клиенты,
Okay,
они
the thin
указаны
and thick
не
clients,
в контексте TCP/IP
they are not
и
here in
модели
terms of the
ASI,
context
а
of
именно с точки зрения
TCP/IP.
1С.
So we are looking at this from the
Пользователи подключаются по
1C
RTP,
approach.
и
So they use the
дальше
RTP
уже
to
взаимодействуют с
connect,
кластером
and
1С.
then they deal with the
Отличаются логически
1C
только тем,
cluster.
что толстый
The difference
клиент
is
на
that
своей стороне
the
может
thick
обрабатывать
client
намного
on their
более,
side can
намного больше
process
данных и
much
более толстые
more
ручки.
data.
Веб-клиент отличается от
The
тонкого и
web client
толстого
is
только тем,
different
что
from
есть
the
прослойка в виде
other
веб-сервера,
three is
она
that they
более удобна
have
Windows. И
a web server which
пользователь
runs
заходит
on
немного
Windows,
по-другому.
and the server,
Если в
the
первых двух
user
случаях это просто экзешник,
logs in
то
differently.
здесь
So in the
это
first
браузер,
cases, this would be
человек приходит
an
по
exe
ссылке,
file,
и мы
but
видим
here
тот же
it's
самый интерфейс,
a browser.
конфигурацию,
They'll
которую
show a
я
link,
приводила
and they
на
have the same configuration I
Что
shared
еще
with you.
важно? 1С
One more
предприятие
important
имеет
thing,
кластерную
the 1C
архитектуру. И
enterprise
через любой
has
клиент
a
мы попадаем
cluster
сначала на
infrastructure.
кластер
Through
1С, и только
any
потом уже
client, we go to
на
the
базы
1C
данных.
cluster, and
Поэтому
then we
именно
go
кластер 1С
to the databases.
является
That's why the
основным
1C
вектором для
cluster
атаки.
is the key
И теперь про саму атаку.
attack vector. A few
Когда
words
я
about
начинала
the
проводить
attack.
аудит,
When
я
I
параллельно знакомилась
started my
с
audit,
1С
I
вот с
looked
точки зрения
at
инфраструктуры и
1C
попросила
in
себе
terms of
доступ как у
infrastructure, and
разработчика
I
на
asked for
тестовую
the
базу.
developers
Мне его выдали и сказали, что в
access
целом ты
for
там ничего
the
не найдешь,
developer
потому что там
base,
нет
and they
никаких
said
реальных данных.
you wouldn't
И
find
так
anything
оно и
because
оказалось.
there isn't any real data there, and
Но
it
я
turned
начала
out to be
смотреть хоть
right.
что-то открытое.
And then I
И
tried to
первым
look at
этапом
some
это
open
является
things.
разведка.
So we
В моем случае я посмотрела на
gather
экзешник
data. So I looked at the exe file, the DLL, and I saw that in the box you also have the administrator console in the box solution. Okay, this is the administrative console and how you can connect to it. You may launch any version and connect to any host and see the mistake. So the mistake will tell you that you have a wrong version. Download the right version. You can find it in open source. Then you'll have to launch a CMD file to connect this to the domain.
Административная консоль будет.
And so your administrative console will be there. Then I started scanning all the hosts. This information is publicly available. And I just tested the 1C Enterprise signed ports. And in this test environment, one of them had the administrative console without any password. By default, 1C Enterprise launches the console without a password. And this slide shows the data you can get from there. So the information on the titles of the information bases, who the administrator, who the manager is, etc. The next stage is exploitation. So we have an open console. What can I do there? So, number one, I can have a look at the information available there. Maybe delete some information base, connect to the existing base, or add your own new base. I decided to add a new information base. Well, this is more convenient for me. If I connect to an existing base, I will delete the data which was there. So once C Enterprise supports SQL and Postgres, and that's what I picked for connection. It's open source, it's openly available. You can find Docker with the proper PostgreSQL. PostgreSQL for the 1C Enterprise. Okay, I added my database. What comes next? There are two options here. You can add your configuration, or you can add some external processing. So these are two different files. One is EPF, the other one is DT. What I found in the open kind of access didn't help me because 1C is really version sensitive. I found the Python utility you can decipher your EPF file with, and you can use the configurator based on what I had. So I used it to process it externally a little bit. So they say that the shell is a new SLM entity, so I just launched the command line. So I have the remote code, so the RCE, remote code execution. So we should see who kind of launched the process. And in our case, we could see that the credential had the administrative rights and many privileges. I was interested in the EC impersonate. So this way I can impersonate as sessions of other users. And this slide also shows some other privileges which can help me escalate. So if I hadn't been the admin... Okay. Some other things. We can move through the domain. We can also have the dumps of the passwords of administrators or the storage, or you can copy all the file system of the host and have a look there. Okay, the password dump. It is there in one directory, so you just put here the port of the administrative console. You open it with, and they're encrypted. They, depending on the version, they use as SHA-1, SHA-256, but if you read about this more, you might try to decipher it. You might copy all the external processing. So I said that the shell is called the CLM entity. You can just put there your own PowerShell script and to use this button in the configuration to launch it and do whatever you like. Okay, I decided to copy the whole file system to see whether there is anything useful there.
Какие могут быть выводы вообще из этого?
Okay, what are the conclusions? Number one.
Человеческий фактор здесь играет.
The human factor plays a key role here. So in one test base, they didn't have a password, and this let me move ahead. And the first conclusion is that you should run regularly your audits. This is crucial.
необходимо постоянно
Number
следить за
two,
обновлениями.
you should look
как 1С расширяется, что
at
они добавляют.
updates,
В нашем
how they
случае мы
expand,
добавляем
what they
CI/CD,
add. Here we
и
add the
очень интересно
CI/CD,
смотреть на то,
and it's really nice to see how it is going to work out.
Ну и, собственно, тут уже чуть более детально.
Here you have some more
Необходимо проверять
details.
все
You should
какие-то
understand
малоиспользуемые сервисы.
the
Возможно,
services which are
без
not
авторизации.
often used,
Надо
some
добавлять авторизацию обязательно
services
на них.
without authorization. You
Необходимо
should
следить,
add it
под каких
there.
учеток
You should
работают
see
процессы.
which
И вообще, какие системные учетки
credentials
есть
are used for the
внутри
processes
этого
and which
решения.
system credentials are
Всегда надо
there
ставить пароли.
in the box
Ну, это понятно.
solution. You should
Желательно
install
непутабельные,
passwords,
какие-то
and
сложные.
they should be difficult
Дальше
to
обязательно использовать TR-модель для
brute force.
администраторов,
You should
чтобы
also use a tier model
не
for
случилось
admins,
того, что я могла сделать со всеми
so
персонами.
that
То
you
есть
cannot
человек
impersonate.
запускается, заходит
So
под
you come in
одной учеткой,
following
дальше
one
выполняет процесс
credentials,
уже
and
через
then you
привилегированного
have the
пользователя.
privileged user
Ну и читайте документацию. Вообще,
kind of
там
processes you can run. And please read the documentation. In the 1C, they say that you should properly fine-tune the product to
Спасибо за прослушивание.
avoid problems like that. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Друзья, всем привет. Меня
Hi,
зовут
hi
Леонид
guys,
Безвершенко.
my name
Рядом со
is
мной мой
Leonid
коллега Дмитрий
Bezvershenko,
Бикуш.
and
Мы
we have
security
Dmitry
researchers в
Bikush
Глобальном
with us. We
центре
are
исследований и
security
анализа
researchers for
угроз
the
в
Global
лаборатории
Center
Касперского.
for
И
Threat
сегодня мы поговорим
Analysis
про то,
in the
как
Kaspersky
злоумышленники
lab.
могли бы получить
And
полный
today
доступ
we'll
к вашему
talk
дому
about
через
full
приложение
access
движка.
for your threat actors, how they can get access to your home through some smart home appliances. Okay, today we are not talking about malware, about zero-day things, we're not talking about triangulation. Okay, you may trust my word. Today we are not talking about sophisticated analysis of the app security, because we are not OPSEC guys, and we didn't need it for this case. And we're not going to talk about some kill chain, sophisticated kill chain. Well, you know, it's easy, like all good things, they're easy. Okay, what are we going to talk about today? Okay, in the global center, we look at the APT threats, attacks on the financial sector, but sometimes we just take a quick break and we'll look into some apps and services. So, a few years ago, we looked at the car sharing app to see the vulnerabilities and errors, and this time we decided to ask our colleagues about the smart home apps they use. We looked at them, started investigating them, and now we are at the very early stages of our journey, and we'll share with you just the first things we have found and an interesting case we considered. Okay, we had one popular app for smart home, a convenient Android library for logging, a Telegram bot, similarly benign, also used for this app. And these three things taken together give us full-scale access to the account of the user without any limitations. Well, we understand that we have utility company apps which are really popular for access, for security. You can pay for utilities, you can get in touch with the management company, and for some advanced users you can have smart home, some movement, heating, electricity, and so on. So who uses these apps to make it to their homes? Okay, really few people. I thought more. Okay, to find more, but it's not a big problem. Maybe you are doing the right thing, and here is why. Okay, the first app, the one we are going to talk about, is Rubitech Home. Rubitech is a company providing devices and software for smart homes. And they developed the app called Rubitech Home. It is developed both for Android and iOS. This way you can manage your home and devices, various gates, various access control devices, and so on. So this is a popular app. It's been downloaded more than 100,000 times. It is hosted by Rubitech, so it's difficult to say exactly how many times it was downloaded. Okay, we started analyzing it with so we just opened it through JetX to see the code decompilation. So maybe we could find some hooks, and we did find. So we can see the network file logger, and see we can see there's a call to the Timber library. We didn't know it at that time, and we have the HTTP tag and some message. Okay, we can go deeper to analyze what this logger logs.
На самом деле этот логгер записывает все данные касаемо HTTP запросов, то есть реквесты,
all the requests they are reposted with all the headlines and so on. So you can kind of use it for testing or debugging. Okay, this is our assumption at least. We have a function here, the test, so we can add a test interceptor to log all of this. Okay, we can have this condition for debug mode verification, but this what network logging interceptor is not inside the condition for the debug test. Okay, this is funny. Where is this interceptor? The interceptor logging all the HTTP kind of events, where is it used? Maybe it doesn't really make sense, but it's used for all the retrofit services, all the microservices interacting through HTTP. They all use this intercept, including video cameras, push notification, firmware uploads, and so on. But we decided to zoom in on the authorization tools. This is a delegate, but let's step aside to have a look at the Timber logging library. This is quite popular. It has 10,000 stars in GitHub. It's useful and convenient, and they say that you can just plant a tree in an kind of app, and so you can plant many other trees in other apps so that they process the events. So the developers of this app used this library to plant 3 trees. The first 2 are not really interesting. The first one did nothing. The second one sent data through Firebase, and the third tree proved out to be most unusual. This tree created the file in the cache directory of the app, which was called by the function of getHardwareID. It opened the channel and it logged everything in this file. Okay, they log everything in the file, hence the question. So this file should be used somewhere, and so on and so forth. Well, we considered the cross-references at getHardwareID to see the call of this name. We saw the Telegram log sender. Okay, similarly, the data is sent through Telegram. Maybe it's not that secure. Let's have a look. Then we look at the Telegram class AppSender, and there we see in plain text the tokens for Telegram bots, and we can see the chat. All the data is transferred to, and the 2 methods which let you send the files and messages. Okay, we need to confirm that this file, kind of recording the logs, should be sent to the developers. We look at the link to the Telegram group, and we see that this file goes exactly to this chat, which has the getHardwareID tag to it. Okay, so what do we have for now? We have a Telegram bot, API token. We have the chat ID for the messages to be sent. And we know that the app can send logs to this chat. Now we should find the logs. Maybe they will help us kind of continue our security research. Now the floor goes to Dmitry, who will give you some details on how it was done. Okay, hello everyone, my name is Dima. Let me proceed. Okay, the API of Telegram doesn't let us get direct access to the messages from the bot, but we can work around this. You might use a method, API forward message, to forward the message from one chat to another chat. To do this, we should know the message ID. And the message ID is an integer from 0 to n, and so you can brute force it. And here is what we see. Number 1, our kind of steps. We invite the bot to the chat with a managed Telegram account. Then we get the chat identifier for this chat, and then we just brute force to find the message ID. And this is a straightforward Python script to automate this.
Ну и подобрав правильные идентификаторы, сообщение успешно
присылается в чат. Find the right identifier. We send the messages from one chat to another one, and there we have the files with all the logs from the app previously mentioned. Then our hypothesis is confirmed. The files are stores, and sensitive data of the users are there. Here we have the refresh token, for instance. Apart from that, we had the full name of the clients, emails, mobile phones, addresses of the objects connected to the account, the list of smart devices, and also the links to the clouds where they had photos from smart devices and gate cameras or intercoms. Okay, so to go through this verification stage for the token, you should get access to the valid session, and the session might work for you. So then, to test that the token is correct, you should send a request to the endbot, which will return you the list of entities or objects connected to the user account, and we see the home object with complete access. So we have captured someone's home. Okay, what shall we do if you use a Telegram bot for logging or alerts or something like that? You might use in the Telegram API, you have this parameter, protect content. You can make it true, switch it to true, and then your message will not be resent or saved somewhere. And in the user interface, in the chat policies, you can say restrict saving content. And a big thing, don't use Telegram bots for sending sensitive information or personal client data.
В заключение хочется сказать, что в ходе исследования этого приложения, когда мы обнаружили эту ошибку, которая привела к таким последствиям, могла привести, мы сразу сообщили о ней Rubitech, и она была оперативно устранена.
And this issue was quickly rectified. The bot was deleted. The data is no longer available.
Очень простой ошибки, которая была допущена при разработке, и на самом деле она могла привести просто к компрометации всех пользователей приложения.
And it could lead to a compromise of all users of the app, and then we can only imagine what could have happened
злоумышленник мог
on top
управлять
of
устройствами, то есть просто приносить жизнь человека в ад, моргать лампочками, менять
following
температуру,
what a user does. The threat actor could make the user's life a nightmare, flash lights and
чем нам просто кажется. И очень важно, чтобы такие приложения были безопасными. Исследование наше продолжается. Это только первые наши находки. Коллег у нас много, приложений много различных. Поэтому, может быть, в ближайшее время мы что-нибудь еще расскажем о всей этой истории.
So that is not the end of the story. Maybe we'll be back later with more information on this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Раз.
Test.
Всем привет. Меня
Hi,
зовут
everyone.
Емельянов Александр.
I'm Alexander
Я руководитель направления
Yemelyanov.
DevSecOps
I'm
в
head
группе
of
компании Wildberries Rus. И
SecOps
сегодня
at
я хочу вам
Wildberries
рассказать о
group of
проблемах,
companies. And
которые вы
today
сами себе
I
можете
want
создать
to
при
share with you
неправильных попытках
about the
внедрения
problems that you
безопасности
can
и
create
процессов
for yourselves
DevSecOps в
if
вашей
you
компании.
mismanage
К
implementation of
сожалению,
security and
из-за ограниченного
DevSecOps
формата я
in
успею только
your
перечислить
company.
перечень
Sadly,
проблем
because of
без
the limited
углубления в
time,
технические
I will
детали,
only
как
be
именно
able
их
to
решить.
enumerate the problems
Для
without
начала
diving
немного обо
deep
мне.
into technical
У
details of
меня
how
более
to
6
address
лет
them.
опыта в информационной безопасности, и
A
за
few
свою
words about
карьеру я успел
myself. I have more
поработать
than
как
6
пентестером,
years in
посмотреть и поломать процессы в
information
других
security,
компаниях,
and I have
так
been
и
a pen
отсеком и
tester,
DevSecOps.
but
Эти самые
also
процессы построить.
in
Также я являюсь автором
DevSec
курсов
and
по
DevSecOps.
безопасности и безопасной разработке.
I also developed courses on
Проблемы, которые
security
мы
and
рассмотрим, можно
secure
поделить на две
development.
группы. Проблемы,
The
связанные с интеграцией
problems that we
сканеров
will
в
discuss
пайплайны команд,
fall
и
into two
проблемы
groups.
организации процессов,
The
например,
problems
управления
of
секретами,
integration of
ограничения сетевого
scanners
доступа и так
and
далее.
CI/CD security.
Начнем мы как раз с проблем, когда вы интегрируете
Let's
сканирование
start
в пайплайны
with
разработчиков.
integration of scanners into
Для
developer
компаний, которые
pipelines.
только начинают или
For
недавно начинали
companies
свой
who are
путь
just
в
starting
построении
or
процессов
only
DevSecOps,
recently
очень частая
started their
практика
DevSecOps
интегрировать уже
journey,
готовые
a
шаблоны
common practice is to
в пайплайн
integrate
разработки.
ready-made
И у такого подхода есть два
templates
основных
into
преимущества.
development
Во-первых,
pipelines. And this
от
approach
самого
has
процесса
two
внедрения до
advantages.
первичной обработки
First,
результатов проходит очень
from
малое количество времени. И во-вторых, если
implementation
вы выбрали
to
уже
first
хороший шаблон,
results,
вам
there's
нужно сделать
very
минимум
little time.
доработок,
And
чтобы
then,
вся
if
ваша
it's a
система
good
начала
template,
работать.
you only need to
И
do
по моему
minimum
опыту
configuration
очень
to make
часто
sure that
выбирают
your
из двух
system
решений.
works. And in
Либо
my
готовые
experience, often
пайплайны от
people
White
choose
Spots, либо
between
написанные common пайплайны
two
от Citimodula.
solutions,
И у
either
того и
a
у другого
ready-made
решения примерно общая
pipeline
логика.
or a
Они
proprietary
используют для
pipeline. And both
агрегации
solutions
уязвимостей систему под
have
названием Defect Dodger. И логика заключается в том,
or use the
что
system
при
called
инициализации
Defect
сканирования
Dodger. And
с использованием
when scanning
токена
is
для API от
initiated
системы Defect Dodger, вы создаете
using
продукт,
the
в который
API of Defect
складываете все
Dodger,
результаты скана.
you put together a
Проблема
product into
заключается в
which
том,
you
что
put
во
all of your
всех
scanning
джобах, во
results.
всех сканерах,
The
которые
problem
вы
is
подключите
that in
таким
all the jobs
способом,
and in all the
этот токен
scanners
будет
that you
торчать в открытом виде
call
и
on
являться овнером
using
всех
this,
ваших продуктов.
that essentially
Таким
will be the
образом, что вы
owner
хотели
of all of
сделать?
your products.
Хотели
So
внедрить сканы,
you
собрать
wanted to
результаты,
implement
быстро
your
их установить.
scans,
Что
you wanted
получилось?
to
Из любого
address
проекта
the
в
issues.
вашем
And what you
GitLab
end
вы
up
открыли
with,
доступ ко всем
that
секретам,
from
которые
your
удалось
any of your
просканировать.
projects in GitLab,
Предположим, вы
you
пошли дальше,
open access
осознали эту
to
проблему
the
и
projects that you
решили
have been able to
нарезать
scan.
гранулированного
Okay,
права для
suppose
токена,
that
чтобы, например,
you
мапить
appreciate this
на
problem,
группу
and
в
now
GitLab.
you want to
Проблема, конечно,
do a
митигируется
different
по большей
approach.
части, но остается появляется другая.
This was mitigates
Сейчас учетка, из-под
the
которой
issue,
вы проводите
but
все
then
работы, всё так
a
же
different issue
овнер
arises.
и разработчик может просто зайти в Defect Dodger с этим
account
токеном
that
и
you
позакрывать самые
use is still
уязвимости и
the
обойти
owner,
ваши quality или
and
security гейты, если таковые
people
имеются.
can bypass your quality or security gates. But suppose you even address that,
сложно API import
and you implemented API import role in Defect Dodger. The logic changes. The developer, after the vulnerability scan, would send a request to Defect Dodger, but would provide an empty report. The logic being that the vulnerability has been addressed and there's no longer a vulnerability. The situation relates not just to these templates. It can also appear when you do your own integration with your systems to store vulnerabilities. And a similar thing arises when you integrate scanners. And often I see that the account has global reading rights, so from any account you can read the results of your scans. Let's now talk about the vulnerabilities of the scanners themselves. For us, as DevSecOps, it's very good to scan their command repository and send them a ticket with 150 vulnerabilities. But sadly, our scanners also have vulnerabilities in CVEs. This is vulnerability of remote code execution in MobaSef. And the threat actor can prepare a malicious request and execute code in your scanner and get access to your data or make further progress in your system if they have such motivation. A similar CVE related to a vulnerability in AppScreener. likewise remote code execution, and there's also a potential to exploit SSRM. And it would be a bad thing if your company was breached because of a vulnerability in the scanner. Let's talk about the issues in the security processes themselves. I like it when I read how to store sensitive information in the right or in the right way. And people say that you've got to use Bolt and nothing else than that. And when you ask a similar question at an interview, a job interview, people come up with similar responses. You only want to use Vault and nothing else than that. So many people see Vault as a black box where you can put your sensitive information and it's automatically secure. But sadly, it is not so. Let us first look at what is it that we are trying to avoid by using Vault. In DevSecOps, there's a good example of storing GitLab variables. You can do various things to protect your data.
Но тут все говорят только про минусы. Замаскированный секрет
there are disadvantages. You can put a protected sensitive information on the screen, etc. And the common problem is that there's no granularity in access to sensitive information. So what would happen if we implement Vault in our base configuration without building any other processes around it? First, your sensitive information would be still difficult to manage because Vault has to have its own automation to manage policies and roles. If you just use the mouse, you would have the same problem as with GitLab. Then you've got to use correct integrations. With GitLab, you only want to use JWT integrations, JWT integration. And I saw situations when people used Vaults and people still keep their sensitive information in GitLab variables. And what's the worst thing is that in GitLab there's no dynamic masking, which means that if your pipeline switches to Vault, now if you get a stack trace jobber, you would see all the list of Vault tokens that you use. You would see the tokens of all the apps and services that have loaded by them. So together with GitLab and the basic arrangements, all the tokens would have been masked, but using Vault, you show all your tokens to any user who has read-writes. Doesn't seem secure. Let's talk about the final issue, which is wrong network segregation. We want that our developers pulled things from the network in a controlled way. And we implemented security controls and checked what they used. We need security scanners that need the rules updated. For that, we use dedicated runners that we connect to all projects to run jobs afterwards. And from those runners, we open access to the internet to update those rules, because our proxy registry, such as Nexus, does not meet the SymGraph rules.
Мы самостоятельно себе открыли доступ в интернет, и
so we, with our own hands, open access to the internet, and we use our runners to get direct access. And our developers gradually understand that we're doing this, and they're trying to avoid your controls as well. So let's summarize the issues that we have discussed. We've looked at how integration through a token in pipeline with other systems can lead to a compromise of the system or getting unsanctioned access in another project. We have seen that in our scanners we get vulnerabilities, and I shared with you just two examples. You could go to the CVE database and see that there are many more examples. I just took the random first ones, and we looked at the issue of process integration. When we want to do better, but actually we do worse. And perhaps the punchline of my presentation is the conclusions. First, you've got to treat your processes and infrastructure similar to your development processes to avoid the hypocritical approach, double standards, when you make your developers to scan your repositories but you don't scan yours. Secondly, when you set up a process or a system, by all means do the audit and do a pen test. Try to simulate what would the attacker do to avoid your controls. 3. Include all of your processes in your vulnerability management process and timely update your scanners to make sure they don't become a target for attackers. And last but not least, as you implement best practices such as Vault, by all means look not just at the fact of implementation, but what issues you're trying to solve by implementing that. That's it from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Отключили презентацию, но вы можете найти на
The
сайте.
presentation is no longer on the screen, but you can find on the website the QR code to get in touch with me. Also, in our DevSecOps, we're hiring, so please approach us. We'll be happy to interview you. We'll talk about what we do to address issues. And I have some time, and I have a gift from our company for the most exciting question. I was told that you can just raise your hand and ask a question. The question's off the microphone. The interpreter cannot hear the question.
Ну, кричи, я слышу.
Ты назвал проблему с разглашением дефектов токена. А вот каким образом избежать этого разглашения?
Да, был вопрос, как избежать проблем.
Okay, the question was, how do you avoid the problem of making tokens public in the scanner? One of the solutions could be importing only part of the results, but with the Dojo it is not possible. We implemented an authorizing proxy through GitLab's JWT. Essentially, the user cannot go directly to our scanner and change something there. Any other questions?
Да, извините.
Вы говорили про лазейки в процессах.
You talked about loopholes in processes.
Вы сталкивались с тем, что
How
проблема,
often you came across a problem
вот именно с безопасностью была не в технологиях,
where the issue with security was not in the technology, but rather in the teams blindly following the checklist that they have without understanding the context quite often. And the Vault example is a good one. Try and scan your jobs for Vault secrets, and you will be able to find a couple, I think. And often vulnerabilities are found in antiviruses, and you can escalate privileges and exploit a vulnerability in an antivirus. This is something that people come across.
Вот, наверное, последний вопрос.
Yes, I think that's going to be the last question. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. How often do you have to prove to developers that you have to scan it all together, that they need security, etc.?
Я не могу, так сказать, как часто нам нужно это доказывать.
I can't say
Это наша работа, и мы
how often we have to prove it. It's just our job. And
этих процессов.
you know, from time to time, we approach them and demonstrate to them that that is important. And how do you do that? Well, quite successfully. Most of what our developers do use our automated scanning, and this percentage is growing. Okay, thank you.
Да, всем спасибо.
Thank you.
Лучший вопрос, наверное, у девушки. Так что
I think the best question comes from the lady. So please approach me behind the stage, and I'll give you this prize.
Всем привет, меня зовут Максим.
Hi everyone, I'm
И
Maxim.
я работаю в компании CyberRock. Если вы что-то
I work at
слышали
a
о нас,
company
то
called
знаете, что
CyberRock.
последние 3 года мы работаем над разработкой системы
past 3
Skip,
years,
она же
we have
наша
been
балалайка, она же русский Shodan. И, естественно,
developing
во время этого
a
процесса
system called
нам очень
Balalaika.
нравится
This is a
смотреть
Russian Shodan.
на
And
сервисы, которые находятся в интернете, в целом, какие они, и также рассматривать вопрос
study
безопасности.
services available
Соответственно, если
and
посмотреть на
to
жизненный
look at
цикл обобщенной
their
уязвимости, то можно выделить
security.
несколько
Looking
ключевых
at
точек. Прежде
the
всего,
overall
это
life cycle,
первое,
we can
эксплуатация
find
уязвимости.
some
Далее информация
key
попадает
points.
к вендору,
First is
появляется какая-то уже
exploitation,
информация
then vulnerability
у
discovered by
сообщества
the
об этой
vendor,
уязвимости.
vulnerability is
Важная
disclosed
ключевая точка,
publicly.
что появляется
An important
патч от вендора,
milestone
и
is that
конечным
a
этапом
vendor releases a
жизненного
patch,
цикла уязвимости можно принять установку патча
and
на,
the final
собственно, самый уязвимый сервис.
milestone in the vulnerability life cycle is the patch deployment.
Сервисов в интернете.
Reviewing network services on the internet, we accumulated
в одну кучу и ответить на вопрос, сколько в
information,
среднем времени уходит
and
у администраторов и
we
владельцев сетевых
have some
ресурсов для того,
experience
чтобы
to share our views on how long it takes from administrators to install a patch on the server. And there are 2 metrics to consider. First is when we identify a vulnerable service, and at some point in time we can see that the vulnerability is no longer there. So this gives us the lead time of addressing the vulnerability. And the next scenario is when at the time of the next inspection the vulnerability is there, and in this case we talk about the average lifespan of a vulnerability. And once we have collected the information, we looked for a way to visualize it. And we have this chart on the horizontal axis, there's the average lifetime of the vulnerability. And on the vertical axis, there's the VSS of a vulnerability. And the size of the bubble is how widespread the vulnerability is.
Отобразились на одной диаграмме, какой-либо вывод сделать было достаточно сложно, потому что какая-то куча
put 100 data points on the chart, it's quite difficult to interpret. So let's look at some categories of the products. First is NGFV and network products. The point with these products is that their controls should not be available on the internet, but they are, and sadly they are not upgraded timely enough. For example, for a particular product here, the average lifetime of vulnerability is more than 2 months, ASA by Cisco. For others, the average vulnerability is 3 to 5 months. There are some products which address their vulnerabilities, and here we are showing the evolution over time. First is what we found at the beginning of observation, and second, what we find now. A good example is checkpoints. A year ago, there was a vulnerability that allowed user to read any file, and when we started making noise about it, when we published the first data about this vulnerability, the next day the number of affected went down by 25%, and in a month's time more than 75% of the vulnerability was addressed. However, later this value remained unchanged, and currently there's still about 200 that's available on the internet, and no one seems to be doing anything with that. So if you ask us, do we support publishing information of vulnerabilities, then we would answer yes, we support. Another product is GitLab, and this chart shows the number of addressed vulnerabilities by month in the past 6 months. And we can see that before a significant
предыдущем месяце появление каких-то критичных уязвимостей. Здесь они самые разные. Есть как те, которые позволяют
patch.
манипулировать пайплайнами.
There's an accumulation of vulnerabilities shown here, and some allow to manipulate pipelines and tokens, which means that administrators do follow the media reports, and when critical vulnerabilities arise, they patch them. The next category of products is email systems.
Возможно, удивительный факт,
and a curious fact here, but we're still finding on our radar some 500,000
не поддерживает уже достаточно долгое время.
Even though Microsoft doesn't support its products in Russia, we can see that it's still the most popular system. And
аналогичных продуктов.
Curiously, the issues there are addressed faster than with other vendors. We can make a conclusion that such a large vendor as Microsoft does care about their security, publish patches regularly, and inform users about the vulnerabilities. Another popular category, perhaps the most popular category available in RUNET, is CMS systems.
Очень распространены.
They are quite widespread, and they also have some critical vulnerabilities. We can see that the average lifetime of vulnerability in such products is also around 3 months or even more than that.
При этом, если мы посмотрим на в целом самые популярные
Looking at the most popular products available in RUNET, some of them we have already seen. We'll find that on average, the vulnerabilities are not addressed quickly. Here we can see products with more than 10,000 services. And
этих сервисах исправятся уязвимости.
If we imagine that in all of those services the vulnerabilities will be addressed and calculate the time, then this will amount to 135 days, which means that even though some critical vulnerabilities are addressed, especially if there are media reports, normally administrators would just deploy and then forget about it. Next, first we try to find a dependence
enterprise или open source,
between whether the product is enterprise or open source, and to make conclusions from there.
Как-то уведомляют клиентов, и поэтому там среднее время устранения будет меньше.
Maybe in one category, in enterprise, the vendors would be quicker to inform, and in open source less so. So we thought that maybe the average lifetime would be longer. But practice shows that if we subdivide the products into two categories, you can't really make such an inference from your statistics. And the average patching time depends on the specific product and the specific vendor.
Если вернуться на ровно год назад, то
going back exactly 1 year, also here at PH Days last year, we had a presentation on vulnerabilities of
маленькие большие коробочки, можете
various
по QR-коду посмотреть видео.
Solutions. It was called small and big boxes. And in particular, we talked about the vulnerability in the IPMI protocol that is needed for remote control and management of servers. And there we found that quite widespread were vulnerabilities that have existed for 1 or 2 decades back then. So we wanted to repeat that study and to see how things are. And now we can see that we have been able to address vulnerability that have existed for 20 years, which is good news. However, the vulnerability of 2013, which when you know the username, and almost any system would have a user called admin, you would be able to get a password of that user. Because MD5 is used. That's not a good thing. Conclusions. First, you've got to know your network perimeter.
Не только когда появляются какие-то хайповые новости,
you want to update
в принципе в интернет
or patch not just when news reports appear.
Ну и, конечно, подписываться на наш телеграм-канал, в котором мы публикуем новости по
puts things out into the internet that should be there, that shouldn't be there, and of course to subscribe to our internet, to our Telegram channel, where we share about what we do.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you for your attention.
Время, наверное, можно ответить.
And I understand there's some time left, so I will be happy to take a couple of questions.
Давайте я повторю. Да.
Сравнением, как быстро плачется уязвимость коммерческих вендоров и open-source. И вот у open-source вендоров я нашел у вас зеленые точки маленькие, которые быстрее всего плачутся. Можете сказать, что это?
Да, спасибо. Ну, вопрос был про то, что в open-source вендорах небольшие какие-то...
Okay, the open source vendors, they have some little green spots which are quickly patched. Okay, our database on vulnerabilities is being continuously expanded. That's why if the dot is to the left, this might mean that the vulnerability kind of check happened quite recently. Or this might mean that these products are not widely spread. And if we kind of make an article on this, maybe we would add more products and be able to see some more specific things. But for now, I can't remember exactly, so I cannot be more precise. Thank you for your attention.
Всем привет, меня зовут Руслан.
Hello, my name is Ruslan.
Компании AirVision.
I work for AirVision. I'm an analyst, and today I'll talk about the favorite lol beans of the attackers and how you can detect them.
Начнем с самого начала. Вообще, что такое lol-бины?
Okay, what are these lol beans? So, living off the land binaries. So we try to survive in the OS using the binaries we already have. And this is to support the life of the attacker. There are three causes for this to be a problem. They're interconnected. The first one, these binaries are already there in the system, so the attacker doesn't need to download anything. These binaries are not just there, they're necessary to make the system work properly. If you switch them off, the whole system will collapse. And the final reason is that, well, since we need them for normal work, then antiviruses or EDRs don't tag them as malware, so it's difficult to catch them.
Были выбраны следующие 5 утилит.
We picked the following 5 utilities. We looked at the statistics, how often they're mentioned by reports. We considered both Russian and international reports. And would like to say that we don't have the PowerShell and CMD in the statistics because they were number 1. They were the most popular tools. Okay, we look at the utility, how it can be detected, and then we'll conclude. Okay, the first utility, run DLL32. This is used for dealing with the library functions from Windows. They help you set up the task manager or some components, and various apps deal with the Windows API through run DLL32, and that's what the attackers use. They might dump the SAS process, ISS process using the dump function. So we make the process, so we detect the use of the run DLL32. Then in the command line we should find the file with the DLL and then the mini dump function. But all the kind of things will be detected through the processes. The next one is the certitool. It is there to deal with open keys or certificates. It could be used for files coding and decoding or for downloading them. And these two latest functions are used by the attackers. They might code the TXT file you have there, and they can add some payload, so they will not have to download anything. Or if they need to download something, they can use this utility. So certitool, they can use real cache or split arguments for this. Okay, so for detection, the call of certitool with the argument encode, and we should also keep track of various file extensions which might look suspicious. The second thing, we kind of download the files, but here we look at the certitool process, and here we use the arguments like real cache or split. The next utility, NTD-sutil, which helps us deal with the Active Directory. So one of the functions is to copy the Active Directory and the AD. And that's what they use. They use the utility, and then they use the factor they are interested in. So that's what we do. So we detect the use of this, then the file added as did, and you can narrow down the filter, and you may detect file creation, so move copy and create processes. This can also run in PowerShell. So we should look at 4103 and 4104 events. The next one is was script. This is to interact with JV or VBS scripts. It is also used by attackers. They run various scripts which are there in the suspicious directorates like temp or public, and that's what we should pay attention to. So when they create a process, then the utility wscript. So there we find the temp or public path and the extension of the file dealing with wscript. This can be also supported by the syscript, which is also the wscript, but it's the command version of it. And the final utility for now is the MS-build. This utility is there for building .NET projects. It can be used by the system and the developers. That's why we'll defect it quite straightforwardly. We'll keep track of the calls of the MS-build and some files with the .xml extension, for instance. But if we build a detect like that, we'll have too many false false positives. That's why we suggest using some rules here. You don't detect these events if detectors do this, if developers do this, if this kind of activity is kind of their routine activity. And some conclusions. We have considered 5 LOL bans that attackers use. What is the major problem with them? They are there in the system, and they are not malware by nature, but they still have some functions which can be used to attack the system. Our conclusions. Number 1, to detect is not enough. You need the context. Like, you should keep track of suspicious paths or arguments in the command line accompanying these utilities. Then, this context will still generate some false positives. So we should set profiling for your company to see for whom this utility is okay to be used and for whom it is not. And so CM is not enough. You need a set of tools like EDR, antivirus, and UEBA. So the EDR will show you the chain of events, and the UEBA will let you analyze the user behavior to see whether this is malicious or not malicious activity. That's it. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you are welcome anytime.
Всем привет. Как настроение?
Hello, everyone.
Отлично.
How are you doing?
У меня тоже неплохо. Но у нас не так много времени,
nice to hear
поэтому
that.
давайте
We
начинать.
have little time.
Меня зовут Борис Калюжный.
My name is Boris Kaluzhny. I'm an analyst in a SOC. You know that SOC detects a lot of attacks on various infrastructures, and to a large extent, detect and analysis is based on the events in the target systems. And in the majority of infrastructures,
существуют системы Microsoft Windows.
They have Microsoft Windows systems.
И все мы, конечно, слышали что-то про аудит Windows, ну, в той или иной степени.
I think we have heard something about the Windows audit, that you should set it up, you should gather its events. But if we believe that you go to the security policies and just tick all the boxes and that's it, to have some full-fledged monitoring of attacks, well, this would be not exactly right. You know, remember, we have this joke, Mama is packing his child for the school, and she is giving him as breakfast bread, sausage, and nails. And why the nails? And she's telling him, and here are the nails. So this is a joke, meaning that, okay, you are full equipped for any eventuality. I think there was some purpose for the nails, but we should kind of use our imagination for this. But let's talk about kind of some of the audit functions in Windows. We'll talk about file audit. Okay, let's talk about Windows audit. So this is a built-in mechanism which lets us register the activities of users in Windows. There are different types of audit, like log on, log off, process and service creation, and so on and so forth.
Также важно отметить, что практически в каждой категории
Another important thing to mention is that you can see whether Windows is successful or not successful in every category, and this can be also set up. So today we'll be talking about the file audit. Well, strange as it might seem, it's related to the Windows file system. Creation, deletion of files, descriptor-related or handle-related activities, things related to the catalogs. Here you can see some events which are documented by a full file audit.
Их достаточно много, и
we have quite a lot of them.
Все описаны в документации.
And they're all described in the Microsoft documentation. So there are some details there, so you're welcome to have a look.
Они не совсем все полезны нам.
But they are not exactly useful. I mean, not all of them.
Их и недостаточно.
And they are not enough.
Чтобы сделать так, чтобы было событий достаточно, необходимо немножко донастроить аудит.
You should further
И донастройку можно сделать с помощью
twist and tweak the audit by an inbuilt mechanism, which is called the system SCL.
По сути, SACL настраивается точечно.
So we call it the SACL. So we set it up for some specific audience in the system. Here we do it for the Windows directory. Here we can set it for every user, only monitoring files, creation, and rewriting. The important thing is that you should also set this only for the core directory. So in C Windows you'll see this, but in C Windows files will not have this. If you don't have a cycle for this. And
будет создаваться событие 4663, доступ к
after this, you'll have event 4663,
доступ к объекту. Есть такое поле, как access mask.
Which is access
поле, которое показывает, какого типа доступ к объекту выполнен.
And the mask will tell you what kind of access was performed, like read, rewrite, read attributes, some other cycle-related operations, and so on. If you try to do it in your infrastructure, and you'll see in the event the mask which is not documented, this is fine, because the access masks, so if you do several kind of activities, they're added together. So read attributes and read data. It will be 0x81, for instance.
И для примера как раз событие 4663, которое у нас будет создано после
4663 event,
создания правила.
After our rule is established, so we have a PhD user.
Создает файл.
We have a file established, a Word file in the tracing directory. A doc file was rewritten using a notepad, which is fine.
Ну и теперь вообще для чего это все?
Okay, so why? Why do we need it?
Что конкретно мониторить?
What do we monitor?
Нашим центром CyberArt InnoStage рекомендуем мониторить директории, которые указаны. Это системные директории по типу C-Windows,
monitoring
C-Windows, System
these directories
32,
like C-Windows, Windows System 32, drivers, and so on
таким
and so
образом,
forth.
как было сказано ранее, на создание файлов
So this includes
и
file
перезаписи
creation
в
and
корень директории. Также
rewriting.
рекомендуем
We also recommend
SACL для
using
записи файлов
SACL for recording the files
позволяет
of
перезаписывать
the host.
доменные имена для
You
конкретного
might
хоста.
use it to record domain name files for your host, and this way you can also you should also have a look at the sysvol directory. This is for the domain controllers, and it should be monitored not only at the sysvol level, but we should go deeper.
То, что было
All
сказано
the way
ранее,
down.
это про базовые, но есть
Okay.
еще не совсем
Some basics
ожидаемые директории.
have been covered. Now let's talk about some unexpected directories. They are also system directories.
Для большинства такая же настройка на создание и перезапись
Well, for
файла.
most we have the same settings for creation and rewriting.
Мы рекомендуем
And for C
делать
program
правила не только
data,
на
we
мониторинг
recommend
в самой директории, ну, в самом корне, а на глубину -1. То
going
есть,
to the
пример,
-1
C program data test
depth,
или
like
C
C program
temp.
data
Ну, то есть
test
любая директория вот
or
именно
temp.
на
So
глубине
any
-1.
-1 depth
Что интересно по этим директориям,
directory. So what makes
это
this
то,
interesting?
что, для тех, которые выделены, есть доступ для непривилегированных пользователей.
So here we
То
have
есть, по
access
сути,
for
они
non-privileged
являются,
users.
вроде как системными
So they
директориями,
look like system directories,
можно не от имени администратора
but
как бы записать или
you
перезаписать
can
какой-то файл
add
туда.
or write or rewrite a file,
Ну, это
even if you're
делается,
not
это может быть использовано
admin.
злоумышленником для того, чтобы
This can be used by
записать какой-то свой malware и
wrongdoers
не
to write
привлекать
some
внимание санитаров, короче
malware
говоря, в виде
and
сока.
kind of avoid your detection.
Ну и пример на реальных атаках, то есть в
Some
нашей деятельности были
real attacks. Examples.
зафиксированы некоторые атаки,
We identified
при
some
которых
attacks
создавались
when they
malware в этих директориях.
developed malware
К примеру,
in these
была
directories.
атака на одну из
For instance,
инфраструктур, и там
we had an attack
злоумышленники активно
against one
использовали
infrastructures, and
директории
there
debug и
they
tasks,
used
вот
the
как раз на
debug and
которые
task
есть доступ
directories
для
quite actively. And there you have
непривилегированной
access
записи
for
файлов.
non-privileged users
Что здесь
to
происходило?
write files.
С помощью
So what
port cry
happened?
плюс Impacket
They used
производилось сканирование и
the
затем
port
использование
cry and packet
VMI
for
для того,
scanning and for
чтобы
using the
передать
WMI
через VMI
so that
интерактивный
they
shell на
share the interactive shell to the
затем
target host, and then
затем этот хост исполнялся
this host
и был
was
установлен как
executed
служба.
and was
И как раз это
established
было
as a
зафиксировано
service.
на одном
And
из хостов
this was
в папке
seen
Windows Debug,
in
4063 событий, доступ к объекту,
as the
а на
event
другом из хостов в
4663,
Windows Task.
and in another
Ну и
host
в процессе
it was
той же
registered as
атаки
Windows
был
task.
использован
Then, in the
инструмент
same
SecretsDump,
attack, they used
который
the
позволяет
SecretsDump
делать дампы,
tool to dump
дампы оперативной памяти, ну, LSAT, STEM-базы, то есть для
operating
для доступа к
system
хэшам
data
паролей, к группам и так
to
далее.
get access to the hashes of passwords
Еще один из
and so on and
примеров
so forth.
это был шифровальщик.
Another example,
Значит,
they used
шифровальщик сработал так в категории sysvol
ransomware,
на
so
некоторой
in
глубине от
sysvol at some depth, some distance from sysvol, this category,
был добавлен bat-файл, то
they
есть это
added
скрипт исполняемый,
a script
который запускался
which was
с
launched
локальных машин в домене
from
через
local
планировщик задач.
machines
То
through
есть в
the
планировщике задач
planner.
создана задача, которая
So they had a
обращается по
task,
сетевому пути к
so they go through the network route to the sysvol in the planner, and then they launch the ransomware.
Здесь как раз тот пример, когда sysvol нужно мониторить по всей глубине.
So it means that you should monitor sysvol
И также из интересного
all the way
были
down.
атаки на
and they also
ну,
attacked.
были действия в системе. В одной из атак производился дамп
One of the attacks, they tried to dump the NTDS DIT, and it went to the category program data temp.
-1 глубину от программ даты.
Level -1 from program data.
То есть дамп делается для того, чтобы потом
Do this dump
учетные
to
данные,
get credentials from it, passwords, and so on.
И также в другой из атак использовался
And in another attack,
exploit potato из
they used the EFS potato from the potato exploits system.
По сути, он нужен для
family, and it is there to escalate vulnerability to
для поднятия до уровня системы.
Escalate to the system level.
И это что касается атак. И также мы сделали для вас скрипт, который позволит настроить те директории, которые были сказаны ранее, для того, чтобы настроить мониторинг директорий через
for you to set up the monitoring of directories through PowerShell. If you have any questions, please connect to me through the Telegram or through the links you can see in the screen. Thank you.
Коллеги, всем привет. Я думаю, все вы помните такую прекрасную игру
hello.
«Герои меча и магии».
I think you remember the heroes of might and magic, and I like this blinding spell they have there. Okay, do we have a similar spell in real life and in our SOC work? My name is Kirill Rupasov. I'm technical director of the K2 cybersecurity SOC. I've spent almost 20 years in IT, 15 years I've been dealing with InfoSec, and for 6 years I've been dealing with SOCs. Okay. In the fall, I was talking about setting up and controlling the audit systems we have for a specific host. And you are welcome to scan the QR code and read or listen to this speech. I have some other references to some other speeches, so you're welcome to have a look. Okay.
Есть несколько точек, на которые мы можем так или иначе воздействовать, а именно это точка.
There are several things we can target: the source, the broker, and the monitoring system, and the IRP system. What can we do to them? Okay. Let's talk about the sources. Let's look at the Windows system. How do they gather events, or how do they trace events? We have a producer, someone who provides events to us. We have the consumer consuming these events. Now we have a controller having a look at all of this. So similarly, the most simple thing would be to kind of clear the logs. But this doesn't always work like that. Why so? Because we have buffers. We have 64 of them. 2 of them are for the system, the other ones are for the user. So if we delete some events from the logs, they're still there in the buffer. We can try to find them. Okay, but we still have some ways to change the situation. And the most straightforward way would be to impact the policies we use with the source. How can it be done? So what are the policies? Well, we have different kinds of them. So we have the saved policies, those who are saved somewhere, and the effective ones are those which are being used. So where do we store them? In the registry file. So these are the policies coming from the audit call system and audit CSV, and this is stored in the expanded audits part.
Here's how it looks. There's a table that shows where both are stored. The table comes from a very good article, a very good paper. You're welcome to scan the QR code here and read it. So this is what the table tells us. Now, audit call, there's something that's stored in the memory, but what's shown is in the registry file that I mentioned previously, and here's how it could help us. By changing the registry file, we can give our admin false information. So one thing is in our RAM. We'll have something in our RAM. And then we'll also get what's in the registry. Okay, what else can we do? We can change the SDDL of the log. By changing the SDDL, we allow or disallow to a particular app to read this log and to make sure that events end up where we want them to be. We've got to provide the log reading rights. If we don't do that, then the events will not be recorded. But the monitoring system would most likely notice that and would tell us that something's wrong with the audit. So we need to do something about that. And we do this by creating our own log and sending a certain event there. So here we send the event with the session name and the timestamp.
И, в общем-то, нам не важно обычно, какое содержимое будет в этом самом событии.
It doesn't matter what is the content of that event, because the monitoring system will only monitor the event ID and much less likely would monitor the log. Later, I'll show you which log we can use. And can we do configuration in a more granular way? Well, say there's Sysmon, and here we have the Sysmon configuration. We can see rules and the hash of the rules. Excellent. But the hash is not monitored. So we can change the rules branch of the registry, and thus we'll change the rules. And through this, we'll be able to exclude an event or a process in our monitoring. For example, I experimented in changing the rules branch. And what's interesting is that there won't be any event of changing configuration. We have changed configuration, but it hasn't been logged. No one will see it.
В рамках вашего мониторинга очень важно не забывать по мониторингу вот
In your
этих
monitoring,
ветвей. И
it's
самое
important
интересное,
to
обычно
monitor
где-то в
those
этом
branches as well. And again,
опять же,
what's funny is that
смотрите за изменением ветвей, смотрите за изменением файликов.
you won't be able to read about it anywhere.
Как-то взаимодействуют с этими ветвями.
Not too many processes work with these branches, so it's quite easy to do something with them.
Именно на Windows Event Collector.
Let's now look at the Windows Event Collector.
Какими-то оснастками, то мы можем накидать XPub запрос и тем самым накинуть те журналы, например, компенсационные журналы, которые нам будут сглаживать наши наш поток, увеличивая его.
That would tweak
мы можем конкретно
the
исключить те или
event flow.
иные события из мониторинга. Например,
And we can exclude certain events from monitoring. For example, here
хороший процесс, он правда не вирус,
we exclude some process
не верьте тому, что написано.
whose name says in Russian, this is certainly not a virus, .exe.
Но вот запуск утилиты обязательно к контролю
There's
и
a launch
то, что туда заливается.
of a utility.
В противном случае мы можем получить ту самую проблему,
And
что
we've got to
что-то
monitor
перестает быть видимым.
what's recorded.
Ну и в завершении хотелось бы проговорить
In conclusion,
про уязвимости наших систем мониторинга.
I want to talk about the vulnerabilities of our monitoring systems. Here I'll talk about the most blatant, the simplest things on how we can exploit those systems,
например, большой поток событий.
such as, for example,
Такой незамысловатой командой мы можем
large event flow.
на 514 порт. Причем
With this command, we can send events to port 514. So there would be quite a large number of those, and each of them will be quite big, which means that we'll start accumulating queues. And why? Because they contain regular expressions, and that's a heavy process.
Отработка вот этого скрипта
And as practice shows, this script
может сложить
running
до нескольких часов.
for 5 minutes would overload a CM for a few hours time. And the only way to bring it back to life is to kill the queue. And this means that we'll kill the events that we're interested, the event logs that we're interested in, and we'll be blind again. And there is no reasonable protection against this very simple command. One thing we can try, something I discussed with colleagues recently, is to try and balance, to install some additional brokers, such as Stashlog. But even that doesn't help. There's quite a high probability that we'll run into a problem.
Более тонкая и интересная идея — это большое число.
A more elegant idea is a large number not of events but of incidents. We can generate events that would create a lot of false positives in terms of incidents. And what would this give us? First, it would create some information noise for our analysts. Second, we have a lot of automation that would be triggered, and there's a probability that they would run out of memory. And
скрипты находятся на нашем CM или
if those scripts are in our CM or ERP,
CM-систему или ERP-систему, они у нас
it is our process that will get
Я рассказывал в прошлом году на этой же сцене, вот здесь вот можно опять же пройти.
How we can address that, I spoke about last year. You can follow the QR code to listen to it. And it's important to manage the queues that accumulate.
Собственно говоря, про этот пайп я в прошлом году и рассказывал.
It's important to manage the pipeline.
Наши системы, в принципе, против этого достаточно эффективны.
And our systems are quite effective against it. In conclusion,
очень внимательно следует следить за тем
config
аудита, который у нас.
You should carefully observe the config of the audit that you have.
И очень важно смотреть за теми местами, где у нас хранятся эти самые конфиги. Очень внимательно нужно следить за тем потоком,
where the configs are stored.
приходят события. Почему?
It's important to monitor, to understand what are the logs from which the events come from, because the threat actor can
Важно для вашей CM-системы устраивать нагрузочные тестирования,
mislead you.
понимать, как
It is
устроена
important
архитектура и
to
как ведет
do
себя
stress
ваш
testing,
пайплайн.
to understand the architecture, to understand how your pipeline operates, and also important to back up.
Бэкапируемое
To
и
back up what
балансировать
you
всё, что
can
можно
back up
сбалансировать.
and to
В
balance
противном
what you
случае
can
это
balance.
как-то становится не очень эффективным. На этом все. Подписывайтесь
And that is the end of
на наш
my
телеграм-канал.
presentation.
Приходите к нам.
Please
Если у
subscribe
вас
to our
есть
Telegram
какие-то
channel.
вопросы, я какое-то
If you have
время
any
буду
questions,
находиться где-то вот здесь,
I will be around
скорее всего, возле
somewhere here
буду
for a
рад на
while.
них ответить. Примерно то же
I
самое
will be
мы можем
happy to
сделать
answer your
с
questions.
системами. Могу немножко порассказывать о них. На этом все. Спасибо за
And
внимание.
that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Да, ну, я с радостью вам.
Раз, два, три. Всем привет. На меня не налезла петличка, поэтому я буду выступать с микрофоном. Вот. Так вышло, поэтому уж что теперь поделать. Меня зовут Алексей Гришин.
Microphone is the only microphone that fits me.
15 занимаю всякие разные должности.
So I'll use that. I'm Alexei Grishin, and for the past 15 years I have held various positions, starting with the word C.
Мероприятия по направлению информационной безопасности.
And we
в принципе,
organize events in information security.
And
I have quite an appetite for teaching and sharing my experience, and it led me here. And I want to share my experience and even pain, perhaps, about how
вы сделали сами у себя на своем компьютере и как его из вашего
your own developed software works and how you turn it from your pet project into a product, and whether an open source or otherwise. And my presentation will consist of two parts. In the first part, I will talk about open source and the pitfalls there, and in the second part, we'll talk about commercial development, how it works, what we have available in Russia. We'll learn some new terminology. As a trainer, I can't miss the joy of teaching you some new stuff. And before I move to another slide, because I have a little bit more time from the previous speaker, please raise your hands. Who of you have a repository on GitHub? Great. And please keep your hands. Those who have a license in that repository. Okay, 3 hands still remain. That's great. Our statistics here is a little bit worse than the official statistics. If we look at all repositories on GitHub, only 3 out of 7 have some kind of a license. And it's not good, because if your product that you believe to be open source because you published it on GitHub, if you don't apply any license to it, it's not open source. That's how it works. And GitHub is concerned about it, and you can follow this link to review the manual to this effect. A study demonstrated that if a product is not licensed in any way, it has a high risk. It's like a flip of the coin, 50-50. You can either be fined for this product and you won't be able to use it commercially going forward if you include it in your software. Well, anyway, it's not a good story. And the median, if a product doesn't have a license, then it stops getting updated, and essentially it's not maintained in a year's time. So if your GitHub repositories are longer than a year, it's yet another argument to consider. And here's an overview of the various types of licenses, and you can see that most of the licenses are MIT. And do you know why? If you followed the previous link, the first option that you're given is MIT or MITM, and you just Control-C, Control-V that, and that's why 40% of licenses are MITM. So that's simply people are lazy. A good type of license is copyleft. It allows you to disseminate the code without making it proprietary. So if your code is public, then the next one who copied it would say, no, this is my IP and you can't disseminate it further. And copyleft is when you mark your code that it can be disseminated without any restriction. So copyright is individual intellectual property, copyleft is unrestricted intellectual property. And not just GitHub says, has a study on licenses. There are other studies that show that if you don't make progress with your code, it gets obsolete. Imagine you have a boat, and if you don't use it regularly, if you don't put it to water regularly, if you don't maintain it, then in time it will be covered in algae and would drown. So if you have a project, you're welcome to use an open source license and maintain your code. But if you follow a more sophisticated path. And if you want to really build a product out of your homegrown code, then there are a few approaches. But first, let's learn a few terms in terms of glossary. First is FIPS, the Federal Institute for Industrial Property, the single registry for Russian software, NMA, and the last two, the Federal State Agency for Export Control and the Federal Security Service. You know them, I don't need to explain them to you. So software has three maturity stages when it's commercial. Stage one is when you develop your product and a special organization with the Russian Patent Agency acknowledges that it is you are the author of it. And you want to send it to this Federal Institute of Industrial Property to have your IP properly registered. Importantly, we have to put software on our balance sheet. That is why you want to be a sole trader or a limited liability company. Sole trader would be enough, but there are limitations that I'll talk about later. The next maturity stage is not only when you take out your IP certificate, but also this software
извиняюсь, на это программное обеспечение получили от Минцифры, нет Роспатента, информацию о том, что да, действительно, ваше программное обеспечение соответствует всем
a clearance from the Ministry of Digital saying that your software complies with all the requirements and is now included in the registry. And you will have the registry number, and you would be able to demonstrate everyone that your software is in the registry. And this gives you a number of perks, such as, for example, you wouldn't have to pay the VAT from the sales of your software, and you also can get some tax benefits. I'll talk about that later. And if your software relates to encryption or processes personal data or is applied in some special applications, then you've got to have a certification from the State Exports Authority or the Federal State Security Service. Okay, I have a personal pain and even perhaps a trauma because I patented software twice. First time around it was 7 years ago. Then I was a postgraduate and I needed to get the special points to make sure that you comply with all the requirements for your PhD. Well, I didn't take the PhD. Anyway, as I was trying to take out a patent, I came across a situation that I had to personally go there. I have to physically bring all the documents, all the papers to write a manual. And if the manual is found faulty, you would have to change it. You would have to change it at some bit again. Well, that was curious, that was nice experience, but honestly I didn't like it. 7 years on, and in February this year, I had to go through this procedure again. And you know what changed? Everything changed. Literally everything changed. Now, to file for a patent, you go to the Gosuslugi government's e-portal, you scan all the documents, you attach it to the application, and sign it with an electronic signature. If something is not according to the rules, you will get feedback, you will correct and resend. So the procedure has become much faster. If previously it took about a month, now you can do it in a week's time. And there are examples when it only took a few days' time. So please don't shy away from this. It's quite easy to get a certificate. All you need is to make sure you follow all the rules. So the next thing, what is this RRPO or the single registry of software? What are the perks? Well, first it's the
только в тех ситуациях, когда
fact that you will be in some limited list of software titles, because you will only be included on that registry if your organization that issues the software is 51% owned by a Russian owner. Okay, so you will need the certificate for the code that you get in the previous stage, and also you have to go through all the procedures of the Ministry of Digital. And there are some requirements. That is, you've got to provide support, you've got to have a manual, you've got to have the rules of installing and deinstalling the software. It's not rocket science. You've got to create some 6 to 8 documents that you would need for your software, and you're good to file. But once you file for the inclusion of the registry, you will get a lot of perks. First is VAT. And this means that your software would be cheaper for your clients by 20%. You would get more customers. And an important argument is access to government orders, because government orders are quite widespread in this country. And one final thing that is required only for those who want to work in information security, and I think that most of you are like that in this audience. So if you do some encryption or if you process personal data, you would need to get some licenses and certificates. In terms of the FSS certificates, there's an important limitation. Sole traders cannot get them, so you've got to be limited liability company if you want to do that. If you are incorporated under another organizational form, there will be a lot of limitations and restrictions, and you won't be able to get a development license and properly license your software. With the state export control agency, it's easier. You can get a registration being a sole trader. It's more difficult than if you are a limited liability company, but it is possible. And then potentially your software can be used in some high-profile applications and perhaps working with state secrets. Examples are rare, but there are some. Okay, to summarize and then leave a couple of minutes for questions. You have two ways of how you convert your homegrown software that you developed in the evenings for yourself into a software product. First is to make it open source, but you should be smart about it. You should review the licenses that are there. You choose the right license
необходимым там на GitHub начать получать звезды.
And make it available on GitHub, start getting your stars. And remember that GitHub is not a trouble-free environment, it's more of a minefield. And therefore, you've got to make sure that you implement the right license when you put anything on GitHub. And secondly, you should start marketing or selling your software. And to do that, you want to get registered, you want to get certified, you want to get on the registry of software and pay taxes. And because if you don't pay taxes, you would have to pay taxes as well as the fines for not paying taxes. That's it from me. Any questions?
Нет ни одного вопроса.
No questions. Oh, I can see one.
Смотри, история в следующем. У нас в России практика судебная, она беспрецедентная. Что это значит?
The court practice is not driven by precedent.
Случай, скажем так,
This means that if there was a previous case, you cannot refer to it, you cannot rely on it, that there will be the same ruling on judgments in your case. So every time that you take software that is not properly documented, that doesn't have a license, that is in the gray area, so to say, it's difficult to predict the outcome in your particular case. Often that depends on how strong your legal team is, and the stronger the legal team, the more chances you have of a good outcome for you and proving that you use that software legitimately. But if you have a choice of using something with an open source license and using something more effective but with an unclear license, then from the economic standpoint is to take the first option and just to improve it.
Там еще один есть.
Кодингом и вообще как общество, ну, сообщество разработчиков.
Такая, vibe-кодинг.
Well, that's a popular topic, vibe coding.
Лицензии на продукты, защищенные при помощи.
Тут зависимость от того, какая
What about the licensing? It depends on what neural network generates it. The point is that in vibe coding, you don't write your code, the AI writes the code for you. And the neural network has different scenarios of generation. There's one that does very good visual frameworks.
И использование DeepSeek, они разные.
Or you can use DeepSeek.
На твой вопрос однозначно. Нужно
So
читать соглашение.
it depends on what neural network you use, and you've got to read the user agreements for the neural network that you are using.
Да, давайте попробуем.
So, if there's an open source software, and if it's free of charge, then how can you monetize it other than buy me a coffee or paid support? Well, commercialization in open source. The point about open source, commercialization is impossible. You can either get a donation when someone gives you some financial aid. And the second option is that you can provide paid services for your open source. And so support is an example of a paid service. And also, based on the open source, you can have a fork that could be commercial. Think Red Hat. Red Hat had a good commercial option of a validated software that had good supports and that operated on subscription basis. And there was the Fedora thing that was for free. Okay, and I guess that's the last one. Okay, let's take the last one and then please let me go.
Подскажите, какие гарантии есть у ПО, проверенного Минцифрами, что позволяет им участвовать в тендерах?
Okay, the Ministry of Digital, what are the guarantees you need to take part in the tender process? Well, the idea is that in the public tenders we have some constraints. We cannot procure, well, I understand that it depends on a platform, but you cannot buy software outside of this registry. So, if you don't have the software in the registry, so you cannot buy it according to the tender process. There are some other loopholes people use here. We can discuss it offline. But the overall idea is straightforward. Okay, if you have it in the registry, then you can sell it. What are the guarantees? So, before they add you to the registry, they ask you to tell them the cost of the price of the software, how you spread it. So on-prem or SaaS, and so on. So what kind of support or how you provide support. And when you publish, they may call this number and so on. So these are existing kind of checks. And then you have an installation manual and you have software requirements, like you install it on some Linux cores or you deploy it in Windows servers and so on and so forth. So the installation requirements. So these are the overall requirements, and they will be be checked by the Ministry of Digital guys. So they will deploy your software and they will make sure it is in line with the requirements. So there are some requests there, they do checks and they ask extra questions and so on and so forth. So this takes, I think, a month or a month and a half. So this would be like organizational checks, not the code, whether it's going to work or not. Well, this is not kind of so this is not about security. So we have some security issues, but this is not about security.
Безопасности разработки ПО это тоже не касается.
Okay. It's not about safe development. Well, they might run some lab tests to see your security, but this is not done by the Ministry of Digital. It's done by some other agency. Okay. Hello, everyone.
Меня зовут Тимур, и я
My name
в
is
лаборатории
Timur.
университета и моей компании RAFT занимаюсь проблемами тестирования безопасности приложений на базе языковых моделей.
Various apps which are LLM-based, and I'm an AI engineer. I work for Raft. Okay, please raise your hands if you are excited by saying LLM. So who deals with the LLMs or uses them somehow? So who has used LLMs for the apps? Okay, I have one hand, two hands. Okay, three hands. Okay, maybe in a year we'll have more hands like that. Okay, what brought me there? A year ago, when I was doing my bachelor thesis, I was developing a chatbot for students to help them answer the questions they have usually plenty of. It was okay until guys from the InfoSec department came and started using some jailbreaks here. Okay, this is the university chat bot. It is saying some strange things, but who knows? Okay, this is the problem, that you should somehow test this to see whether your apps, which are LLM-based, are secure or not. This is the issue I faced, and I started digging deeper. So this is the toy pen tester who has this black box of LLM, but this is not a magic box at all. No, this is just a mathematical model which based on the kind of connection between the words, like collocations, generates the next token or word, which is most probably like a cat likes slipping in where? Maybe a box. So you can see that the probability is higher. So these LLMs and generative AI models, they are powered by probability algorithms stochastic algorithms. That's why their answers, like classical algorithms, are not predetermined. If you give them A as an input, you will not necessarily get B as an output, or maybe C. This causes our problems. So how to deal with it? Okay, we need to test it. We need to test it. So the data set should be big for testing. We understand you can build it manually, but you can also use big this large language models, LLM versus LLM. It was done quite time ago, just 2 years ago. They say here is an LLM which has an attacker. Its system prompt is that you are a red team supporter, and the other tested model. So you kind of try to generate a jailbreak, how to hotwire a car, and so they start this assessment, and so they kind of the assessor kind of tells the attacker whether the jailbreak works well or not. So these researchers said that 20+ iterations are needed for the tested system to tell us how to hotwire a car, well, as if she is or it is a safety engineer or security engineer. This was used in the Microsoft PyRead system. We have the attacker system, the tested system, and the judge system or model. So this is how it works. We also have the strong reject open framework, which is referred to in the system cards by OpenAI when they test the models. So they ask questions concerning various categories of malware, something illegal, some services, crime, and so on and so forth. And they use it to kind of understand the output of the models. Okay, we know how to identify toxicity, but we have another issue. When we started using chatbots, our customers ask about hallucinations. Okay, number one, we should understand who hallucinates. Maybe it's not the model, but us. We expect some right answers. We are hallucinating. Why so? If we look at the way we kind of train models, they are kind of preference tuned. So why they took up as ChatGPT? Because they opened their model to the world, people came and started tagging it, whether they like the answers or not. And that's how they kind of trained the models so that they should be liked. But whether it's right or not, this is like secondary outcomes for them. Okay, let's look at the university chatbot. If we kind of refer to some vice rector that he or she has something there, so and just this is an invented thing, and the chatbot just confirms this because chatbots are taught to be liked by users. And okay, how do you kind of test these guys? Okay, we have a pipeline for this test, and we have two questions here. So how to tune and pick the system prompt for the attacker, for the tested model, and for the judge. Okay, let's talk about hallucinations. Okay, what are the categories we have highlighted? And we have kind of told the judge model this. Okay, a mismatch. We take one answer from the system, another system from the answer from the system. This so here we could use some tricks. There could be direct inconsistencies, implausible statements, the use of some provocations. We have two strategies here, some logical. So we take one statement, the opposite statement, and see what the LLM does. And the second one is like flattery. We just say that Banga said that 2020 will have kind of the end of the world, and see what the model tells us. Okay,
So we take the attacker. We did it last year with the students, and so these are the most popular models: Saga, DeepSeek, Coder, before they became popular. And we took three tested systems: Vopрошалыч, this is the university chatbot, the LM psychologist, and an agent booking hotels. So, and three students as taggers, well, assessed which prompts are good, bad, or neutral, and how the tested system behaves. And here are the results. Okay, resilient. It means that it kind of pushed back and provided right resources. Broken. We also have broken results. Well, to make a good comparison, we need to we'll take some broken elements. So we should have them with a resilient element. So what do? We take a big LLM and rephrased these requests and prompts. And so we have another scenario for this. We attacked it, the LLM, and then we look for the answers. So we didn't have enough of them, so we rephrased them, and this was a simple system prompt we used. So this is the rating for the judge model. So the state-of-the-art models have a good F1 score. This means that they don't have too many false results, and they kind of are quite good. But if it's okay in terms of the false results, we can have a look at this manually anyway, and we can see good results coming from a small 3 billion model from an extremist company, and also the big guy made by the Moscow State University, and we used it, and so the highest ISR was shown by Mr. Large, the attacker. So we have Vopрошалыч as a desert, and we have the RuAdapt-Quen as the judge. So we have the PyRead, and we also have hallucinations. So we have Lemata. This is an open source we develop with colleagues. We pick the tests for logic and flattery, and then we launch the system. And so we see that logical can be 4, so it was more or less resilient, 6 to 4. And we can see that if we see flattery, then almost everything is broken. Okay, what does it mean? This is an attacker prompt, so we have some rector's decree that so you can have a vacation for 3 months if you have some extreme sports. And so the model, kind of this Vopрошалыч chat says, okay, we have it. Okay, you might tell us, why are you sharing with us all these anecdotes from your student life? We are discussing an important InfoSec conference here. And both yesterday and today we've heard about MCP and AI agents, all these trendy technologies, and now agents are entrusted with managing different things. So now, kind of, it's flattery in the university chat, and we also had a hotel chat board, and it booked a room for us for one kind of local currency equivalent for 2 nights. So the question is whether you can share this. Well, indeed, you can. You can do this, and this is my GitHub code, Lemata, my Telegram channel. They have a pinned information for the university security channel. By the way, with Lemata, so in room 25, Popov will also speak at the open source fair. So please come to us, and please come to the university website, to the ITMO website.
Так, у нас формат с вопросами без...
Okay, shall we have questions?
Нет. Ну, значит,
No
да,
questions?
пообщаться.
Okay.
И всем хорошего дня и хорошего фестиваля.
Have a good day. Have a good fast.
Коллеги, всем привет! Рад вас всех видеть. С вами
Colleagues, hello.
И на самом деле даже рассказываю.
Pleasure to be here. And now I'd like to highlight a really topical issue in the field of InfoSec, which is often overlooked, the insider threats, the information leaks. Information leaks are the most problematic threat in terms of the consequences and your impact on business. But most companies, when they start building their InfoSec systems, focus on the external kind of threats, so that the hackers, competitors, external threat engines shouldn't break your systems and shouldn't disrupt them and shouldn't get access to the data inside the systems. But they kind of lose sight of the fact that there are many people employed by companies, those who have access to the data. They know where the data is stored, how valuable it is, who might be interested in that, and so they have this simple thing. They should just take this data out of the corporate environment. And you know, the boundaries. Sometimes they are just one click away from their home or their office. On one tab you can see a CRM system and a letter to a country, and on the other tab you can sell an email to your grandma, and you can do it on purpose. Sometimes people work in some secure environments, but still there are many chances of stealing information. They have fast internet, big storage, mobile storage, and we have cameras, and might steal information, and it has been stolen, and employers don't know this. So if this is not seen, it doesn't mean it is not there. If I close my eyes, it will not disappear. And we have these leaks, and we find them mentioned by mass media. We can see some public forum available, darknet messages, and so on. So it means that information is being leaked from various companies of various sizes, countries, and so on. This is not a local issue that people are stealing here but not there. Well, they're stealing everywhere. And the more developed digitally the community is, the more leakages you'll have, because the value of information is higher. It's easier to monetize. And I'll share with you one case like that. It happened in 2012 in the AMD company. I think you know the company. They develop GPUs and CPUs. In this company, the strategic development vice president, well, this is a good position, was a guy called Robert Feuerstein. At some time, he decided that he was fed up. He was leaving the company. But you know, it's not like the classical way, I'm tired, I'm leaving. No, he did it in a different way. He just went to another employer. And sometime before he left the company, he started kind of getting ready for this. I think you kind of imagine how he was preparing. Well, you shouldn't, be a rocket science expert. Everything was straightforward. He was copying the data he had access to. Some people say, oh, he's a bad guy. And I can tell you, well, he is an average guy. He is an okay guy, just like everyone. Please believe my experience of over 15 years in terms of AI. Everybody is doing it. Even statistically speaking, those who are getting less loyal, who are going to leave the company, they are about 5 times more often responsible for leaks than the average. But this is statistically proven. In practice, I believe those who start copying data before before leaving the company is close to 100%. This is not just some special type of people, not aliens. They are people like you and me. And let us count this. Okay, raise your hand if within last 10 years you have changed your employer. Okay, and who had some data from the previous employer? Okay, this is not for some evil ideas. No, just to be on the safe side. Maybe you had some good ideas. If the guys call me for this, I will help them. Well, I should have this data just in case. Okay, I was surprised to see fewer hands. Maybe this is a professional bias or something. I don't know, maybe I should adjust my statistics. Okay, let's go back to this situation. Robert Feuerstein, he's sitting there in 2012 and copying his data. You might say, well, he cannot copy anything because it was blocked, the alerts worked, and the security guys came to talk to this guy to prevent this from happening. No, nothing like that happened. He just copied his data. He signed all the papers and went home. It was done on Friday, July the 13th, 2012. On Monday, July the 16th, he joined NVIDIA. And then it started looking differently, because you understand that NVIDIA is their major GPU competitor. And some might say, okay, and if you have this beautiful position, what can you steal? What kind of data did he have access to? Maybe some draft of presentation for the designer, or the list of those to get bonuses, or maybe some quarterly report, some results. Well, I don't know. I frankly don't know what he had stolen. I didn't have a look at all the files, and I don't think it would be possible physically, because the total number of the files was more than 100,000 files. 100,000 files had been stolen, and I'm confident that, well, some of the data is irrelevant, but I'm pretty much sure that this included some important data which would give competitive advantage to the other company. Well, I'm really sure of that, and this is a key thing. So why in 2025 I'm talking about the leakage of 2012? Because only now, with time, we can understand the real effect of this leakage. Well, in terms of internal security or internal affairs, we have this issue. We cannot always monetize all the leakages. Okay, they copy the data. What comes next? Was this used somehow? What were the consequences? And so on. So we have more answers than questions here, and we are kind of playing this guessing game. But if we look at some long-time horizons, we could have some more determined, kind of clear understanding of the consequences. Okay, now in 2025, in 2012, AMD AMD and NVIDIA, they were more or less the same players. They were peers. They competed coming first or second in a row. In 2025, well, AMD, the one who had this leakage, well, they haven't been bankrupt. They're working fine. I saw their financial reports. They're generating profit. They trade well at the stock exchange. But NVIDIA has become the most expensive company globally. So I will remind you of why it happened. But for me personally, this kind of chain of events that somebody stole some data, brought it to a competitor, and the competitor grew dramatically, got some advantage. I can see it clearly. This is really a clear-cut situation. Some technical details for you. You are experts, so I hope you want to know how this happened in reality. Well, I mentioned that this guy just copied and left the office, but it means that he got caught somewhere, right? Because we are telling the story. It happened. And AMD later launched some investigation, so they didn't know that they had lost something. With time, when they received some evidence that the information had been leaked, some negative consequences, that's when they started fretting and looking for things. And for a long time, they couldn't understand what was going on. They didn't have any, triggers. Maybe we wouldn't have learned if Robert himself hadn't helped us out. Here is how it all worked out. We don't have any sophisticated, schemes here. How you can steal information, in this complex way. But it was quite clear. He came with a hard drive. He connected it through the USB port, and he was just Control-C, Control-V in all these files. 100,000 files were copied to the hard disk drive, and this is, USB 2.0. So this is not an SSD. So this is the slower version. So these corporate files, they were kind of small. Well, 100,000 files is a big thing. So we can imagine that he took time to copy all this. And you know what he did? He started Googling how to speed up the copying process from his working laptop. And this search query was used as a trigger for this investigation. It kind of revealed the whole chain. And they also found the serial files he tried to get, and so on. Okay, let's go back to NVIDIA and why it is not the most expensive company globally anymore. It happened in January, when the Chinese launched the DeepSeek neural network and the algorithm. It is much less demanding in terms of computing needs, like ChatGPT and so on and so forth. And this destroyed their market value big time. So why? GPUs and neural network, AI, what's the connection?
But video cards or GPUs are not only for gaming, but also for AI and crypto mining, for that matter. And GPUs are also used to develop LLMs and other AI systems. AI today is not just a technology, it is power, it is some currency, maybe the super weapon of the future. And countries such as the US, India, China have already mentioned about their ambition in this. They invest billions, they participate in real race for AI. This is quite common to happen in human history. Of the ones that influenced the most the modern world, first was the race of dreadnought ships that countries started building in early 20th century.
Она завершилась в 1916 году.
It ended in 1916.
Не завершилась, нет, это ее апофеоз был.
It didn't end, it rather peaked. It peaked in a particular battle when the loss by Germany of that battle dictated the defeat in the First World War, led to the Second World War, and led to the nuclear race. And now we can see the next race, the AI race. We can have no doubt that the countries who win would get a major competitive edge over others because they will dictate their policy, they will promote their values, they would influence the minds of billions of people. So, next time, when you see a leak from a commercial company, you may think, well, it's nothing out of the ordinary. But think differently. What if this seemingly small incident in information security may influence not just the fate of this company, but maybe the fate of a nation and maybe the humankind? So please don't overlook information security. And this is the end of my presentation.
Добрый день, меня зовут Антон Степанов.
Good afternoon, I'm Anton Stepanov, and I do investigations. Often in investigation, you look at an attack and you ask yourself a question. How did it happen? Well, it's all very obvious. You can see all of that. Why didn't you notice that? And I will try to give you an answer during my 15 minutes. In the past 3 years, the number of attacks on the infrastructure in our country is growing larger for some unknown reason. They are becoming more and more in number.
Появляется больше атакующих.
Because there are more and more attackers, and it's not that they have been trained as super professionals for 10 years somewhere in a monastery up in the mountains. No, it's about young, motivated, driven people who have their own goals and who, even not having enough experience, start engaging in their activity that we see illegal. And often in that activity, they make mistakes. Sometimes they are very banal, and sometimes they are obvious, but not everyone notices them. And today I want to talk about the biggest mistakes that are out there and how can they be noticed. It would be good if admins and infrastructure owners knew where to look, how to look, what to see, and what's to be done if you find some strange activity in your infrastructure. We'll talk about a few such things, and the first thing is human factor. A human is the weakest link in any system, whether you are on the defense side but also on the attack side. And often these guys who are the threat actors because of their low experience, they
в инфраструктуру самый простой? Ну, конечно
do
же,
some stupid things. Well, the simplest way to get into an infrastructure is phishing, and you can do phishing right, and you can do it wrong. And when preparing a phishing which seems wrong, which works, by the way, equally effective as the phishing done right, well, threat actors make mistakes, and I'll give you a couple of examples. In the first instance, the guys got access to one of the emails. They saw their luck, and they wanted to do a mass mailing across the company with some 30,000 people working there. The email, they weren't too meticulous about it. The email was from an HR, and it contains a file contract.rar, and inside that document there was a VBS document. So in that company, 29,999 people responded appropriately to that email, reporting it to security or deleting it. And one person, the most persistent one, has been opening this letter for 2 years, for 2 hours, and the attackers were able to get access to the infrastructure. Another instance is a similar one. Phishing, not done quite right, still reached the goal. The addressee sent the letter to the CISO, and the CISO opened the email and let the attacker in.
Когда атака происходит, как правило, по опыту еще ни разу не было такого, чтобы на каком-то из этапов атаки, вот если мы посмотрим на матрицу MITRE-ATTACK,
well, if we look at the MITRE matrix, in the center there are stages that are inside an attack, from the breach to damage.
Всегда происходит сработка какого-нибудь средства защиты. Чаще всего это антивирус.
At some of these stages, some defense mechanism fires, probably an antivirus. And this happens because the young threat actors don't quite understand how the infrastructure works. And here's another example. Okay, so these guys got on the infrastructure, established control of the domain, and they decided to put encryption malware in 100 servers and launch it manually. And so they put the encryption malware on the first server, and it doesn't work. And what they do, they emulate a double-click in the Explorer. It doesn't work, and they don't understand why it doesn't. Then they launched cmd.exe, and it doesn't work. The problem was in the antivirus, and they understood that, and they disabled it. Yes, that one was difficult to respond to because that was the later stage in the attack. But sometimes the antivirus works in a very early stage, but no one responds to that. And it's important to pay attention to detail, because this is characteristic of both young threat actors, but also more advanced threat actors. Sometimes you have a CM, and well, from time to time an event happens that no one responds to, or you get a host in your infrastructure with some funny name. Your external software would report to the infrastructure owners, but they would be deaf to it. They would say, well, this is probably our admin is playing games. Or there's a Cobalt strike instance, and again there's no response. In the past 12 months we have seen when attackers went on the infrastructure and really used it as a training ground to hone their skills. They practiced their own drills there. It's quite difficult to notice that as well. Here you've got a list of means of access to infrastructure, and all of that was installed installed on the host managed by the admin.
Программном обеспечении был интересный нейминг самого ПО.
And if you look,
Присутствовали какие-то символы,
there was some funny
ни на
naming
кириллицу, ни на латиницу.
there, which didn't look like either Cyrillic or Latin letters. And if the admin was paranoid enough and opened the task manager from time to time, he would have seen that it is not something that
Никто не смотрит
is of their
на
making.
свой
But no one does that.
host.
No one looks at their own host.
А там можно на самом деле найти много всего интересного.
And you can find some funny things there.
Иероглифические символы
Okay, if you
команд
see
запущенного программного обеспечения,
hieroglyphics there,
скорее всего, не вы сделали, да? И
then most likely those
еще
processes
иногда нужно посмотреть в различные места, где хранятся
were not
истории
introduced by you.
команд в различные командные интерпретаторы.
You can also look up the history of commands typed into various interpreters. Here, the threat actors tried to practice, and seemingly they worked from playbooks, and sometimes they made mistakes.
Была забита вся история PowerShell.
And this was all over PowerShell. Again, if you review that from time to time,
работая со своей инфраструктурой, будет здоровым параноиком.
Those of you who manage infrastructure would be paranoid enough in the good sense of the word. There's a high chance that you would find this. Well, you can object that, okay, you can look up one host. What if you have thousands of hosts? Yes, I agree. But here you can use a method that I call a checkpoints method. Say there's a female dormitory. It has many doors and many windows, but you can only get inside through a checkpoint, through a janitor. And the same should work in the company. You have a perimeter in your company. Inside there, you have services and you have servers, but everything that's inside should connect to the external networks through one control checkpoint. And if you look at this checkpoint, then you would be able to find traces of the less experienced attackers. For example, you would be able to see traffic to IP addresses and ports that are not used in your company altogether, such as 8443 port is sometimes used, but not always. And in this example in particular, this port was not used. But the attackers, because they were lazy or for various other reasons, they have prepared the infrastructure for them, and then they use it from one target to another without any modification. And if the network admin comes on Monday morning and checks what was happening during the weekend, there's high probability that they can find something, such as in this screenshot. You can see how 1.2 terabyte of data was stolen from a company. They breached into a company, they found something interesting, and they found it at one of the virtual machines. Well, getting things from virtual machines, you know, having the headache of the SQL and other technology is not convenient. They simply stole the backup of a virtual machine, 1.2 terabyte. They have been downloading it for about 24 hours, but no one paid attention. And the second screenshot is a positive example. When the admin came to his desk on Monday morning, poured a cup of coffee, checked what was going on during the weekend, and found some suspicious connect. Well, they blocked the connect and then started looking at what has been going on. And they found out that their infrastructure was compromised and there is a download. But luckily, the download was unsuccessful. Another example is when you have a shared infrastructure between the victim and the attacker. We have seen a situation when attackers breached into a company, looked around, and started installing miners. First, they were cautious, but then they started installing those miners everywhere. And in fact, they helped the company in administration. If there was some malware appearing, they
И в итоге за 3 года они намайнили
fought
там
that.
примерно
And so,
около 3 миллионов рублей.
over a period of 3 years, they mined some 3 million rubles. Whether that's a big amount, I don't know, but potentially that company was not the only target. And the way they were discovered was very straightforward. Some other attackers breached this infrastructure, and then they encrypted everything. And when we looked at the encryption attack, we saw that we found those guys who helped administer the infrastructure, but also had their own interest. Okay, so what's to be done? How do you avoid this? How can you see the mistakes that attackers make? Well, first of all, you've got to learn your infrastructure. You've got to know what you have, where it is, and how it interacts with external networks, how it works internally. You've got to know all that. Second,
необходимо отрабатывать все сработки всех средств защиты информации.
You've got to follow up on all the hits of all security tools. If an antivirus gives an alert, you've got to look into it. And often we can see that an antivirus is in a host and the events are not fed anywhere. You want to gather your events in one place, maybe have an event broker or have an antivirus control center. It's important that all of your events were in one place, and so that all of them were monitored. And importantly, you've got to understand how your system works, what's okay for it, what's not okay for it, what events you want to
И вот если вы будете следовать этим нехитрым
be suspicious about and what you may skip. And if you follow those rules, then hopefully we will never have to meet.
Здравствуйте, коллеги.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Меня зовут Павел Баглай.
I'm Pavel Boglai.
Я представляю АО НПК «Криптонит».
I'm from Kryptonit security company. I'm head of information security there.
Мы поговорим о том, как
And today we'll talk about
безопасное взаимодействие с внешними подрядчиками.
building a secure relationship with external contractors and partners.
Прежде чем говорить о защите, важно понимать, от кого именно мы защищаемся.
First, we need to understand who it is that we want to defend against. In this presentation, by business partners, I would mean all external organizations that have access to our infrastructure, to our IT systems and data. And so, question arises, why do we want to protect contractors? There's a growing practice that, or rather, the common practice is that information security talks to contractors at the very late stage when all the configurations have already been set up, and often, thus, the requirements of information security are not met or met formally or ignored.
Когда информационная безопасность не вовлечена в работу с самого
When information security is not involved from the start,
я выделил
it is possible to run into issues. And I've identified four main issues. First is the growth of the number of incidents of information security.
вытекающая, регуляторные штрафы и
Regulatory
регуляторов,
fines and violations of regulatory requirements,
ответственность,
and the
уголовной,
ensuing liability all the way to the criminal liability, and illusion of security, and lower trust in information security in general.
Чтобы выстроить нормальную защиту, нам нужно
To build good security, we need to understand who it is that we interact with.
Понимать, с кем мы взаимодействуем, и типизировать партнеров. Зачем
And
необходимо типизировать
classify
разных партнеров,
partners. Why do we want to do that?
каналы доступа.
Because different partners have different access channels,
Передается разная информация.
and different information flows through those channels.
И риски,
Consequently,
они тоже разные.
different risks arise.
Типизировать партнеров.
What would help us
Назначить уровни доверия,
group or classify our partners, allocate the levels of trust, choose the appropriate defense measures, and to understand the potential attack surface, and if there's an information security incident, to respond appropriately. So how can InfoSec learn about partners? Well, it's quite straightforward.
заявки на организацию
Legally binding contracts, applications to
инвентаризация
open
IT-активов
access,
и мониторинг
inventorization of IT assets,
сетевого трафика,
monitoring of network traffic,
и
event
всего,
logs,
что выходит вне периметра нашей организации.
and everything that
Также
flows outside of our organization.
реестр контрагентов,
We should also remember the counterparty registry from your financial team and your legal team.
Давайте посмотрим, как
Let us
разные типы
now look
партнеров
at how
отличаются между собой.
different types of partners differ.
Первый тип партнеров — это
The first type of partners is IT contractors, the most common and the most dangerous. Why? Because they use the most widespread access channels
какие-то уязвимости. И эти
that
уязвимости необходимо устранять самому подрядчику,
always
партнеру, которым он работает, заказчику.
get
Тоже контролирует, чтобы он
new
это
vulnerabilities.
исполнял. Также у IT-подрядчиков
IT contractors
имеется критический доступ ко всем
also
информационным
quite often
системам
have critical access to
и
information systems,
доступ к информации.
and they have
В отдельный
broad
тип
access to
партнерства
information.
государственных контрагентов и
I
фармеры. Почему?
have
Потому что есть
included
особенности
government agencies
взаимодействия
and federal
таких
government authorities in a separate category. Why? Because
аудитом информационной безопасности мы к ним не придем.
there's some specific
все будет выстроено правильно и хорошо.
there's some specific context of how you work with them. You can't audit them, but on paper
Чтобы не быть
their
абстрактным, я хочу
InfoSec
показать
looks good.
реальные кейсы, когда из-за игнорирования
And now I want to share with you some real cases when unacceptable events materialized.
информационная безопасность не заботилась.
First, when InfoSec did not make sure that once the contractor had minimum privileges, the contractor was breached, and through their infrastructure, the contractor was also breached. The next case is about a department in the US. There, the InfoSec did not restrict the keys to cloud infrastructure and authentication, and there was a compromise. And the US Treasury was also compromised as a result. The next case happened to a large security organization that didn't properly
страховой компании утекла,
monitor their customer, their contractor, and a database was leaked.
Количество успешных целевых компьютерных атак.
And a number of successful attacks were done using that information. And the last case that I want to share,
находится в юридической плоскости,
which has a legal aspect to it. There's a large contractor who didn't think of ensuring proper protection of its IP. The
не передал всю техническую документацию.
Contractor who did the work for them did not provide all the necessary technical documentation and demanded a high fee for their technical support. And this resulted in that company being technologically and legally dependent on that contractor. What conclusion can bring together all of these scenarios? All attack scenarios were not blocked, all access rights were granted by someone, but no one implemented the necessary restrictions of contractors.
Наглядно продемонстрировать проблематику, я привел такую вот международную статистику.
And I'm showing here some international statistics where 61% of companies came across incidents in information security because of external partners. 40% of companies have practices of risk assessments of third parties. Conclusions on the gap. 39% of companies have not been affected yet or don't know about it, and 21% of companies don't learn on their mistakes. So they have been affected, yet they haven't implemented the proper approach. So through this, we can conclude that the threat is real and widespread, and most companies are not prepared to incidents like this. Let's now talk about building information security with partners. And the first thing that information security should be capable of doing is working with objections. Processing objections. I've provided 5 types of objections. First is doubt. The business says, do I really need it? We don't need to ask the business to learn Federal Law number 152. We can only give them very succinct arguments. The next objection is that the business might say that this partnership has no risks. Well, it's a formality. Can you please sign off? Well, here we should accommodate the business needs, but we should do some minimal checks still to make sure that indeed the partnership is of a formal nature. The next type is irritation. When, because of certain business processes,
Бизнес уже не успевает. Юристы не
согласовали. The business is lagging behind the schedule. They're not getting the sign-off from legal. The IT team is late, etc. Again, the InfoSec has to accommodate to find some workarounds while it's still secure. And a more difficult case is an ultimatum. Whether we do it now or we do it without you. And here we want to state the responsibility and find the responsible person. But we can leverage the 20-80 rule, that 20% of the work accounts for 80% of success. We can leverage this rule and to implement some minimum requirements. And the final objection is ignoring, when information security is completely ignored and not brought into the loop altogether. So here, the person responsible for information security should change the approach, escalate the situation, and rethink their approach to working with the other teams. The issues in organizing information security is when it stands in the way of the business. That is shown here in the first picture. And the second mistake is when we don't take the necessary measures and thus do potential future harm for the business.
Here is a checklist for you, how to build InfoSec before you connect to the partner system, and how to move to this continuous environment. The first thing, you should determine the criticality of the data to share. Then you should determine the access channels. You should determine the type of the partner and determine the risks accordingly. You should also appoint the data owner and points of responsibility. You should also verify the InfoSec practices of the contractor. You should also limit access in terms of IP time or role. You should remember about some conditions and like InfoSec conditions, and then the SLA should be signed, and then it's control, support, and protection stage. Here you can see some of the kind of bullet points were used for our InfoSec work. So we standardize and unify. We need a two-factor authentication system everywhere. We should follow the policy of minimal access. We should encrypt, anonymize, and we should know what our assets are. So we do stock taking to properly respond to incidents. Okay, what is important for security when interacting with partners? InfoSec should be at the table from the onset. Every partner is an entry point, and many partners have been attacked through the partners. And InfoSec shouldn't be a barrier for business. So this is not the supporting function. This is the architect kind of level function. So you should control the contractors not once, but continuously in a cycle mode. That's it from me. Thank you for your attention. I hope it was useful to the business and to the InfoSec guys. Okay, I hope you can hear me now. Hello everyone, my name is Pavel. I've been in InfoSec since 2022. I've gone away from being an information system engineer, and now I'm Deputy Director General on Digital Transformation and InfoSec. Now I'm an analyst in the cyber security or cyber intelligence in the JET Infosystems. Today we'll talk about some statistics and consider cases and how we can analyze our contractors. Since we have here business representatives, so please raise your hands if you have tested or checked your contractors. Okay, we have some hands, that's great. Well, cyber intelligence now is part and parcel of cybersecurity of our companies. We have run some research showing that 76% of companies today have in the external segment software with critical vulnerabilities. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. And these vulnerabilities have public exploits. And now we can see that successful attacks through contractors have been growing by 30%. So why? Why cyber intelligence? All the data, 99% of authentication data, is stored in the darknet, Telegram, and GitHub repositories. So we'll talk about this later. Okay, what does it mean? It means that now we have enough companies, so many companies, which don't pay enough attention not only to their company, but also to the contractors they deal with. And in our company, we have a huge roadmap. We will not kind of discuss today, but we will rather pay attention to this. This is related to cyber intelligence. So we'll talk about some basics of what you have to do when you deal with your contractors.
Назад слайд, без проблем.
Okay, one slide back. Sure, no problem.
Все, вы готовы?
Are you ready?
Итак, да.
Okay.
На самом деле базовые тривиальные
методы, которые необходимо
прорабатывать со своими подрядчиками. То есть это
101 methods,
поиск информации в открытых
like looking for the information in the open source, social media, fora, news websites, should analyze the phishing website to avoid targeted attacks.
То есть для того, чтобы обнаружить фишинговый сайт, достаточно использовать простые
phishing site can be used through Euroscan, DNS Twist, and other straightforward software. You should monitor your contractors in the darknet. And talking about technical analysis, you should scan the contractor's infrastructure without his or her participation, so without interacting with the host. You can use Shodan, FOFA, and HunterHub. And you should also analyze the DNS records and subdomains so that you can see the whole picture. 99% of data. So we're talking about monitoring public repositories like GitHub and GitLab. Maybe they have some code from your contractor published. Maybe they have provided some services to you. This might include personal data or information on access to your infrastructure or whatever. We should also look at the obsolete protocols, whether they're used, so that you avoid breaches. We can also analyze the staff of our contractor to see whether they have taken part in some negative fora. So what is continuous monitoring? We are talking about continuous information gathering on the changes in the contractor's infrastructure, and we should keep track of the contractor to make sure whether they are in line with InfoSec requirements. So these methods should be combined to avoid some negative consequences. Okay, overall, this kind of combination Well, let us start discussing the next thing. So cases of 2024 to 2025. We had quite a lot of cases within this time. So we'll be brief because it's a fast track. In December 2024, a big transportation company in Russia came to us to have their contractor analyzed. So we looked, just like the previous slide, we looked into the contractor, looked at the Darknet, Telegram, Darknet, and so on. And we tried to see what kind of software they procured. We found it. And we tried to go through the Hunter House. So there is a mask called Web Title. We introduced information on the software, started the search, found this software, and we found a different company which didn't belong to this case or to our customer, but the external segment had the software related to video surveillance with the default creds, root. So what did we do? We started following this chain, and on the same host we saw the 1S system, 1C system, which didn't have a safe design. It had some credentials, sometimes without passwords, or sometimes with weak passwords. In the same database, in the 1C database, we found a surprise. We found a third-party customer and their data from the marketplaces and the bank of clients. So we started with an transportation company, but then we found the credentials of a different customer. Well, this means that you should use the web title masks to check your contractors. The second case, October 2024, a big vendor, the Darknet network. Okay, we had the standard approach. We were looking for mentionings of our customers in the Darknet, and we saw the sale of a database by so-called activists. So they said that the breach was related to the GitLab, so they have SSH keys and so on. So what does it mean? So we decided to provide recommendations to the customer because we saw the contractor. So this is the Cisco company. So we provided information to the customer. And we said that it was necessary to disconnect the VPN they didn't need, or to add multi-factor authentication, and to analyze all the network traffic for negative consequences. Well, this means that even a big vendor might be problematic. So here the Cisco was a contractor. Let's look at the centralized authentication. 2025, a company wanted us to analyze the attack landscape, and so this was the standard template audit. And we tried to go deeper, and we looked at the series of tender procedures, and surprisingly, the contractor who was supporting this company provided centralized access to other information systems. So we just registered in the tender procedures. We didn't need any verification. Nobody called us. Nobody sent us an email. So we could easily get into this information system. And this centralized authentication let us log into another information system. So they revealed the data of more than 10,000 employees. So we could see the emails, phone numbers, full names. It means that it's important to check your contractor against these types of activities. Okay, one RDP. Okay, 3389. Well, this is like a buzzword now. Well, let me briefly mention this.
Ситуация в следующем. Как только к вам приходит
As soon as a contractor comes to you,
важно оценить исторические
it's important to assess the historic data of this organization, of this contractor. Why? If you look at the screen, you can see last week, last month, last year, and the number of ports. Now, these are some global numbers. So you can use the same to assess your contractor. Why is it important? Because maybe they got the wrongdoers, they got there some long time ago, and when you sign a new contract with a contractor, we don't know
давно произошел взлом, и, соответственно,
how long ago the breach took place, or did it take place at all. But this historical data will let us see whether the new contractor
будет в зоне информационной безопасности.
Is going to be in the field of InfoSec. Okay, the results. What do we do with our contractors? So we go through some straightforward methods, and they should be expanded on your side. You should well understand what to do. But number one, you should sign the NDA with the contractor and subcontractor, including freelancers. The RDP, SSH, VNC, so we either switch them off, or if we need them, then they should be protected by some multi-factor authentication. We should monitor Darknet. Well, talking about Cisco, we should monitor our contractor in the Darknet, Telegram, activist channels, and GitHub repositories. So these are just kind of 101 methods. We should turn off the centralized access to avoid the personal data leakage. You remember the tender procedures and booking workstations. Okay, access rights only provided for a given task and then turned off. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good day.
Сказали, что оператор может отдохнуть и будут новые красивые кадры, если я сяду.
Okay, I've been told that I should be seated for a change. Hello, everyone. My name is Dmitry Katalkov. I'm Deputy Head of Cyber Analytics of Positive Technologies, and I've spent more than 10 years kind of translating from business language to the pentest business, and vice versa. So we talk about kind of the cost of a pentest. I don't know whether you have seen this kind of jokes, because they will talk about monetizing incidents following my speech. I think that if we had a speech on money laundering, so I think we could kind of started something like a little enterprise altogether.
когда в одном предложении встречаются слова кибератака и деньги,
when you say money and cyber attack close by, you usually think about damage, like ransom payment or fines, the time and money spent to overcome some disruption and so on. But people don't usually kind of calculate how much it costs the attackers. I think we should, because we should understand the level of motivation for the attackers. Just imagine that cyber criminals have, say, $10,000. How are they going to spend the money? Maybe to buy a mining farm, or maybe they'll buy some fishing infrastructure for some other goal. Well, to an extent, money is like a filter to see what the attackers can do with their resources. When I made my presentation initially, I put here some motives like politics, espionage, research, revenge, blackmailing, and whatever. But as a matter of fact, it turns out that even these crazy activists, they need something to eat, which, as far as I understand, costs money. So you shouldn't go deeper than you should. Hackers make money, businesses make money, so we all think about our investments and results. We want little investment to return a lot. That's the idea. So when you bring some protection tools, when you teach your staff, when you hire ISAC teams, you kind of increase the barrier to entry to your infrastructure in terms of the cost of entry. So some say that there is no any InfoSec, we only have protection. Protection is the cost of penetrating your infrastructure for the hacker. So why should we look at the costs of cyber attacks? Maybe we have enough qualitative and quantitative data, which kind of shows how complex it is, and so on and so forth. So some kind of one-on-one ideas are here in this slide. You can have a look at the CVSS standard. They have this complexity metrics, but this is for a standalone vulnerability, which is a poor reference for the overall complexity of the attack. If we talk about some methods developed by consulting companies, pen testers, and so on, these criteria are not always clear to the top management. So we see high or low level of security, but then we have to explain it in detail. Why it's like that? This is based on the model, considering the number of steps to be taken, or maybe the complexity of individual steps, the time required, and so on. So those who do this consulting and the end users, they don't always agree on this. Well, sometimes it's clear when it's a clear-cut situation, when they break everything or they cannot do anything. But when it's somewhere in between, it's usually subject to some discussions. We can say, okay, it costs $2,000 to hack you. Okay, so we're not talking about some level of protection or security or anything like that. So this is much more straightforward. And, well, we can see that some victims had a low level of security, okay, and whose level is lower, it's difficult to say. Okay, so we might think as attackers in this case. I think that people often forget about this in this paradigm, because attackers look at the target, so how much they're going to invest in terms of money, resources, and so on. They're not talking about scopes and so on. Some say it's difficult or it's easy to hack us. But, well, if people say it costs $1,000 or $10,000 to hack us, then this becomes much more clear. Well, so renovation, for instance, which is a painful topic for me. So you can do it on your own, you don't know about the quality, have some risks, or you might hire a team, they'll say, okay, $50,000, a turnkey project, and that's more or less clear. So in this case, money is a universal language for the attackers and for the business. This is the language you may rely on, and then you will not have to think whether you are well protected or not, because if this is expensive, if people kind of need a lot of resources, so this will be a bad business case for you. But a cheap attack within a couple of days, so this is a good investment. Everybody wants to maximize their profit. Okay, I put together this methodology and a tool which lets you estimate the cost of any attack vector for the attackers. Okay, where did we get the prices from? Early this year, we published a good research paper on the dark web market. My colleagues looked at about 20 or 40, I would say, shadow platforms. They had about 20,000 topics and messages where they were discussing the malware prices, the prices for hiring experts, buying credentials, and so on and so forth. So they kind of looked at this. Here is the QR code for this. So we used these prices as a foundation of the model, and that's how we kind of understood the real market. So this is not out of the thin air. This is from the horse's mouth, so to say. Okay, so talking about the attackers. Well, imagine there are some companies without any ISS, InfoSec is performed by the IT guys, or maybe it is a scattered around function. The staff are not trained. So this is one extreme case, or we can have another extreme case. We have a bank, 24/7, SOC, red team, pen test, and kind of bug bounty, and so on. So we understand that in reality we'll see something in the middle, but overall in this methodology, one and the same kind of technique might cost $500, or it might cost $20,000, kind of depending on who will respond, who will counteract them. And here an important thing would be the countermeasures. The countermeasures taken or otherwise if the attack wasn't identified. So if you kind of identify the threat actor during the attack, well, it's quite difficult. If they are detected at some stage, even based on the red team's experience, it's really difficult to make progress in your attack. And then the methodology is based on the three kind of most important things. Number one, qualification. So we are talking about the steps, the attacks, the level of skill the attackers had at every step. Then we have the tools. They might purchase the tools. This might be their in-house development. They could use exploits, 1 day or 0 days on specialized software, encryption software, and here the kind of prices may vary greatly. And the infrastructure part. Well, at least we talk about VPN, VPS, and brute farms, C2, and so on and so forth. So talking about the tool, so it can be used by external auditors, like based on the red team or pen test results or following the incident. We can use it, or your InfoSec team might also use this information, having collected all the necessary data. Here is how it works.
So I have two formulae. Quite straightforward, well flexible. We take into account the total cost, the infrastructure, the exploits, the software, and importantly, the hacker work. Yes,
блэчеры
there might be a model
определенный процент, но это не совсем про себестоимость.
whereby
Этот фактор мы учитываем.
others would get some interest, but that's not what we are considering primarily.
Тем, что за жертва была, было ли какое-то реагирование.
And then you've got to take into account what kind of a victim it was, whether there was any response measures taken. And secondly, exploits and this micro formula within
Здесь, во-первых, ориентировались, чтобы цены
a bigger formula.
во-первых, с площадками, которые занимаются покупкой.
First is the level of price. It's important that the price match the platforms that buy one-day and zero-day exploits.
Эксплойтов, которые мы наблюдали как раз на теневых площадках. Здесь мы учитываем, во-первых, широко распространено ПО, которое эксплойт продает.
Consider how popular the software is, or is it custom-made.
Речь идет
Then
о том,
impact.
что нам этот эксплойт дает. То есть это может быть
What the exploit gives us, whether that's a data leak or is it remote code execution. And we also take into account CVSS. Yes, it can be criticized, but still it contains some important information, such as the conditions of operation, the reportments from the attacker, etc., and the patch factor. Well, it's quite straightforward. One day is less expensive, 0 day is more expensive.
Собственно, порядок действий достаточно простой.
The
Во-первых, мы
sequence of actions again is quite straightforward. We take into account the industry. It's important if we have information about buying access. Depending on the revenue of a company to which access is bought, or rather, in addition to that, it's important what kind of a company it is. If it's a blockchain project, then the price would be this. If it's a medical institution, the price could be different. Then the level of information security, whether there has been any countermeasures, and the time during which the attack occurred.
Есть множество различного софта, и он может сам
Also,
различаться.
as a factor, we have a variety of software, and it could be different in price from, I don't know, $200 to $15,000. Depending on what we used, we can come up with a final number. And the parts related to the actions by the attackers, the steps that were taken by the attackers, we assess every step by qualification. We use the MyTree matrix for convenience that helps us classify every technique. And the time spent on each particular step. I myself came across a situation when it was quite difficult to calculate the exact time that it took the attackers to implement a particular TTP. So for most TTPs, there are some default values. But again, you've got to understand that a TTP of an attack on a web app could take from minutes to days. And what matters is the logic of an action. And we come up with a final number, say $690,000, and then we tell the management that, look, this is a substantial amount. During day one, someone from InnoStage did a presentation. If they went to ask in Darknet how much would it cost to breach us, they said that it's 50 million. I don't know, it would be interesting to compare it with this methodology. A real-life example, a transportation company has some information security measures implemented.
произошла кибератака.
There was a cyber attack.
Произошла она за 2 дня, плюс там около 7-10 дней
and plus there was 7 to 10 days of prior intelligence, no resistance because the attack went unnoticed. They found a vulnerable app, did an SQL injection, and extracted data from the database management system. They got the admin credential and found the ability to download, to upload data, such as web shell, and thus were able to execute code. Then they saw that the domain infrastructure was very visible, and they brute forced the domain accounts. They were able to get a number of privileged accounts. And finally, they were able to extract the credentials of the admin of the domain, and thus they got control of the whole domain, of the whole IT infrastructure. The level of protection is quite low, regardless of how you assess it. In terms of numbers, the cyber attack cost just above $2,500 US. And so, when we talk about color coding or end values, yes, these are all working approaches. But if we say that the attack was $2,500 US and the damage was millions, then this is the benefit of the attack, because they encrypted the data, they downloaded a lot of data, all for a very moderate budget.
Для того, чтобы откалибровать
To calibrate the methodology, we took all of our projects in Red Team and Pentest for 2024, and we calculated the cost of the vectors that our Pentest team discovered. There are 3 components all in all: initial access, control over infrastructure, and achieving the goals, the unacceptable events.
Все цены небольшим коридором представлены, это тоже часть методологии.
You can see that the costs are given as a bracket, as a corridor, and that is also part of the methodology. The most expensive was quite predictably the part with unacceptable events. Because if it's about realizing such goals, then the initial access is already there. There are some meaningful privileges in the infrastructure, so there are more and more chances that you will be discovered and that there will be countermeasures. And again, talking about initial access, then the TTPs that can be used to breach inside a company are very similar. As for the unacceptable events, it differs very much from case to case. Recently, there was a case that was of a company that was breached, and they shared of how it happened, and they told us that they really stole some rubbish, even though next to it was a server with confidential information, but they really stole some low-value information, even though the attackers were never discovered. And then we did a calculation by industry.
IT оказалась такой самой дорогой.
IT
для себя я эту историю объяснил следующим образом.
Was the most expensive. My explanation of this is that the secure by design approach works.
Друг от друга неотделимы.
Well, IT and information security go hand in hand, which means that the guys practice what they preach. So, and the attacks on them were quite expensive, even though government institutions and industry also show some reasonable numbers. Okay, future plans regarding this methodology, this tool. First, we want to integrate this into our Red Team projects as an additional metric that would show the potential cost of a cyber attack on a company. Yes, we'll need to adapt that to the specifics of companies and industries, but we'll try and do that. The tool itself is publicly available. There will be a QR code a couple of slides on. You're welcome to access it and use it. We'll be happy to get any feedback. My contact details will also be there, so you're welcome to write to us and challenge. I like debating. And also, prices change. If anything, there's inflation. But we continue monitoring the dark web markets. We try to monitor what's changing. AI is changing the landscape quite a lot. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was reading a report where an experienced researcher said that he wrote an exploit for one-day vulnerability together with AI. And it took them just one day. They would have written it anyway, but it would have taken them 2 weeks. So you can see that 2 weeks and 1 day, very different effort. So we'll be happy for your feedback and criticism. A small but important disclaimer. We don't take into account the APT groups with government funding, because those guys play by different rules, they have multi-million budgets. And the cost of a cyber attack is not a fixed price. If you were breached yesterday for $1,000, I'm confident that you have closed out that loophole, and it would be more expensive to breach you next, at least $1,200. And all calculation is only possible based on public information. If you see attackers in your perimeter and suddenly they are in your accounting system, well, you wouldn't be able to trace the middle part if you don't have the trail. So here's my links for downloads. The tool, the research, my contact details. And thank you to the guys that helped develop this tool. And thank you to you for coming here to listen to me.
Раз-два. Всем добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Рад приветствовать вас здесь сегодня.
Happy to welcome you here.
Да, и прежде чем я начну,
Before I begin,
буквально два слова о себе.
a few words about
Меня
myself.
зовут Алексей Чуриков. Я руководитель
I'm Alexei
департамента
Churikov.
кибербезопасности
I'm
бизнеса в
head
компании
of
InfoSecurity.
cybersecurity at
Мой опыт в
InfoSecurity
ВБ
company.
примерно там 10 лет.
I have some 10 years of experience
И в
in
обычной
information
жизни сейчас мы
security.
занимаемся консалтингом.
And in ordinary life,
Консалтингом в области
we
IT,
now do consulting in IT,
что такое
in InfoSec.
консалтинг? Да, это
What
выстраивание
is consulting?
систем менеджмента,
It is building management systems, it's designing processes, risk assessment, but that's in ordinary life. And in the life beyond ordinary, we try to help our customers help
Вот. И, собственно, с одной из таких проблем к нам и
address any problems that they come across. And it was with one such problem that our customer
Давайте сразу такой небольшой
approached
контекст,
us.
да, чтобы была такая
let me give you
картинка в голове.
some
То
background.
есть, что за заказчик? Это один из топовых операторов связи.
It was one of the mobile operators with some 40,000 people working
различных бизнес-направлений.
in the company and a lot of business areas. You can imagine the scale of the company. And the goal or the dream of the customer was that they wanted to
информационную безопасность внутри группы компаний.
allocate the costs on InfoSec within the group of company. But there's always a but.
Не до конца понимал,
The
как
customer didn't quite understand how to do cost estimates for such services.
бизнес не понимал, а почему он должен за что-то
And
еще платить.
on the other hand, the business was struggling to understand why they had to pay for it, especially as there were no meaningful incidents
С одной стороны, хорошо, что их
that
не было.
resulted in unacceptable events. And it was good that they didn't have them. But on the other hand, this problem appeared.
Потребность в показе, демонстрации некой выгоды от
The need to demonstrate the value of InfoSec to the business
все прекрасно.
when
Итак, собственно,
people
появился у
think
нас
that
такой наш
everything is going well.
который мы назвали таким кодовым названием монетизация инцидентов.
That's how our project came about, which we called by the code word of incident monetization. A few words about the plan that we had. We put together a top of prevented incidents. We calculated the probability of things going wrong, and we then calculated the probability of the events in the chain materializing. And in the end, we got a model that helped us assess the risk of an unacceptable event if a particular incident goes unprevented.
Но есть небольшие вводные. Сразу на берегу такие небольшие вводные. Как нам удалось эту модельку запустить быстро.
A little bit more of the context.
Нужно, чтобы в компании
How we were able to launch this model fast. For that, we need to have risk management in the company and a methodology of quantifying risks. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, there should be an incident management mechanism, and there should be a CM that identifies the TTPs that attackers use.
Техники будем использовать как некие такие точки начала моделирования.
We will later use those TTPs as starting points for modeling. I'll talk more about that. And one other thing to start with, let me remind you how a risk assessment scheme looks, the open fair model. So the risk is a probability of damage, but we can also
с одной стороны, уменьшить субъективность
disaggregate risks into more granular parameters to reduce the subjectivity of our assessments and to increase the accuracy. And this helps us transition from a qualitative to quantitative methodology. So that was some context to make sure that we are on the same page. So what was the hypothesis? It was that we have a chain of events that could lead to a catastrophic loss or to an unacceptable event. Yes, but also we have defense measures, including SOC, that to a certain extent neutralize those TTPs, mitigate them, prevent them, or reduce the damage, and prevent this unacceptable events from materializing. So here, when we looked at the incident statistics, what we found is that in 95% of cases,
цепочка обрывается на том
the chain breaks at a particular step
самым процессам, мерам защиты. Ну и тут же встает вопрос,
in those defense measures and processes. So question arises, what happens to the remaining 5%? And that's when the SOC comes in. Whenever something goes wrong, the SOC detects that, and everything is okay again. People live happily because nothing bad happened. But
не будет.
What would happen if there is no SOC? What would happen then? And this brings us to a hypothesis that the chain is separated into two parts. On the left, probability number one is the probability of things going wrong, that the response tools would not work as they should. And the second part is the probability
риск недопустим, то есть недопустимое событие будет реализовано. И, ну, с учетом
the unacceptable risk materializing.
Вот, но, опять же, то самое но. Мы не знаем, куда именно пойдет злоумышленник.
We don't know
он будет атаковать.
Where or what the attacker would target. Maitri has a lot of TTPs, and if we tried to
на этом все у нас заглохнет.
protect against all combinations, it would hardly be possible. So we reached a consensus that will build 2 to 4 relevant chains for every type of incident.
Что такое релевантные, да? И причем
and by relevance, I mean, and by the way, what heat maps have to do with that. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, so we've built the chains.
И вот тут сразу такой небольшой пример.
And here's an example.
Мы рассматриваем события типа
for you not to get confused. Say we look at events of the phishing type, and we have some 2,650 events of those, but the incidents are 193. So in 193 cases, our protection tools failed to respond.
Как рассчитать вероятность?
How do we calculate the probability? Number one, we divide one by the other and get 7% as the probability of the incident materializing. Then we
тепловых карт, про которые сейчас буду говорить.
build the chain based on the heat maps that I'll talk about, and based on the threats, based on the power of control under the open fair methodology, we get 8.1%. So that was our hypothesis that transformed the risk assessment algorithm provided by OpenFair. And what the modification was is that the probability split into two, the probability of the incident materializing and the probability of the unacceptable event materializing if the incident is not prevented. Okay, so that was the theoretical background. What about practice? We took the statistics of the SOC and we put together top 10 incidents.
Техники здесь выписаны на экране.
The TTPs you can see here
вполне знакомы.
In the screen.
Хорошо. Что мы дальше с ними делаем?
Have quite well-known names. What do we do next? Remember, we have two parts of the chain. Let's look at the left part first. Let's calculate
возникновение, в принципе,
the probability of such an incident materializing.
Типу этих инцидентов статистика по количеству событий.
Every type of incident, there's statistics on the number of events and the number of incidents, and as an output, dividing one by another, we get the probability.
Все быстро происходило, рассчитывалось.
Well,
дальше нам нужно
this was very quick to do, and then we've got to calculate the second part.
И в этом была суть проекта.
And that was the point of the project, to develop the second part. Here's what we do here. We have an understanding that at some point the chain breaks.
Техники, которые зарегистрированы в CM.
There are the TTPs that we have in our CM by our CM engineers, and for us that would be the starting point of the modeling.
Куда и как именно пойдет злоумышленник? И что у нас есть?
That's our hypothesis of where the attacker would potentially go to. We have categories of threat agents, so we have agreed from the start that we don't consider everyone. We consider only those who seem to be the most relevant. In particular, those insiders, such as our own employees with various privileges, whether past or present, and APT groups. And we also understand the industry in which the customer operates and what services they provide. And so by leveraging many smart books and articles and papers published by respected professionals, we started building a heat map. And here's how a heat map on insiders looks like. The screen shows the most frequent TTPs that insiders use. Or, for example, here's a heat map of APT groups. We have analyzed the most relevant APT groups for this particular industry. We have looked through quite a lot of books and papers, and we've come up with this colored chart. And what it says is that if we think of the matrix that has quite a lot of various TTPs, but because there's a heat map, we have narrowed down the potential TTPs to some 30% of the overall amount. And when we structure chains, we don't develop them in a vacuum, but we build them deliberately with purpose, based on the business context, on the context of that particular business. Okay, so we've put together our heat maps. What did we do next? We took every incident topic and we developed kill chains.
Ну вот опять же, как я про фишинг говорил, да, вот сейчас опять же цепочка фишинга на экране.
I spoke about phishing as an example. So here, again, we have the kill chain of phishing. Quite a straightforward chain, well known. You get an email, you open it, and malware is launched, etc. Then exfiltration and disk wipe.
Подробно останавливаться не буду. Окей. Если левую часть цепочки мы рассчитывали.
Okay, if the left part of the chain was calculated based on statistics, on the right one we don't have statistics because the company didn't have such incidents. Then we use the methodology. We go one step lower and we assess the lower level parameters. We look at each parameter individually. Say frequency of contact, the probability of action, the threat potential. All of this characterizes the threat agents. And here's an example. There's a model that does distribution, etc. Well, if we think of a risk in a vacuum and try to predict some future scenario, starting from the beginning of the chain to the very end, then we would look at the history of violations, we'd look at the attractiveness of an asset for the threat actor, the cost of an attack, etc. But when we try to continue with the kill chain, we know that the attacker is already in our perimeter, and when we try to predict the most catastrophic scenario, the most unacceptable event, then these parameters, the frequency of contact and the probability of action, are recalculated. As for the power of controls, also quite an interesting outcome. We have a chain that consists of TTPs. And most of the TTPs in my tree are mapped to CIS controls. What this gives us is that we looked at the controls that the company has in IT and InfoSec and see how they are implemented at the moment, and we give them some ranking. The ranking scale is not important. Then for every TTP we calculate the current power of controls. And then we calculate the power of controls for the whole chain using some unsophisticated math, arriving at some final outcome, in this case 0.23.
Если там мапить на CIS controls,
So if we map it to CIS controls,
внедренных требований,
then it means that we have 83% of requirements implemented.
Параметры нижнего уровня. Переходим.
Okay, we are done with the lower level parameters. Let's upscale. So we don't want to kind of kill the customer with our details, so we use some simplistic models, so we see the probability of about 8%. So this is probability of the unacceptable event if the SOC doesn't work and if we don't prevent this incident. Okay, we have the left one, the right one, some straightforward mathematics. We look at the total probability.
Вероятность, ну, как это читать? То есть вероятность реализации.
Okay, the probability of an unexpected event, because the incident like phishing is not prevented, it's 0.59%.
Okay, это все было там про математику.
Well, that's about mathematics and probabilities.
Другую математику.
Now let's look at some other mathematics. Let's talk about the damage.
Здесь, опять же, проводится довольно-таки такая большая работа.
Here we do a lot, and this is not about InfoSec. We are talking with the business guys, marketing guys, and financial guys. And we look at some parameters.
Про какой ущерб мы говорим?
Okay, what kind of damage are we talking about here? So some regulatory fines.
Какие-то, может быть, административные
санкции
юрисдикции.
And other issues.
Это там довольно-таки просто гуглится, находится.
You can easily Google this and find this. That's quite straightforward. Then some litigation,
и так далее. Опять же, на основе практики.
Compensations and so on and so forth. So you can find this. It's not difficult. But the most problematic thing starts when we go inside the business, when we look at the business metrics. So, like, we see fewer new clients, we are losing clients, we underperform in terms of profit, and all of that totals to some kind of damage caused by this unacceptable event. Okay, so we have the parameters, we have the probability and the damage. Now we can calculate the risks. Okay, we have a phishing incident. If it is not prevented, then the potential damage is 1 billion. Probability is 0.59%, so the risk is about 6.5 million. So we have kind of built this model to an extent. So we have some kind of understanding how much we are saving for the business, the types of risks we prevent in rubles when we prevent incidents.
Дальше, что с этой моделькой можно делать?
Okay, what can we do with this model? We have several cases.
Строить всякие автоматические отчеты.
You can have some automated reports and dashboards on your SOC's performance.
Инцидентов, сколько
How many incidents, how many were prevented, what's the total risk, and so on.
Немножко по-другому
So you might interpret the return on capital employed in a different way. So you kind of justify and the current investment. And this model can be also used to prioritize some events or measures or activities to further develop your information security. You can give preferences to the things which cause the highest risks today, and this way you'll be able to reduce the critical factors. Okay, we have an example of this dashboard, the summary level of risk for not prevented incidents for every type of incident. So we talk about the control, power of control, and the number of incidents, and show how many risks have been prevented. And we can also go back to the ROSI model. Okay, the ROSI model is there to justify the investment in information security. And when we have almost everything, we need to highlight this benefit. So we turn it upside down. We take 4 parameters: the average number of events, the average probability, the average damage, and then we have some kind of coefficient, 6.6. What does it mean? It means that every ruble invested into information security prevents 6.6 rubles of damage.
Да, ну если так немножко подытожить.
Okay, summing up.
У нас есть некий, вот там
we have
представлен,
an algorithm.
У нас есть некий инцидент.
We have an incident. We prevented it, and we want to calculate what could have happened if we had not prevented this.
Технику, которая была
Then we look
в CM-ке
at the CM technique as a modeling basis. Then we build the kill chain probabilities, determine the potential loss with the business, and then we have the risk. The risks we mentioned. Okay, here in gray, we show the automated things, like for the first time. We did it kind of manually. We had some Excel spreadsheets for this, but everything we could connect with some formulas was connected like that. And if you further develop your model, automation becomes a must. And some security vision and our vision models, they can play pretty well here, and you can introduce this logic so that you calculate all of this. 99% of human actions might be automated here. But again, there is a but everywhere, so it doesn't always work. If we talk about DDoS or DLP or end-user-like incidents, this is not going to work because you cannot kind of proceed down the kill chain. You need some other flexible approaches and other business metrics. We can discuss it further. Okay, we have another assumption here, which is also a limitation.
Мы когда на другом мероприятии выступали.
We spoke at a different event showing this presentation, and we had a question from our colleagues, like, okay, we start with a technique which is registered in the CM, and how do you validate
Техника правильно была.
That it was properly registered.
Здесь как раз мы тоже долго думали, и по сути, если
we spent some time thinking about it, and if we don't talk about the CM engineer work, we can say that we develop them, and we trust them, and we trust the techniques there. Okay, when we're simulated the kill chains, to simulate this, we go from the left to the right. We don't run in circles, and so on. This could be done easily, but in this specific case, we are kind of move stepwise from the left to the right. Another important thing, we don't consider the kind of importance of the incident. Did it happen in winter, in summer, first day of the quarter, last day of the quarter? This is not important for us in this model. And some conclusions in terms of the next steps, how to develop the model. Number one.
Это детализация ущерба на конкретные
we should detail the
мы по сути брали
damage.
допустимые события там в среднем по больничным для всей группы.
In our case, we looked at this considering averages and so on, but now we want to be more precise, and we want the business metrics and some specific things to be calculated or estimated for a given business unit. We cannot move ahead without automation here. So we should automate whatever we can. If we have the ERP system running on SDLC, well, SDRC, you can do it there. You can add some fields, and you have the dashboards and reports what the SOC and the business guys want to see, because it's all shown in rubles.
Так, на этом на самом деле
концептуально
все.
This is it from me. Should you have any questions or you want some details or something, please mention. I can see someone. Thank you very much. It's a really interesting method, an interesting way you put it. A lot of practical information. I have a question. You talked about the consequences and talked about estimating the damage in rubles. Okay, there are several questions here. Number one, when you talk about fines, do you mean, well, what kind of fines do you mean? Do you mean that a regulator will see it? Or do you mean that this will be like a fine related to a personal data leakage for an individual client? The question is, how do you clean out your data? Because you have natural attrition and many other things might cause customer attrition. And so how can you make this pure numbers? So you should have a look at the current attrition, but it can differ based on the time frame, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. So if you really want to understand how many clients left because of the incident or some consequences thereof, if we run this marketing research, then it will give us some pure numbers we could calculate. But the way you did it, I understand you use some averages, and I think that we need some more detail on this. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I'll start with business metrics. So how do you calculate the attrition and the reduction of inflow of new clients? Okay, we don't have some details saying that these people left because of the incident and so on and so forth. This is quite difficult to kind of find it. But still, we have a hypothesis. We have some statistics for several years, and we'll find this natural numbers, natural attrition, natural growth, and we have some kind of reference points or benchmarks. And then with the business and marketing guys, and if we have we have some international articles and publications on this, and we use all that to forecast what will happen if you have leakages or unacceptable events like that, and if our business is disrupted, the infrastructure is destroyed, and so on. Well, this level, we try to understand the level of negative consequences for our customers and the clients of our customers to build this hypothesis. So if the natural attrition, say, is 5%, and if our infrastructure is destroyed, and if we cannot provide services for a week, then it will be a few points higher. So we use these models, hypotheses, and brainstorming sessions. Indeed, we cannot be detailed and precise to say that we have 130 clients leaving us. So no, this is not possible. This is all model level.
Если говорить про второе, про штрафы,
talking about fines.
Рассматриваем на самом деле в совокупности, то есть опять же, когда мы говорим про какое-то именно недопустимое,
when we talk about some unacceptable event, we talk about the most catastrophic case. So we don't say that there are 2 people filing a complaint about it. So this would be a mass complaint. And again, I'm talking about some PDNs. So we have massive complaints. We say that regulators come to us and they want us to pay fines. But we are not only considering Roskomnadzor, the Russian communication watchdog, and others. We have the tax service and so on. They can fine us for failing to provide some kind of reports and so on and so forth. So we try to have a holistic view of all of that. Say, we have 1 records left. It doesn't mean that 1 million people will file a complaint about us. So we look at some court rulings. So we said that on average 10% of people file complaints. Okay, we take this 10% from our total number of customers, we multiply this by the average compensation,
оператора, получается.
The operator will have to pay,
Вот так у нас получается
and
такая сумма, например, связанная
hence we have some kind of damage amount for this or that case. Thank you.
Вроде еще вопрос был, да? Микрофон.
Вы можете поделиться, сколько у вас времени занял этот проект? От
How
момента,
long
как вам
did
пришел
it take you?
заказчик, и когда вы предоставили ему расчет?
Да, вопрос интересный.
That's a good question.
Скажем, есть несколько подводных камней. То есть,
Well, there are several
я
kind of
говорил, что в компании должен быть внедрен риск
underwater stones hidden here. So the company should have risk management. And we had introduced risk management, this methodology for quantitative risk assessment. At that time, we had some kind of top-level information about the InfoSec kind of environment. So we saved a lot this way. Talking about the time frame, considering all the hypotheses and discussions and so on, this took about 4 months. But since this hypothesis did take off, it helped the customer, and we used it in some other places. So now we can say that it is kind of more streamlined. Well, the first time it's always difficult, but now it takes a month to, say, 45 days.
Так, ну, видимо, вопросов больше нет.
Okay, I think we don't have any more questions. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Здравствуйте.
Okay, good afternoon.
Хотела сказать с этой сцены. Лужники, привет!
I've always dreamt about this. Hi, Luzhniki.
Меня зовут Рысаева Ксения.
I'm Ksenia Rysaeva.
Компании InnoStage.
I'm a product owner at InnoStage. And today I'll tell you about quantifying risks
информационной безопасности говорить на языке бизнеса.
and how we in InfoSec speak the language of the business.
Здесь получается, мы знаем, что цифровая среда у нас довольно.
We know that the digital environment is quite changeable, both inside the company and outside. The threat landscape keeps changing.
Программное обеспечение вместе с ними.
Software keeps changing, and new vulnerabilities arise.
Также у нас, допустим, повышают квалификацию злоумышленники, допустим, да?
Attackers are getting more competent, and employees come and go. And all of this has an influence on the company, so it's important for the company to assess its risks and the damage, and to apply effective defense measures, and to be able to respond in a swift fashion. And I will tell you
какие ключевые боли есть у сетевой
about the key
несмотря на то, что наш график
issues that a CISO has.
Все боли взаимосвязаны, и самое
And all the challenges here are interrelated.
Это проблема, что информационная безопасность и бизнес говорят на разных языках.
And it's a problem that InfoSec and business speak different languages. They assess the criticality of threats differently. They prioritize differently. And hence, issues arise when you present and defend your budget, when the CTO does that. And we come across challenges related to the variable digital environment. So, what do we do with this? The infrastructure will keep changing.
Злоумышленники как наращивали, так и будут наращивать.
Attackers will keep getting better.
Программное обеспечение все так же будет появляться.
And there will be new vulnerabilities in new software. All of that will remain. So we'll look at the link between the damage from incidents and InfoSec as any cost of ownership. The cost of ownership of InfoSec is the costs plus damage. And this dotted line shows exactly the cost of ownership. To make it more transparent, to make it optimal, we need to find the minimax point. That is essentially the balancing, the break-off point, where we reach the minimum investment at an acceptable level of risk. So the minimax point makes sure that the investments were commensurate with the damage. We shouldn't let it happen that InfoSec investments exceeded the potential damage. Some 12 months ago, out of the small and medium enterprise companies, well, normally they don't have the money for CM, for information security, and they don't need it because, okay, they get encrypted, they use the backup and they continue to go. Their data is not of that much value, and the attackers are not particularly interested in their infrastructure. Okay, so how do we practically optimize InfoSec costs? Well, InfoSec costs are calculated with a very simple formula: CapEx plus OpEx plus FTE, which is people. So this is the basic formula. If we take an enhanced formula, there could be some other costs added, such as contractor, service costs, etc. But where do risks come in? If we look at this formula, we can think that the more we spend on InfoSec, the more protected we are. But it's not so. So what do risks have to do with it? A risk, in its essence, is
an unrealized incident. Well, I wanted to make a joke that sometimes our dreams also go unrealized, but I sort of checked myself on this. So a risk is a cyber event that has a probability and entails certain damage. To calculate how much we should invest to mitigate risk, then in 2002, Gordon and Loeb, economists, provided their model of effective investment calculation. And we can see that investments should not exceed the damage, something that I mentioned already. And the effective CISO budget should not be more than 37% of expected damage. So how do we calculate this in practice? Say there's the potential damage that we could face in reality, which is estimated at 1 million rubles, and the probability of an attack is 15%, and the probability of a successful breach is 80%, then the expected damage, which is the worst case scenario, will be equal to the multiplication of these numbers, which is approximately, or rather, which is 120,000 rubles. According to the Gordon-Loeb model, to prevent this risk, we should invest in our InfoSec with something like 44,000 rubles. So the CISO and the CTO should understand what are the risks, what are the probabilities, and what would be the cost of having those risks covered. There are many methodologies, but to express this in the language of finance, we suggest using the FAIR methodology, factor analysis of information risks, which is currently a global standard and is widely used by international global companies. Under FAIR methodology, risk is characterized by probability and loss. And the loss we can express financially, such as direct losses, lower revenue, the cost of downtime, the cost of response and investigation, the recovery costs, if we need to buy additional equipment. But the probability is difficult to express financially because it depends on a lot of evolving factors, such as the frequency of attacks, the activity of attackers, and the attractiveness for them. In our company, last year, we put our infrastructure for a cyber drill. And yesterday, my colleague Dmitry Kokorin said that once this news was out, phishing attacks amounted to thousands. So attackers were quite active in attacking our infrastructure. Currently, this number is down to 700, but phishing attacks became more sophisticated, more elaborate, more targeted. And to understand the vulnerability to attacks, we've got to have information about our infrastructure, the IT assets, the vulnerabilities, how effective our defense measures are. And to mitigate manual labor and to update this information, we use telemetry, automation and machine learning. This helps with rapid collection of data, minimization of human error and interpretation. Humans tend to interpret information their way, and an incident that happens once a year may be seen as a significant. An incident which they come across every day, they
tend to
довольно большой ущерб.
overemphasize, even though they don't result in major losses.
Проектах, да, и продуктах концепцию.
In our projects and our products, we offer a concept that consists of 4 items. First is aggregation. We want to accumulate data from telemetry, vulnerabilities, and attacks using means of automation, using data protection tools, CM, integration with data accounting and record keeping, and proprietary scripts, and identify attacks using ISM solutions. On top of that, we need to analyze, which is the next component. We need to enable our ML module to provide aggregated reports, calculate the probability of the damage, and assess the effectiveness of the measures taken, and provide retrospective analysis. The next factor is using modern technology, which is ML, to determine the appropriate risk scenarios. This is done to minimize the involvement of the human, because as ever, the human is the biggest threat to InfoSec. And the final element is using various security methodologies and frameworks, best practices such as NIST, CIS controls, the Federal Technology Experts Control Agency approach. And we use that together with the FAIR methodology so that InfoSec could speak the same language with the business, and so that cyber risks could be translated into financial measures. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. You're welcome to approach our booth. I will be happy to chat to every one of you. Thank you.
Добрый вечер.
Good afternoon. Okay, I hope you're not too tired. And I do hope that you've had a nice day so far. You got enriched with some new knowledge and got to meet some new people.
Давайте поговорим о международном комплайенсе.
Let's talk about international compliance.
Я думаю, что многие из вас работают, либо работают в компаниях, либо сотрудничают с компаниями, которые ведут
many of you work with companies that have an international business, and that is quite tough. I'm Denis Avramenko. I'm the CEO of Sfera Intelligence. We are an agency that do verification of international counterparts and international compliance.
3 с небольшим года назад
Just over 3 years ago,
основными партнерами, бизнес-партнерами для
the main business partners for the Russian business were European companies.
Соответственно, 3 года назад что-то поменялось.
Well, 3 years ago,
И по
something changed.
статистическим данным за 2024 год,
And according to 2024 data, the main
240 миллиардов
foreign trade partner of Russia is China, with a turnover of $240 billion. The second place is held by India with 170 billion.
Таким образом, какие вызовы, что для нас изменилось?
So, what are the challenges? What has changed for us?
Бизнес-подходы стали совершенно другими.
First is that the business approaches have become very different. There are new rules of doing business, the new mentality of our partners. Logistics is also a new reality.
Если обобщить, то можно все риски, связанные с международным
To
сотрудничеством,
summarize all risks related to international cooperation, we can subdivide into 3 buckets:
и логистические издержки.
financial, fraud, and logistical.
К сожалению, в настоящее время российский бизнес не может быть уверен,
Currently, the Russian business cannot be confident that once they make a payment for a delivery, the international bank wouldn't freeze the payments for 3 days or 3 months.
что криптобиржа,
That
которой вы
a
воспользуетесь,
crypto exchange that you use will not
что груз, который вы заказали, будет доставлен вовремя.
dump you, and that finally the
К
goods that you have delivered will reach you on time.
рискам мошенничества я бы отнес 3 основных.
Talking about the risk of fraud, I'll mention 3 most important ones.
Не до конца
That is
действительно настоящий Alibaba.
fake companies. When we deal with Alibaba, we can never be sure that we deal with the actual Alibaba. Fake invoices, fake payment instructions.
К рискам логистическим
Logistical risks.
в прошлом году за
Last year,
за 2024 год
according to 2024 data, 45% of Russian exporters reported issues with logistics
это связано с различным
relating
сочетанием факторов,
to a number of factors, starting from longer supply chains
стоимостью на 250%.
to the growth of the cost of
Как с этим всем
logistics by 250%. How do we address this? In Russia,
огромное количество общедоступных публичных данных.
we are used to having
Понятно, что мелко, но тем не менее это
a lot of available public data. Well,
без труда найти
in the slide,
многочисленных источников.
in small print, I have information on a company that you can find in public sources. Let us try to get information about a company that works internationally. These are the excerpts of state registries from 3 countries, Turkey, Iran, and UAE. Well, it's clear for us that this data is not sufficient to understand whether this is a good faith counterparty or not. So we don't stand still, we've got to keep looking.
Ищем новые источники.
And we look for new sources. In the slide,
из различных стран.
you can see what is available in various countries.
К сожалению, нас на этом пути ждут очередной пул проблем.
And sadly, we will be facing some problems as we try to go that route. We would not be registered at websites or resources. We would not be able to pay for the information that we're looking to obtain.
Оператор данных требует от нас
The data operator
того, что мы гражданин или резидент той или иной страны.
is requesting confirmation that we are a national of a particular country. And curiously, even when we get the access, we struggle to formulate the request or simply the name of the company that we're looking for, because in the national languages, the company may have one name, internationally it may have a different name, which will be altogether different from the name in the national language.
Проанализировав, наверное, более сотни
Having analyzed more than 100 sources from various countries,
выделить серию самых главных проблем.
I want to mention a number of the biggest challenges.
Это требует локальной
First is that a local IP is required to access the resource. And by the way, in Iran or China, it's quite a challenge to get a local IP address. Next, as I mentioned already, that's verification of your nationality. The National Chinese Registry would require a passport-based verification. The issues with payments are still there. Russian accounts and Russian bank cards would not work to make a payment. And the language barrier, as I said, most of the national registries will be maintained in national languages. With India, it's not a problem. The national registry is in English. In China, it's in Chinese, and in Iran, it's in Persian. So the main recommendation is to conduct your own in-depth compliance of your potential counterparts. Even conceptually, what main answers, what main questions you need to answer? What do you need to know about a company to understand whether that's a good faith company or not? First, we need to know something about the assets, the value of the company essentially, whether it has any production facilities, whether it has any offices, warehouses, etc. Second, who's the beneficiary? And then you want to look at the beneficiary, whether they are known, whether they have a reputation. And finally, the experience of international activity, what they supply, what they buy, which countries, how long. The main and perhaps the only tool to obtain all of this data is OSINT. And the slide lists not all, but the main OSINT methods that we need to do counterparty vetting. And I'll walk you through them. WebInt is looking things up on the internet. We say doing a Google on something. But what we've understood is that we want to do searches using national search engines, such as Baidu in China or the national search engine in Korea, because the quality of information is very different. The next OSINT source is Finance, analysis of financial data. So we look for financial reporting, tax reporting, etc. Try to analyze it. VATINT is the analysis of logistical operations, analysis of supply chains that you can get from global data aggregators. GeoInt is looking cartography services. We look for their office, we look for their warehouse. Social media int is analysis of social media. We look for the accounts of the company, of beneficiaries, of the management, and even of employees. And darknet search. Here we look for leaks. We look for inside information. This slide gives, if not complete, but at least quite a broad list of information that we can find on most companies using OSINT methods. And globally, all sources that are out there can be subdivided into three buckets. First is global commercial registries. They provide information that is quite shallow, but they aggregate data on many countries, starting from Open Corporates, and one of such services is Open Corporates, which is good for European entities, and all the way to Asia Verify, which is a similar resource for Asian companies. On a more granular level, there are national data aggregators.
названия, но тем не менее мы привыкли все использовать эти ресурсы.
I don't want to mention the names of the resources in Russia, but we know full well what we can use in Russia, and in other countries there are similar. In China there's QCC, and even in the CIS countries there are quite good quality aggregators that you can use to get the information that you wouldn't be able to get directly for various limitations. And finally, the primary sources. Here I'm giving you just 5 for China, but if you follow the QR code, you would get much more primary sources, at least for China. The next slide is the primary sources for India. Again, this is not the definitive list by far, and you can use the QR code to get a more detailed information. And Turkey, if someone's interested. In our Telegram channel, we publish and update the list of registries for many jurisdictions. You're welcome to check them. Summarizing, in conclusion, given that I don't have an awful lot of time, to avoid the risks of losing money, losing reputation, you've got to carry out 3 activities. First, to develop regulations on counterparty checks, and not to use a template document, but depending on the situation, depending on the amount of the transaction, depending on whether that's an existing counterpart or a new counterpart, depending on the goods, those could be different regulations with different depths of inspection, depending on the jurisdiction of the partner as well. Another thing that I would certainly recommend is to train your security personnel in OSINT methods, because you can get a lot of information using that. And finally, it is recommended to avoid any hiccups. If they happen, you should have a regulation to address that. You should be able to do damage control. Okay, there has been a delay in payment. What's to be done? Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Okay, I have my own Telegram channel, and I'll give you my business card. I don't think this is the one that you are looking for. That's on the QR code here on the slide. How different is the price for your services from the price of the services provided by the Chamber of Commerce and Trade? They offer a very moderate price for counterparty vetting. Well, there are countries such as Russian Federation where an excerpt from the state registry can be obtained for free. Other countries have the same policy. There are countries where the excerpt costs some symbolic amount. In Belarus, for example, it costs 800 rubles. But that is not enough, and you've got to do your own analysis. There are commercial companies who can give you counterparty profiles, providing sets of data from, I don't know, a few sources. Well, the more sources, the higher the quality of information. And yet the next level is analytics. The data that you get, you want to interpret in the right way. If you see that the information is not enough, or you want to drill down into something, it is up to the analysts to decide. Yes, we are trying to leverage AI to automate routine processes, but in general, it is the work of analysts.
Профиль, репутация, да, и так далее, тому подобное, у которых API-ки, можно также и на коленке самому это соединить. Это все стоит небольших денег. в районе там 50 рублей, да, то есть это для компании полностью получить автоматизацию себе как на сервис.
Вы не получите автоматизации
You wouldn't get
труда аналитика. Вы получите автоматизацию
automation of an analyst. You would get access to some basic information.
Она знает только
Well, if a system knows just 5 services that it has APIs to, it can only get information from that 5. An analyst using OSINT methods can get information from a much broader set of sources than 5. And there is no checklist, there is no standard set of data. Okay, I apologize, my time is up. So if you have any further questions, let's take them offline. Thank you very much for your attention.
Всем привет! Кстати, если вам там не хватает места, вы
Hello,
можете пройти.
everyone. You're welcome to sit over there too if you don't have enough room there. It's my pleasure to welcome you all. Thank you for coming.
Он должен быть интересный.
I hope it will be interested. I did my best. I'll talk about business intelligence using OSINT. This includes economic, industrial, competitive, and all the types of intelligence. So we need as much information as possible to be obtained on the legal entity. My name is Ekaterina Turing. I'm a cyber detective. I joined this from the anti-fraud. I was fighting fraudsters. I still investigate some private investigators. And together with Dmitry Abramenko, the previous speaker, we deal with business compliance, and for this we need business intelligence. So just briefly, what we did in the past. Business intelligence in the past was industrial espionage. And that's why it still has this latent vibes. Okay, what are the methods we use? So espionage, so we just get there, we hire our own teams in the competitor, so, and we also grab information by force, tapping, and so on and so forth. So just a few examples. So successful business intelligence and espionage. So they, you know the story about silk, when they stole the silkworms from China. These European monks did it, and that's when the Chinese prevalence in terms of silk was lost. Another thing is Los Alamos. The Soviet Union needed about 5 years to get information on building the nuclear bomb, and this reduced kind of the lack of the Soviet Union. Another well-known fact. About 10 years ago, the Chinese had some breakthroughs in driverless cars, and in terms of phones, the driverless cars, they are fine, but people believe that the Chinese managed to timely steal quite a lot of documents, including from Apple. And talking about the background of this, there is a difference between the way it's done in the West and in the East. And the East includes Russia and the former Soviet countries. So in the West, it all starts from business. So the managers know what to look for. They become business intelligent agents. They even have an international agency or international kind of community. They come together. In Russia, it used to be done differently. We have security and intelligence services. They do their research, and then there's people go to corporations, and so those who are kind of hired by these guys, they further proceed. Well, industrial espionage, well, it's illegal, so you are facing some illegal consequences. The long return on investment. So to obtain, to get information, you need to find a loophole, to hire someone who will be employed by another company. Then you will have to wait. Then you'll have to pay the guy until he gets his hands on something useful for you. All this becomes expensive. And so since this guy is employed by the other party, they can become double agents. Okay, we don't need to break laws anymore, and that's because we have huge amounts of data uploaded to the internet. This is 140 zettabytes, so 140 billion terabytes. Well, okay, we can understand that this is huge. So let's talk about the types of data. You can see that about 35% of the data is something which can be useful to us in terms of business intelligence, because we have 20% of financial data and transaction data and other corporate data. 10% would be science and R&D data, research, patents, publications, and we also have registries and other sources, total about 5%. So that's why espionage is not that popular. They say that about 12% of information is obtained through espionage and bribing employees, and the rest, 85% is OSINT, that is looking for information in the open sources, and 3% of this is GeoINT, using maps, cartography, satellite imaging, and so on. And this lets you keep track of the production, warehouses, where they have equipment, what they do in these areas, and so on and so forth. And the methods are also changing. Now, open data is playing an important role, and there is one little subtlety here. So we're talking about hacking. So they use malware, unfortunately, and they also use various methods which are also illegal. They steal data through breaches. Well, it can be any unauthorized access. It could be done through social engineering inside and so on.
То есть в данном случае хакеры не воруют, а просто
So we are kind of expecting this information to become available, so we're looking for it. We can also kind of tap the traffic, we can penetrate the supply chain, and so on. So we also look at the communication of the company kind of outside, and we can also say a few words about some IoT devices, and so this includes smartphones and other laptops and so on. So I think you've heard about Pegasus, which was initially developed to be installed on the devices of the WhatsApp activists, but it became so popular that they started using these viruses to keep track of each other. For instance, they do parsing of corporate disks and chats. So recently, one company kind of invited a guy working for another company to spy for them. And so they use the corporate messengers and the corporate CRMs. They use the parser, and this was downloaded and further used. And the funny thing is this guy was found through the honeypot. The company in the thread, in the corporate messenger made its own thread. And this parser went to the thread, and that's how this guy was caught, and now they are kind of in the litigation phase. So it's a well-protected company. They kind of try to use different devices, and then the company was cracked through these guys. Okay, so what are we facing now? So we have legal and illegal methods of intelligence, and well, obtaining information, well, technically is quicker than walking somewhere on feet. And just imagine that some bad organization uses open source to see what's going on inside the system. So if they have some traces, then you would be able to prove it. But if they look at the way they are going to take decisions, the strategy, the partnerships, well, this information would be much more difficult to prove in terms of having been stolen, like a database of clients. So this is really difficult to prove it. Okay, let's proceed. So let's talk about the legal network intelligence. Well, it's difficult to cover everything, so I have focused on two things I'd like to discuss. So we have some references for you. We'll talk about monitoring the activity of competitors. We can reconstruct the supply chain and how to analyze the decision makers' digital footprint. Okay, let's talk about the competitors. Well, the more active the company is, the more I think it posts in social media, and they can kind of publish many things, so you can find some interesting stuff there. And we should start with analyzing the website. The website is kind of the way they communicate with the company. There are social media, and we have different options here, and some specific changes. So we can see these changes happening every 10 minutes, for instance. We can have a look at some decision-making relevant information.
актуальными вакансиями, потому что если вдруг появляется вакансия, где нужны специалисты определенного...
We can also look at the vacancies if they want some niche experts, then or people in a different region. This means that they're expanding.
Информация о партнерах позволяет сделать предположение о появлении новых партнерств. Ну, это же также, кстати, изменение списка партнеров может свидетельствовать о прекращении партнерства с кем-то.
And you can also have a look at the list of projects and partners. You should also look at monitoring potential vulnerabilities, and you can also see that they are changing their functionality. We can also monitor their investor relations, and we can use some other tools like Archive or HTRM. So this, well, the web archive will, well, this is a tool which keeps the previous copies of the websites, and this way you will be able to see what a given website looked like in the past. And the next tool like the chat. So
индексируются и сохраняются в системе.
you can find, so you can keep track of the changes of the website. Okay, let's proceed, and we can have a look at the things happening in repositories and open storages. So they have default notifications, and we have various tools which are there for their information security, like Git Monitor and Git Guardian. And if our developers publish codes with tokens and some secrets, so we can timely see this, they can be used for other goals. But the important thing is to be ethical here, because in any case, any illegitimate intelligence is not intelligence. This is breaking laws, and that's what we don't do. Okay, let's talk about some new domains, subdomains and services. If they launch new products, they register new domains, new brands, or they generate subdomains. For this, we have classical tools. I think every network intelligence guy uses this, so we can filter this to see the domains, subdomains. So for this, you have security trails or passive total, and so this gives you information on domains and subdomains based on more detailed logic, including some specific words or combination of characters, and also have their SL check or SRTH to have a look at the domains of one certificate. So in the past we had the secure, so we need the secure connection, and for this the domain should have a certificate. And this certificate may accumulate more than one domain. So if you know what kind of certificate is installed with the domain, so we can see what we have behind the domain. So this is just looking for the other domains the administrator has, but from a different perspective. Next thing we'll analyze would be various commits, developers forums, and so on. So where our developers communicate, they might publish some interesting information, the Stack Overflow, for instance. So I think that now it is not that heated anymore because we have LMs and we can ask information without going to the forum. We understand that LMs have their own vulnerabilities, but we will not be able to parse them. But this is not a big, not a well-spread thing. People go to Reddit, Stack Overflow, and Hubber, and there you can parse information. There are webalizers and WebTrans utilities showing what web applications a company has installed. And here have Netcraft, Shodan, and Census. They are there to identify the server software, the SSLs, the CMS, the content management systems, and the CRM systems installed on the website. And the CDN is about distributed servers. So this way we'll be able to see where the personal data of the users is held, where they have CRMs, where they have post or email servers, and so on. Okay, we are done with the monitoring of activities at the websites of the competitors. Now let's have a look at reverse engineering the supply chain. This might be interesting for a number of reasons. So when we know the suppliers, we might attack the area between the customer and the supplier, and knowing the suppliers, we might understand the business model of the company. Say we understand that the company procures some kind of products, and we have a specific supplier. If we know the prices of the supplier, and if this is an international foreign supplier who will declare everything with the customs service, we'll be able to see whether the barge, what kind of goods a ship is coming, whether it's coming late or not, so we can have a look at the schedule of deliveries and so on and so forth. Okay, how is it done? So let's talk about the digital suppliers and then talk about the physical suppliers. Okay, to understand what kind of digital solutions used. The cloud servers and providers and vendors are partners of our company. You can have a look at Shodan Sensors built with and Vaporizer. So we used it for the technological stack, and we can also have a look at the ISO certificates. Well, this is voluntary certification of our company. The company does it to prove that they're bona fide in terms of their activity and operations. So when certified auditor comes to check the paper flow, that they have good electronic paper flow. So if the company doesn't have resources for this audit, it means this is less trusted company versus the one which already has the certificates. We also have certificates for those who make Cisco equipment, for those who have some environmental rating, and so on. And these certificates may let you understand which software the company uses to manage resources. Another important thing, we have quite a lot of information about partners and contractors. We can learn it from agreements, but agreements are not published. So this information is there, but there are some scenarios to find this information. For instance, you have the Federal Portal of Public Procurement, which shows all the information. We also have aggregators under Federal Laws 44 and 223.
Контракт-центр — это другое, это информация по госпоронзаказам.
Okay. We also have the contract center.
Кад-арбитр, картотека арбитражных дел.
So we also have the card arbiter. This is a list of litigation in the arbitrage courts, and from there you can get personal data. So you don't have personal data there, but you have information about the project. Import Genius. This is an example of unlicensed supplies through the external economic activities. There are more registries like that, and you can have a look at the previous presentation too, and there you can find different aggregators and registries where you can find information on a specific brand, who the company asked some supplies from, and so on and so forth. And for the supplier, you can see whom and with what it has supplied. And there are different certification documents, not only the ISO. And there you can have a look at the information depending on the industry. Apart from the agreements, we have other useful documents so that you can find have a look at what the company does. We have a registry of patents. This is really interesting, even if you don't do business intelligence, because, well, what do they have there? The companies often just as an experiment or just to be on the safe side, there they register as patents because they expect that in the future they will develop some technology, so they want to protect this future development. And here you can see what the companies tried to make. Apart from that, we have less official things. So I think you know that many companies run accelerators and hackathons. And on one hand, this is there to find new developers. And apart from that, all these accelerators, they are thematical because they want to sponsor what they're interested in. And this means that they're going to invest into this. Okay, ML, quantum technology, and so on and so forth. So the topics for the hackathons and the results might be quite telling. So this will be the projects that the company wants to buy or to finance. And the final item here is the contest for the worst digital footprint was won by our CEO. It means that we all live a lot of digital footprint. Well, now we are more careful in social media and websites. I think we'll improve the situation in fora. I think we have an issue with the internet stores. Well, whether you know it or not, but your Vkusville and some other platform reviews are indexed and saved around your profile. So be safe, be kind of careful, because they might kind of share the information in terms of your reviews.
Также мы занимаем какие-то ключевые
Okay, if we have some executive positions, so things we do, we publish, so we have geotags, and this will kind of let us reveal some personal information. How can we monitor the behavior of a CEO or any executive we are interested in? What are the conclusions we might drive? Okay, analyzing some rhetorics in public speeches. An example, a company, say, is a supplier for a given vendor. It's been doing it for a long time, but then they change abruptly and say, we are multi-vendors, we provide several solutions, but I'm not selling this vendor solution. So either the partnership stopped or the business relationship changed and so on. So the company is going to do something different. So if the company said, I work internationally, I attract investment to develop in India and in China, and then they abruptly say, no, we are registering a patent for making Russian software. Okay, if the company changes its activities, what else will change? They will change their investor presentation, because if they want to launch a new kind of line of business, they will attract funds for some specific projects. So we'll see some changes in the presentation for investors, then we'll see commercial proposals, and then the third wave will be the marketing presentation. Then the change of the positions on LinkedIn. So this is important for the digital Zoomer companies. Just better, they're developing, taking a step further, and they have restructuring. The directors today have even cooler positions than in the past, and they mentioned this on LinkedIn quite quickly. Okay, if, say, a C-level guy goes to some unconventional events or to the regions the company is not present in. Again, this signals showing that the brand is going to some new fields. We should also know something about the new partnerships of the companies, or they might find new partners or get rid of old partners. If the company is now reducing its budgets and is hiring people with some specific skills, then you might understand that they're not inviting a vendor anymore, so they are now developing this in-house. Okay. I'm done in terms of the technologies. Now I will talk about the future of cyber intelligence. And the first, going on back, one step back. So, before we had the era of internet, industrial espionage, industrial intelligence was our key field. Then it was replaced by technical intelligence, so using open sources, and now we can see that the tools like LLMs and quantum technologies are developing so well that we believe that in the future we'll be doing cyber intelligence. We are considering this now, so our future is coming, and quite often I see quite a lot of myths about it. For instance, there is a myth that quantum computers will create to crack all the passwords and codes. People are really afraid, so they believe they will launch it, then their hackers will get this, and they will decrypt everything, and in the morning all our bank apps will be hacked and all the money will be stolen. No, it's not the case. It's a myth, because now they're developing post-quantum cryptography, crypto-resilient certificates, and the only thing you might be afraid of, I think I heard this, that now a lot of data has been stolen by hackers. A lot of this data is still encrypted. They cannot decrypt it, but when they have quantum computers, this information might be decrypted. The second myth, AI will capture the world and kill everyone who didn't think it. Okay, we'll talk about AI within the framework of heavy LLMs, because they behave like humans. Well, in the past, they could talk to us in the chat, but now they generate pictures, they upload and load information, they write code, and so on and so forth. And I think we're just a step ahead. Well, the LLMs might become self-sufficient. They'll start doing things on their own. Some people think so. But it's a myth, because today LLMs are just statistical algorithms. So what is a statistical algorithm? This is an algorithm which generates as its core output, well, if we talk about the LLMs, so the output would be a text, which is most likely to satisfy your wishes. So they can have text, or picture, or a video, so it doesn't have its own will or goal, so you shouldn't be afraid. The third myth, deepfakes will make it impossible to believe any kind of context. Okay, LLMs are developing, and internet fakes are also spreading. Like today, you might generate really realistically looking documents, and we can see that now they are fighting with this, the developers are fighting with this, but this problem is not yet fixed. Now they have really good face swap systems, including the photo and video technologies, so it works well for the pre-recorded video content, and it's also developing well for swapping the face online when somebody may call somebody else and, well, pass off for somebody else being his or her equal visual copy. They're also developing audio deepfakes, and I'm confident that we have all face information fakes, which are well generated, because they can be brute force pretty well. So now they have good strategies how to make any piece of news realistic. Like they start through non-trusted sources, usually Facebook posts or Twitter posts or some kind of yellow pages posts. Then they buy some ad spots from low-quality bloggers who are ready to advertise everything. Then larger bloggers kind of spread the words, because their task is not to provide verified information. Their task is to have more views and likes. And if some modern media don't verify the information properly, then this piece of news might go to some reputed media.
And there are media that I personally trust. There's the Vedomosti newspaper and RBC, Rosbusiness Consulting, but the bloggers are an ever-increasing influence that make us trust them. And so sadly, the number of fakes keeps growing. Well, that is partly also a myth, because currently the methods of detection and verification keep developing, and I think we live in a short period of time when this is possible. However, the anti-fake algorithms develop as quickly as the fake generation algorithms, and I think quite soon the same ML methods that are currently used to generate content will be used to detect fakes. And a few words about the technology that will await us in the future. Sometimes we may get a feeling that the future is here and we already live it. In 2023, scientists demonstrated that it's possible to to transfer information from one brain to another. So not by Wi-Fi, not by Bluetooth, but using brain impulses. And why I incorporated this into my presentation? Because this is quite curious in terms of business intelligence. The fact that an individual carries some information or can transfer information from one brain to another. Well, currently, there won't be any opportunity to check that such transfer actually took place. There are contactless algorithms that help identify whether a person is lying or speaks the truth with a 70% accuracy. Well, 70% is not quite high to make meaningful decisions, but it shows the vector of the technological development, pointing to the fact that in the future it will be possible to get information by simply being in conversation with them, by reading their micro movements to get the information about what they know about the company. So if an individual that knows some secrets, say, in development, will be under a threat. Let's talk about LLMs. So what is the current limitation of LLMs? They can't undertake any active action. We can't ask them to go on the website and authorize and do some job for us. They can only analyze a static page or a static file. Likewise, they cannot click buttons for us. But given the pace of development and given how convenient LLMs have become, it's clear that it won't last for long. I think that soon LLMs will be acknowledged as full-fledged internet users, however, perhaps a separate class, and they will be able to have personal accounts and make decisions within the limits that humans choose to give them. And a few words about quantum technology, which I must say fascinates me personally. Quantum technology is quite an interesting area for countering intelligence, because a quantum channel is absolutely immune against any interference, because interference disrupts the channel. 8 years ago, China built a first quantum network between two cities. Currently, not just China, but other countries have successful developments in this area. A few years ago, Canada tried to send a quantum signal through optical fiber. In 2023, the Japanese said that quantum fiber is not even needed, and they transferred quantum keys between two moving cars. And I guess I'm wrapping up with my presentation here, quoting from William Gibson, a writer who introduced the term cyberspace and explained it. And he said that the future is here, it's unevenly distributed. Thank you for listening to the end. The QR code is no longer there. Anyway, if you want to continue to chat, you're welcome to approach me or write me on the Telegram. Can people ask questions? Let's start with this side, but I'll take this question. What do you mean OSINT browser? You mean a browser with various tabs, with various OSINT tools? Well, let me answer it like this. True OSINT is analysis. You can get a variety of tools to mine a lot of information, but this data is not the result. You would need to enrich this data. You would need to go on the internet. So the true work that you do through OSINT is that you think with your head. Those tools are a good supporting instrument. And those tools get obsolete very quickly. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting to listen. I have a practical question, maybe a little bit on the theoretical side. Regarding cyber intelligence that you said will replace technical intelligence, how do we act legally? Where's this fine line between the legal and the illegal? As far as I know.
привет. Сегодня поговорим на такую интересную тему, которая на самом деле касается многих.
We'll talk about a topic that is relevant to many large organizations. How do you handle 1 million vulnerabilities and survive? For more than a year, I have been with MTS Bank, and we are really doing a lot of work there. So when can a company come across such situation? Some of the possible scenarios are here in the slide. You get a new CISO in an organization and you have to do a lot of scanning. Second, M&A, when we buy companies and we do an initial scanning, then when incidents happen, well, previously they only did routine scanning, and suddenly there's an incident, and they start looking for vulnerabilities, they do scanning, and they really find something scary. Okay, what's 1 million vulnerabilities? That is essentially an IP multiplied by a unique vulnerability. That's approximately some 30,000 hosts, but I did come across this problem quite a few times in my life. Even if you have 100,000 hosts, there's around 1 million of vulnerabilities. There's some 10,000 of unique vulnerabilities. And as a result of all this processing, you can come up with 5,000 tickets without loss of quality. Here's how you do it. These are the stages of processing or handling. I won't read out from the presentation because I tried to build it as a manual. So later you can read it at your convenience. For us to start looking at vulnerabilities, we need to enrich them with data. And the data that we need is FQDN, that is the host name, the owner that you can get from SCMDB, and subnets. To put all this data together, you can use either ClickHouse and Jupyter Notebook or Splunk, which is a free solution. In fact, Splunk is the most convenient platforms for such processing. The most important initial stage is data normalization. We've got to unify names because sometimes they do contain domain name, somewhere else they don't. Then we need to make sure all records are lowercase, and we use IP addresses where we don't have the FQDN. Otherwise, we will simply lose those fields. And we've got to consider the specifics of the platform where we do the processing. In Splunk, for example, the fields that are used for grouping, if they are not filled, it will just truncate those lines. To prioritize, you've got to have two stages. First is when we do initial prioritization. From medium vulnerabilities, we are looking for high vulnerabilities. Sadly, they exist. For example, there's a security bypass risk, and for some reason that is seen as medium. I don't know why. And here's a Splunk request of how you can automate, elevate a vulnerability from medium to high or critical. When we get a list of critical and high vulnerabilities, and we put them together, we deduplicate them, we arrive at unique vulnerabilities, and we come up with 3,000 to 5,000 vulnerabilities, unique ones. We give them to a pen tester so that they, using their experience, looked through this list quickly and deprioritized some critical and high-risk things so that we could drop normally some 2,000 vulnerabilities. To do that, you don't need a lot of time. 2 to 4 hours of pen testers' time, and it's done. The next thing that we need to do is that the right prioritization list, we use it to do further work at all the subsequent steps. We can come up with a number of groups of lists. The exterior, ARM and VDI, because they are the easiest to patch. You can roll out essentially one patch on everything, and they're not as critical as servers. And finally, servers, the most difficult group, because they are administered by different people, they have different owners, so you've got to do a bit of sweating with them. And for the final prioritization, there are some criteria that, in my view, from the point of view of a pen tester, are the most important ones. And it's them that help us assess whether a particular vulnerability is critical or not in our context. And all of them are shown here. The next slide gives an example with a breakdown by weight and how to use this calculator. We put either 1 or 0, depending on whether a criterion hits, and then you calculate the final weight. And then it's up to you to decide what will be critical or what would be high. Say, if it's above 80 or 90, that would be critical. 70 to 80 would be high. Something like that, depending on your infrastructure. Importantly, these criteria have things that are not taken into account in many methodologies. Whether, for example, a vulnerability is exploited in phishing.
Оно с большой долей вероятности будет использоваться при фишинге, и тогда нам нужно критичность как-то приподнять.
We'll need to increase the level of criticality.
Наиболее интересные.
The next step is the most interesting. Okay, so we've got a list of vulnerabilities, high and critical, that we believe are right for our infrastructure. And we have a link of IP or IQDN and the unique vulnerability. So how do we group it to have the lowest number of tickets? The first option that I see often in the companies where I worked, and the companies that people that I know work, they set a ticket for a particular host. They say, okay, so you've got this IP or you've got this host, and there are many vulnerabilities. Some are high, some are critical. And this approach has a lot of disadvantages and not a single advantage. I haven't been able to find a single one. The disadvantages are that first, you will have 30,000 tickets. Secondly, it wouldn't be possible for administrator to prioritize on the host what they have to patch in the first place. And it's difficult to roll out fixes. The next option is when we group by CVE. I don't like it either. We tell them, okay, here's the vulnerability, and many servers are affected. Why I don't like this one? Because if an administrator cannot patch a particular server, the ticket really lingers and is not addressed for a long time. And there's duplication. Say there's the Postgres, there are some vulnerabilities, some are high, some are medium. But essentially, all of that can be addressed with a single update. But we set up 20 tickets so that the administrator clicks through every one of them and close them out. The next one I like, but really it threatens the administrator's mental health.
Okay, with one host, with one unique vulnerability, we set a ticket. Well, what's good about it? Well, it's good because it is easy to automate, and we can have a look at the fixing process, and the admin can see the results of his effort almost daily. But just imagine the emotions. This guy gets 100,000 tickets and told to fix them within 2 weeks. Well, this is not good for the kind of emotional and psychological health of these guys. So they burn out to the level of forgetting all this stuff and just ignoring it. Well, for 4 years we worked in different companies, and we reached, I think, the best way, the best approach. We are now grouping them, and here we have a guy here who helped us do this. So how does it work? So we have a ticket for a unique piece of software. So we say, okay, so we have the list of servers you're responsible for update all of them, please. This way we can properly roll out upgrades or updates. We give them a clear solution what to do it. So update to the latest version, all of this. So we don't tell them, okay, to version 5, version 0.5.32. No. We say update it to the latest version. And you can roll out your updates, you can fan them out, but the admin doesn't get this crazy amount of ticket, and they feel much better emotionally. There are some negatives here, but they can be compensated. Like if the admin, for instance, gets rid of some service somewhere, they might forget or have not enough time for the other service. They will be kind of there in the long time. So how to compensate for this? So to kind of fix this, we have dashboards based on the vulnerabilities grouped, normalized through database. So we have this database, and we set statistics for risks committees and so on from this base. And dashboards for tickets are generated just for our own purposes, so that we don't lose anything. Okay, and how do we group this? Well, scanners have the CPE, Common Platform Integration. But as practice shows, this is filled in by people. People are prone to mistakes, and as a result, we have one product, one piece of software having several CPEs. This makes it difficult to deal with it. Or sends it, say, as one word or with a hyphen, and so on. Many duplicates. So how can we solve the problem? We can use AI for kind of determining what kind of product it is, and to give us a list with a short title of this product. This is best done by DeepSeek. We tried different models, but DeepSeek performed the best. ChatGPT performed worst, irrespective of the prompts. But they do hallucinate. Sometimes they call NFS, Samba, SSL, SSH, and whatever. This can be treated because there are few hallucinations like that, and you need about 2 hours to kind of check it. To manually go through this list, you'll need about 12 hours full time. How do we visualize it? So we visualize it based on vulnerabilities, as I put it. We show the total of vulnerabilities, the increment of vulnerabilities. We show the percentage of fixed vulnerabilities, or we can show the share of delayed vulnerabilities. And we have 2 dashboards, one for admins, where we have statistics by vulnerabilities, and the other one is just for the tickets, to see whether admins have ticketed everything. To control this, you might use the Power BI platforms, like Power BI. You should use data, a special transfer data, because if we look at the initial sources, it doesn't work well, and the metrics we consider to be quite effective. For the internet, it's important to see how quickly we respond to vulnerabilities, but for the internal purposes, because we have a huge backlog, this metric is not going to be effective or efficient, and it will be scary for the top managers. So we should use the delayed metrics. So we come to the administrator, say, okay, we have 7 days to fix it. I understand that we cannot update VMware all this within this time. Let's agree upon the real time. Okay, we have agreed, and if they take longer than that, then it will be called delayed. Okay, that's it, and I'm here to share my presentation with you. Maybe ask questions?
Раз. Организаторы, а скажите, вам
The organizers.
сейчас или
Are questions allowed now?
Один вопрос. Хорошо.
Okay, one question. Great. Go ahead.
Вы используете ИИ для нахождения письма по уязвимости. А если это уязвимость в какой-то библиотеке, которая входит в состав ПО, то ИИ вам помогает?
Конечно. Ну, то есть его можно это натренировать, он вполне себе обрабатывает.
Sure, we can train it, and it will process the vulnerabilities in the libraries. And our scanning doesn't go through the active vulnerabilities, but we scan with authentication. So we look at the nuts and bolts of it. We look under the hood. And how do you build the process? You mean in terms of scanning? I mean everything. Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you very much. Testing, testing. Good evening, colleagues. Today, we are here to kind of interact you a little bit. I have no idea of the quantum world. Well, we are given some verbal signs that it's too early. Yeah, they're kind of telling us that it's too early, but you can start. Yeah, you still can start. You can read some, poetry. Maybe I could introduce you guys. Yeah. Okay, they're telling us that we can start. Okay, let's start. Okay, my name is Yevgeny Bednyakov. I represent the Stanislavski Electric Theatre, starting with last year. It may become a quantum theatre. I don't know what it is yet. We'll talk to our artistic director later about it. Okay.
Классический, не квантовый. Так, итак, по порядку.
Okay. Dmitry Chermashevtsev, Senior Research Fellow at the Russian Quantum Center, Head of Quantum Technology Group in Rosatom. Hello, everyone.
Kirill
Lachmansky. Did I get it right?
Руководитель научной группы
Head of Scientific Group of Quantum Computing using called calcium ions, whatever this means. It's Chinese to me. Okay, who knows? Anton Gugler, Director General of the QApp company.
And Dmitry
Darensky, Head of Industrial Cybersecurity. Yeah, it's not quantum, it's silicon, rather. Okay, we are all from the quantum world, in a way. So we read some news so that we kind of see what is related to the quantum technology, quantum physics, and the quantum world, in a way. Okay, the first piece of news. Quantum magic and reality. Atoms go through the space. Okay, what is quantum reality? What is that? Okay, it is teleportation available. Okay, let me kickstart. You know, we had Richard Feynman, a Nobel laureate in physics. He is one of the guys who, in the West, put forward the quantum computer concept. So he said at some time that if you think that you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics. Okay. Well, you shouldn't have any false kind of hopes. You'll not understand what a quantum theatre is because we don't understand what quantum reality is either. Well, talking about this specific piece of news, this is about one interesting kind of so our world, by the way, is quantum world. We are kind of beyond the normal quantum laws. We live following the physical world laws and the laws of the Russian Federation. Okay, on a serious note, there's little things, well, not like us, but really small, like particles of the light. For instance, 1 billion or 1 trillion photons, for instance, moves from the lamp you're looking at. So we cannot see all these photons, but taken together, they let us kind of see each other and the things around us. So these things we see are just the reflected photons. Okay, so these little kind of photons, electrons, and other small things, they behave not like us at all. And we are here in Luzhniki. This is a great fest going on, but unfortunately, at the same time, we cannot run experiments in the lab or kind of start some performance rehearsal in the theatre or do some other things to have fun. But the quantum thinks they can do it. Well, yeah, they can do many things, by the way. They can be connected when separated by huge distances. So you talk about atom teleportation. When you talk about teleportation in general, well, people often imagine things like that we can easily move from here, well, in some time. I have a question, so that we move to some place we want to be. Okay, a human being. So human beings are made of atoms, right? And atoms are made of this quants. No, we cannot say this is about a piece. A quant is a minimal portion of something. It can be electromagnetic field. It can be a type of energy or movement. So this is just a quantum is just the minimal portion. Yeah, a quantum of a pie. Yeah, it depends on whether you like the pies. If you like the pies, then your quanta will be big. Okay, so I understand they can teleport quanta. Yeah, they can. Yeah, you know, this quantum objects, they kind of feel each other at great differences, like lovers. Yeah, sure. You know, love, I think, has something related to quantum things. Who knows what chemical processes happen there, so this is to be further investigated. So, in this quantum world, we can take two atoms. One can be put somewhere far away from us, and the other one could be somewhere here in a lab or in Luzhniki. And we might run an experiment in such a way that the features of the atom, and the atom has different characteristics, like it can be in some energy, it can have some energy. If it's a photon, it can have like polarization or some other stuff. And kind of irrespective of whether the distance is huge or not, we technically might run an experiment. The condition of the atom we have here with us, we can move this kind of state for the other atom, which is really away from us. So this is not teleportation. This is about connection, like twins, between the twins. Not exactly. Okay, let me comment on this. So scientists, you know, they are clever guys, and they really want to get money for the equipment and experiments and computers. So that's why they have to, you know, challenge. That's why quite simplistic things we do understand. We call them with some strange names, yeah, like clickbait things. But well, it's true to an extent. Well, from the point of view of quantum interpretation, we are not moving atoms. We are moving the condition of the atoms. Well, it's not someone we move, but rather his emotion. Okay, if I have a twin brother, do we have some, I don't know, same atoms? Well, you do, most likely. Yeah, overall, I'd like to tell you that atoms, the atoms themselves, they are more or less the same. We are made of the same atoms, but they are built into different configurations. Okay, my brother, say, is in Saratov, so if I drink some water, may he feel that I've drinking something? Okay, well, we have some limits to quantum physics application. Well, for some objects, for the micro objects, this is going to work, but at some time this object becomes too large. There are too many atoms. The system becomes too complex, and then this quantum magic no longer works. So there are some limits here. Okay, I suggest we wind up our teleportation discussion because we haven't yet discussed it completely. Just imagine, you have two objects. Okay, one of them doesn't have any specific features and the other one has these features. So we take these features and we move them to the other object somewhere far away. So this far away object, so the first one might be destroyed, for instance, completely. We will somehow kind of at a large kind of distance, we just moved all the information when we destroy it, and we just teleport. This way we teleport this object somewhere far away. Well, similarly, there is a paradox. We can move something instantly, like what we want to do. We want to teleport a human being somewhere, yeah, somewhere to Mars through the cyberspace. Yeah, teleport to your country house. Yeah, this teleportation happens instantly. We don't spend time to teleport. And here's the paradox. Similarly, okay, we can teleport humans, right? But this is really problematic. When we, as Kirill mentioned, when we go through the quantum teleportation, we are not moving kind of classical objects or matter. We have two objects with identical structure, and the features of one object are just moved to the other object. So, we just to provide the features from one to the other. It's more difficult. It's more difficult for a human. What about apes? Yeah, for apes it's also well, maybe for apes it's easier. Sometimes it's difficult to say what kind of sets them apart. Okay, talking about teleporting a human being, then if we are serious about it, we should split a human into atoms, build the same set of atoms somewhere far away, and then the information on every atom should be transferred to that cloud of new atoms, and then we just assemble this guy back. And then we will indeed teleport people. But, frankly speaking, I believe that, well, to split someone into atoms and then bring him or her back would be more difficult than to understand the quantum mechanics and build quantum computers. On the other hand, how many students do you have? Well, yeah, we can experiment, I agree. So, and if we are successful, we can take, if I don't have any more students, we can take a couple of your students. Why not? Yeah, we can jointly kind of experiment on this. Yeah, we can open a vacancy, yeah, for a guy who would like to participate in quantum teleportation. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, maybe we are the only ones to have this computer. Okay, this is Kommersant. The Russian scientists made a 50-qubit quantum computer. Okay, so what is a qubit? Okay, Kirill likes quantum computers, so what would you say? Okay, thank you very much. And the next piece of news. K, quantum technology. Why do humans need a supercomputer? Okay, let's take them one by one. Okay, obviously, our life today is the consequence of the technologies we have. And the technologies we are using now, they are limited. But the demand for, say, computing is growing and growing. And the classical computing kind of is lagging behind this demand from the industry. What kind of demand is it? Okay, to have more calculations, to mine more cryptocurrency. Yeah, just for instance. And then we understand that we need new technologies. And in this kind of field of new technologies, you might consider quantum technologies. And they have three pillars: quantum computing, quantum communications, and quantum sensors. So these are so what you've talked about would be a quantum computing. Okay, we have the quantum computer. This is a device which is using the laws of quantum physics to deal with some algorithms. What kind of algorithms? This is subject to standalone discussion. Well, okay, I'm scared by this discussion, by the way. Okay, but the idea is that in quantum computing, we have a qubit as a measurement of information. So we can implement qubits using various physical objects. So in the first piece of news, they talked about using ions. You might also use... And what is an ion, by the way? Well, this is a particle, and it's also a building block for us, by the way. Well, it's kind of an element of our matter. So quantum computing will let you perform a set of tasks which might be sped up compared to classical computing. And in this context, it's really interesting. Some of these tasks we are discussing might be really useful, not only for cybersecurity, but also for our everyday life, like to optimize things. Say, to reduce traffic for Yandex Taxi. Okay, are you talking about traffic jams, or are you talking about some other issues? Okay, this is a joke. Yeah, quantum computers might help us find new materials new things. Okay, let's go back to qubits. This kind of elements. I understand InfoSec and IT. Okay, I understand. We have signal, we have no single, zeros and ones. So this binary logic. Okay, we have a switch, either on or off. What is a qubit? I have a switch, and every time I switch on one lamp or the second lamp or third lamp, so how, does it work randomly? What's the difference between it and this binary logic, 1 and 0?
От классического. Кубит — это двухуровневая квантово-механическая система.
A qubit is a two-tier quantum mechanical system. Oh yes.
У нас есть тот же 0 и 1, но 0 и 1
It certainly has become clear. No, we still have zeros and ones, but the 0 and 1 are in superposition. There's a certain dependency between the 0 and 1. If we imagine this geometrically,
кубит — это у нас такая сфера.
if a bit is 0 and 1, then a qubit is a sphere. Well, that's super sophisticated. Please raise your hands who understands what he's talking about. Okay, we've got quite a few. Okay, we have 3 people in the room. There's an anecdote when Professor Landau read his lecture in the Department of Physics, and from the back desk someone is shouting, "Professor Landau, why do you read all this to us? Do you appreciate that no one except a couple of people at the front desk who understand what you're saying?" And he said that it only takes one Professor Landau to change theoretical physics. This may be an example of a superposition. We don't know if quantum computer is there or maybe it's not. Well, there's a good example. There's a company called Google. They are also building their own quantum computers. And they were the first who tried to demonstrate what is called quantum advantage. When it would take hundreds and thousands of years to solve a particular task with an ordinary computer, it takes a much smaller time with a quantum computer. And they were able to solve such a problem. But in 3 days' time, there's an article out, and they were comparing their computer with IBM. And IBM issues an article that it's not true. They say that they can use their computer to model, but we can't show you how. And in 6 months, the Chinese demonstrate how they can solve this problem using their computer, which is GPU-based. And so the joke was that the computer advantage of Google was indeed a quantum process because we don't know if it exists or not. No, but really, in Russia, we do have quantum computers. Who knows that Russia does have quantum computers? Great, that's half of the room. In Russia, there's more than one. Russia has many quantum computers. There's at least 5.
Есть действительно другие квантовые компьютеры. Тут стоит отметить то, что я опять немножечко подушню, Диме, если не позволишь.
And yes, I will play a bore if you allow me. Yes, please. Qubits can be done in various platforms. For example, you can use ions. Can you use railway platforms to do qubits? Perhaps. You said that we have quite a few quantum computers in Russia, but do they have any practical benefits? Well, they are just there. You love a woman because she's there, and it's the same with a quantum computer. Well, is there any practical application for these quantum computers? The computers that exist are currently experimental, but their capacity grows year in, year out. And it's not that they follow the same architecture. They use multiple architectures. Cyril talked about ions, and in other configurations they could be atoms, but the more powerful they become, the more practical usage they would bring. The main practical benefits of them at the time is that they are practically possible and their capability is growing year in, year out. Well, I think that the talk about quantum calculations is indeed an important topic. This problem has not been solved globally yet, because the quantum computers that exist elsewhere on our planet, they can address some problems better than ordinary computers, but all of those problems are not on the practical side, so to say. And let me finish my thesis. The format that the quantum computers development now has is very similar to ordinary computers. You remember the times when computers occupy buildings and their performance was worse than the modern calculator. So, yes, time will come when they will be able to solve practical tasks, but the quantum leap doesn't happen overnight. So we'll use quantum computers for mining. Well, I don't think we'll be mining, but you can try and steal some Bitcoin by decrypting hashes. But then Anton Guglia with QApp and Positive Technologies would come to the rescue of the Bitcoin owners. Well, we should note that aside from the development of quantum computers, we should also expand the pool of problems that quantum computers can solve. I don't want you to have an impression that it is a piece of hardware that is powerful than anything else. It's not so. A quantum computing will give advantage in certain classes of tasks, and these classes of tasks have to be expanded. And this is what the experimental computers are used. Theoretical physics comes across practical applications, oil and gas, genetics, biology, etc. All of them look for quantum calculations, for quantum computing. And this is happening exactly because quantum computers are already there. There's another interesting phenomenon that once the quantum computers started to appear, and with the first attempts of implementing quantum advantage, we can see that mathematicians have become much more active. Mathematics is an excellent science with a lot of things that can be further studied. But the optimization problems that quantum computers can now address were studied 70 years ago, but they did not receive too much attention. But the emergence of quantum computers resulted in the fact that many mathematicians started thinking of how to use conventional computers to solve problems. Can you write music on quantum computers? Well, today we can use a neural network to write a rock song or a song in another genre. Well, the point is that you don't want to drive nails with a microscope. A quantum computer has a certain set of applications that are not addressed so well by conventional computers. Well, let me explain it like this. When conventional computers were developed, people thought that you would need a few clusters, a few data centers to cover all the tasks that this city requires in terms of calculations. Essentially, a large calculator for Moscow. No one thought that in 60 or 70 years we will carry the power of those computers in our palm. So the question of what to do with a quantum computer, on the one hand, it's a question to the physicists or engineers who are or are not capable to develop a technology. And on the other hand, it's a question to the industrial partners, to futurists, to foresight thinkers. What questions they can come up with so that this technology could solve them? Well, teleport was invented by French writer Jules Verne, but it hasn't yet been implemented. What I find curious in this piece of news, I don't understand what Albert Einstein has to do with it. There are many scientists who could be put in this article, but I don't understand why Einstein. Well, Einstein, of course, has a lot to do with quantum physics. He was the first to apply the hypothesis of Max Planck, which started the quantum physics. But it's not about quantum computing and not about technology. And by the way, quantum mechanics this year celebrates its 100th anniversary, and I invite all of you to celebrate. Okay, let's drink to quantum.
КРБК тренды, почему здесь?
Okay. It's a question to RBC, the media resource that published the article, why they have Einstein there. Another article by the same publishing house, A Pill Against Death, How Quantum Technologies Changed Medicine. Well, I like the titles. They create hope and fear at the same time. And again, the picture is not very clear what that is. Is that a piece of CT, computer tomography, or is it some Christmas decoration? Saying that quantum computers can do this and that, well, there's a class of problems to model certain chemical reactions where a quantum computer would work in synergy with a conventional computer. Okay, suppose we have a lot of money and we want to invest in real estate. There are 10,000 of houses, and we've got to understand in which ones we want to invest, in which we don't want to invest. And we come up with a mathematical formula, some science that we've got to optimize. And we've got to find some optimum to have the maximum return with minimum risk. Okay. Make as much money as we can and lose as little as possible. And so the answer to this problem would be a sequence of zeros and ones. Zeros for the houses we don't want to buy, ones for the houses we do want to buy. To address this task on a conventional computer, we have to analyze 2 to the power of 10,000 options. Even if we unite all electronic devices in a single network, we'll never be able to solve this problem for the lifetime of the universe. But you've got to invest in real estate, don't you? You want to make money, right? And so, who has a lot of money? Of course, those are quantum scientists. Who else? And they started to develop a quantum computer which, in theory, could solve a problem like this. So problems where you've got to analyze large number of variants that you cannot solve in reasonable time in conventional computing. And there you can run various algorithms, variation algorithms or otherwise. That's a good example of how you can use systems like this. So essentially, it's about creating new pills and new materials with quantum technology. Yes, but still the title, A Pill Against Death. Well, look, COVID is not so far away, and rather than develop a cure, we sat in a lockdown and waited. What the problem was? Well, what is a cure? What is a drug? It's a molecule, and it's a molecule of protein. And if you Google a molecule of protein, you will see that it's quite a sophisticated structure. It's a ribbon that is twisted in a particular way. So, indeed, the performance of a drug depends on the geometry of that ribbon. And if we want to reproduce it in a lab, we've got to understand what structure we want to obtain, and then we will be able to produce it. How do we understand what structure can we produce? Well, a good answer is that let's try and model it with a computer. But if we use a conventional computer to model, then we'll have to look at all the potential variants, and those variants are too many. It's the same as investments in houses. Too many options, too many variants, and which one is right, we don't know. And we need to analyze every one to choose the right one. Well, neural networks can do part of the job for us. A pre-trained model could come up with some idea of the target configuration, but we are very limited in what we know. We still have a lot that we don't know. And by the way, the article is about personalized drugs. Yes, if you flow through this clickbait title, the article is about the potential of quantum computing in designing drugs. And what it implies is that quantum computing is not a Swiss knife solution. It cannot solve everything. It can only solve some classes of problems, and will solve some problems with quantum computers, and that would be faster, but not all. Well, I think it's a good article. I think that the authors here confuse or bring together quantum computing and neural networks. And in fact, quantum technology is very close to IT, because the idea currently is that sophisticated quantum systems would be difficult to control without AI. Are we not building Skynet? No, we're building something bigger than that. I think that the idea is that quantum computing is like an extra degree of freedom for calculations, for computing. Well, say, big business, I don't know if it's pharma or oil and gas or finance, it doesn't matter for them what they can use to calculate. If quantum does better than what they have, it's enough for them to take a closer look. And currently what's happening in the world, and as well as in Russia, the business is starting looking at quantum computing to see whether they can solve certain tasks faster. And is there such a notion as the cost of computation? Has anyone assessed that? The business is about money. And say a conventional computer has the price of X or the cost of X, and what is the cost of the quantum computer? Well, currently it's not about the cost so much as the new approaches to computation. And secondly, the consumerization of access. How accessible it will be to use such computing? Because the business currently is used to cloud calculations and on-prem cluster calculations. And quantum computers are going towards that. They can be used in a cloud. And so the business can use a remote quantum computer. It's not necessary for them to buy a quantum computer. But what operating systems do they use? Do they use Russian-developed operating systems? For many people, a computer is hardware, an operating system, and some software. A quantum quantum computer, does it run approximately like this? Do they write operating systems for that? Yes, there's a programming language for quantum computers. There are some algorithms that quantum computers use. There's single qubit and dual qubit operations. And we break down the algorithm into those items. So essentially, that's what a quantum computer is. It's a set of gates and qubits and the interaction between them. And a conventional computer is like a part of a quantum computing. It's like a subset of quantum computing. Okay. And when you say gates, what comes to your mind? Because a gate translates into Russian as a valve, and I imagined a plumber who is turning those valves. Well, I guess there's quick business value that companies see. And if the business value is better than the cost of renting the quantum computer, then yes, why not? I think that economic estimates are there, but the point is that at this point in time, quantum computers as a hardware do not generate a lot of value to the business at the moment. And well, and they do have an impact. It's just that this impact is not momentous. We've got to learn how to use it, and in parallel, quantum computers increase their performance, and cloud access is being developed. Data scientists learn to use quantum computers from their systems that are well known for them. But under the hood, in the architecture, the computational engine is very different. What you're talking about reminds me of a famous Russian cartoon.
Но вы ее не получите в ближайшие 200 лет.
And it's almost like we'll develop immortality pill, but you won't get it in a couple of 100 years. No, but then you've got to appreciate that the titles of newspaper articles are not invented by researchers. But what I'm saying is that to address a major issue, a problem, you've got to address a series of smaller problems. So currently, algorithms emerge and systems emerge that bring us closer to being able to diagnosing diseases better. It's a process that is not happening overnight.
Знаете, вот когда, почему уже много лет, на самом деле, достаточно с года 2018-2016, может быть.
And I think for a number of years already, from 2016, 2018, quite a few companies, large companies, either have partnerships with quantum groups at universities or have their own quantum teams, because they understand that at some point in time, when a large quantum computer appears, you wouldn't be able to simply take it and do a computation. You've got to have competences, and you've got to have an understanding what problems you can use a quantum computer for. I also want to mention that this area receives a lot of investment. A lot of scientists work in this area, not just in Russia, but overseas as well. There's a lot of investment in the US, in Europe, in China. Everyone is in this race to create, at some point in time, the hardware that would help solve problems quicker than in any conventional computer. Well, and staying on the subject of the immortality pill, it's also a question of who finances this research.
А кто финансирует? Так очень большой объем
Where does the money come from?
финансирования — это государственной поддержки.
A lot of funding is government support. For many countries, it's a national program to create a quantum computer and to address some challenging problems that remain unsolved in medicine, in healthcare, in logistics. And Russia is a good case in point. In Russia, it's a major national project, and quantum computing is taken forward by a large consortium of university and a group of corporations.
Но не сегодня.
Ответ есть, 42. Поехали дальше.
Потом уже все остальное.
Will we be able to solve the meaning of the universe? Yes, but probably we'll develop the pill first. The next article. In Russia, they created a messenger for smartphones with quantum encryption. Does anyone use it? And can you please explain, why do we need a messenger with quantum encryption? Well, I thought the question would be whether I developed that messenger. No, really, I think we should start from a different subject. What is the protection there, and why quantum has to do with that? So what is the protection is about? What is the world trying to understand? How does a quantum computer contribute to information security? If, say, an attacker gets hold of a quantum computer, do they become more powerful? And if more powerful, then how? And if it's about attacks and threats, then what kind of attacks and threats? We've talked up until now about the benefits of quantum computing, and there's a lot of hypotheses that say that a quantum computer can speed up the breach of conventional encryption algorithms. Well, but both information security and the victims and the hackers would use the same tool. Yes, but it's important to understand that it's not some special quantum computer created that doesn't want to invent immortality pills, but it would like to hack instead. It's a technology, it's a tool, and it's up to us to put it to good or bad use.
термин такой квантовая угроза.
And now the cryptographic community and the world in general keeps talking about this quantum threat. So what the point here is that an attacker starts using a powerful quantum computer, high-performing quantum computer, to attack modern cryptography. And it has been proven mathematically that many encryption algorithms are not resilient to that. For example, the electronic signature. There's a special app in Russia that we use for digital signatures. Well, digital signatures are quite widespread. Mortgage deals are signed with that. The EDI is signed with that. But those are not quantum resistant. And many other encryption technologies are not quantum resistant. And it's not that this electronic signature app is bad. It's good. I like it. It's not the point. The point is that we can see a new threat, and it's a threat of the present day for data with long life cycles, and also a threat of the future. So an article like this and others about new approaches to cybersecurity is about to learn to defend ourselves against such a threat by various approaches, whether software or hardware, the various cryptography methods, but to find a way to protect ourselves against the quantum threat. Well, As someone who has a quantum computer in my cellar, I am starting to have fears. Oh, by the way, you have a quantum computer in your cellar, and how do you control access to it? You say there are quite a few quantum computers, and who has access to them other than the scientists and researchers? Well, what is happening in Russia doesn't have a bearing to the quantum threat, because those computers are developed in a trusted perimeter. Rosatom, together with a group of universities, carry out a major program, and it's not about those computers attacking Russian infrastructure. That's out of the question. So when people talk about the quantum threat, what they are talking about is external threat, because quantum computers in other countries are more powerful than in Russia, and so the quantum threat can come from there. Depending on how you want to use the quantum computer, for the good or for the bad. So what is happening is an analysis of the existing encryption algorithms and technologies to protect against that. And these technologies, you can come up with a problem that would be difficult even for a quantum computer. If we look retrospectively, the idea of breaking encryption with a quantum computer came about in 1985, when Peter Shor came up with the Shor algorithm, a famous algorithm for quantum computing. So when first quantum computers started emerging, 2 qubits, it happened only a few years after this algorithm was published. I think 1998, it was when Harvard and other universities started having first 2-qubit computers. And I think it's for a reason. There is a certain threat emerging from quantum computing, and you've got to have a shield against that.
Okay, we have a good computer, but his twin, someone else has a worse type of computer, the bad one. Okay, I mean that now, at this moment of time, we can see the evolution of cryptography and a revolution in some other fields, because we are also observing the kind of revolution of approaches to computing. So we would use classical architectures. Now we have quantum architectures, and this pushed further data protection solutions, because this kind of prompted new attacks. Are they being kind of tried now? Well, we don't know. Will they try? Well, possibly. So we believe that quantum technologies, they are neither good nor bad. So maybe some people present here are using quantum technologies. Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we have some good guys here. Okay, which is the strongest one? We don't know. We don't know, by the way. Well, we know of those who are published openly. We know which one is the strongest. The Manin Quantinuum, they have 56 working qubits, and the quantum volume is 2 to the degree of 20. Quantinuum, I think it's in the States. Yeah, in the States. Well, I mentioned we don't know. Well, because as a matter of fact, there is some probability that a strong quantum computer will be launched somewhere, will be working, but no one will know about it. I mean, it will not be mentioned in the public media. It will be working for some specific targets, and maybe these targets are related to the new attacks. Possibly. Well, I'm not talking about the message of the previous thing. I'm talking about the quantum technology. May I comment on what you said briefly? That is open or closed? Yeah, this is a really important topic.
Нет, не за живое, просто
Well,
ты абсолютно прав.
yeah, you're right. You're right. So they have a stronger computer than the Kirill's. Okay.
Это правильный посыл.
This is a right message that they have developers, kind of hidden developers. In the IBM, they have this open quantum developers, and this is published in open public media. And they also have some concealed developers, and we don't know what's going on there. And it's not only true for IBM. We're not talking about some specific company here. Overall, we believe that this is the right way to treat this quantum threat. There is some probability that someone is doing this, building these strong quantum computers, and they're not going to tell us when they are going to be used for making breaches. Yeah, it would be nice if they send it to you by mail. Guys, we are ready. Yeah, we will start soon. Okay, we are starting. Yeah. And they will send an answer, yeah, from your own laptop. Okay, talking about quantum technology in general. Well, talking about quantum technology in general, not only computing, so which are based on this quantum physics effects. So now they can be used in different fields, not only to build quantum computers, but for instance, you could build and develop and produce new types of sensors which can have high precision measurements, the ones which are not kind of possible to be done through classical sensors. And then you can use this platform in many other fields. You can distribute data using quantum technology. Well, it's not about using quantum internet as, well, they call it, I don't believe it exists. Okay, they have a quantum antivirus. Yeah, there's, what is a quantum virus, I wonder? But the cryptography keys, so we know how to share them using the quantum effect. So meaning that now, in Russia, we have some vendors who are doing it. We have a national program how to use quantum effects, how to spread cryptography keys through fiber optics. So only the key information can be spread. But today it will be the quickest and the most reliable way to distribute cryptography kind of keys between the data centers and backup centers. Yeah, and this is possible because we have quantum technology. And they're developing this in China. They have many industries which are using this at the industrial scale. So, in terms of quantum technologies, well, strange that might seem the most interesting technology, well, would be quantum computing. Yeah, you're doing quantum computing, and so quantum computing is the most interesting. That's why I'm doing it. And the other things, they are not technologies at all. Yeah, I would say this is the only one. Yeah, the only one worth mentioning. Okay, I mean, this class of technologies is behind the other ones. I mean, in terms of quantum cryptography and quantum sensors. In terms of technological readiness, quantum sensors are much better applied. It's being applied at the industrial scale today, and here quantum computers need to catch up. Okay, we'll count on you, Kirill. Okay, what about the antiviruses? We don't have any antivirus. Okay, this is a myth. I have busted this myth. Okay, QLabs guy said that in Russia we don't have an antivirus against, well, quantum threats. Well, they have this in the quotation marks because we are not talking about an antivirus. So we can see a new kind of threat of developing cryptography which will protect us from traditional attacks and the attacks to come in the future with the use of quantum computers. It kind of means that globally, in Russia for sure, they're developing new algorithms, and the new algorithms are implemented, they are piloted, they use different information systems, video conferencing, banking, messengers, including remote video calls. But this is about piloting new cryptography algorithms. algorithms. So this is not about a new antivirus. So we're talking about new algorithms. And so this piece of news here is not about the quantum technology at all. This is about the new mathematics. Okay, well, newspapers tell the truth, right? Okay, that's not the point. Okay, maybe it's not telling lies. But this is about new mathematics. Yeah, well, mathematics is not exactly new. The approaches to developing algorithms are changing because we have new computing solutions. Yeah, the answer is quite straightforward. The antivirus is not the best word for what they kind of mean here, but to an extent we might consider, this is in the quotation marks. Maybe this would be quantum-inspired algorithms. Yeah, quantum-inspired algorithms. Yeah, this is great. Let's consider some other news. Scientists promise that quantum navigation will replace GPS. Well, I haven't read this piece of news. Frankly speaking, I don't understand what they're talking about. May I kind of mention that now they're kind of testing it, you know? On the Tverskaya Street, I go to some superposition either to Vnukovo or to Vladikina. By the way, yeah, that's running it in its test mode. I think you put it right.
Ну, вообще, знаете, я заметил, стало очень модно квантовое ко всем существительным.
Yeah, they just add quantum to everything. Yeah, quantum psychology. Yeah, it's pretty trendy. Well, these things are in no way connected. Yeah, it's cool. No, it's bullshit. Well, when you read some popular lectures, we, the Russian Quantum Center, we receive calls and they say, we want to talk to Dima, so we want to consider the quantum fields. Okay, we'll send you. Yeah, we have a marathon on quantum psychology. Yeah, please join our marathon. Yeah, sure.
Ой, не, ну, вообще, на самом деле, хороший вопрос.
This is a good question, by the way. So what do they mean here? I may try to comment on this. Well, we have quantum sensors. This is related to the GPS at least. This is one of the types of quantum sensors. Would be a quantum nuclear clock. So what do we know? By the way, thanks to Albert Einstein, I think he is related to quantum technology this way. Albert Einstein came up with his general and specific relativity theory, where they have some fundamental things that gravitation, so these big things, they impact the kind of speed of time. So this time here on the surface and on the orbit, you know, it flows differently, and at any other point it flows differently because we have different gravitation. And GPS is impacted by the difference of the time flow there in the satellite and on the Earth, because we have one flow time and on the satellite it's a different way. But we determine our position based on the difference of these times, so to say. But, well, in the center of Moscow we have some gravitation anomalies, but, well, seriously speaking, the question is, can we determine our position more precisely? Yes, it is possible if we have a better understanding of our kind of time flow change when our position in space changes on the kind of first floor, on the fourth floor, and so on. And the kind of nuclear systems, they have this high precision functionality of determining the time kind of reference. And well, nuclear clock looks like, by the way, a quantum computer. You mean in terms of the cost? Well, I don't know. I don't build nuclear clocks, but I believe it's quite expensive. Well, I think Kirill is better equipped to mention this. Well, I think a quantum computer would be more demanding. Well, quantum technologies are usually somewhere in the basement, because there we have less vibration. Well, we have... so Yeah, they have this in the basement. Yeah. Okay. Okay. If we make this small nuclear clock and if we add it to the mobile phone and to the satellite, then we'll be really precise in determining the time references and will better understand our position. So we said 5 meters kind of precision, and now it's 1 centimeter. So you'll be there on your Tverskaya street, if you like it. Okay, maybe you have a question. Maybe some people kind of misunderstood something. Maybe you didn't really understand some words. Okay, we have a person with a question. That's good. I think that's it. We are in the Q&A session. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for a great discussion talking about the business value. So, can we really perform some full tasks or some kind of remote solutions which will help us kind of reduce complexity? Okay, let me comment on this. Well, investment in real estate. This is an NP full kind of problem. In mathematics, we have a notion that if we can solve at least one problem of this type, then any other problem of this type of NP full can be kind of brought to this stage, and we can solve many practical tasks. And this is exactly why the quantum computers are being built. We also have quantum simulators and systems like that, well, simulate list, are bringing us closer to this. Well, DeWave from Canada, they have a specific computer. They managed to model a condition of the magnetic matter. And so this looks like the NP full task. But the question is whether it's an NP full task or not, whether we really need it there. This is a good question, and there are many mathematicians there. I recently talked about this, and they're trying to use some classical kind of approaches to this. So maybe they will somehow help us do this, and so maybe we'll be able to kind of do it for all NP full or NP complete or NP hard or whatever you call these tasks or problems. Okay, thank you very much.
В процессе сессии у меня возникли мысли во время обсуждения квантовой телепортации.
Okay. Talking about quantum teleportation, you said that you can share information between two particles and it happens instantly. Hence the question,
быстрее получается скорость света.
Is it faster than the speed of light?
И если передача информации
And if, well, this is possible,
какова полезность в космической сфере?
How useful can it be in the space field, for instance? Okay, I'll be brief. When we kind of transfer this condition, we share the quantum information. So the quantum condition goes from one particle to the other. And for good or for bad, our world is such that following this transfer, we need to understand whether we have done it or not. And then the problem arises. Okay, to test this,
нам по классическому каналу связи все равно некую информацию.
We will need to exchange some information on the experiment through the classical channel. Say from me to you, if I developed the initial particle and you have the second one. Well, quantum information travels faster than the speed of light, but for you and I to get this information, you'll have to transfer some of the signal with the speed of light. And here we have Albert Einstein and all these classical physics barriers, so we cannot work around this in any way. So This will be of value for sure, but well, I think we are talking about security here primarily. We can use this stuff for more secure data transfer because the open channel will not kind of exchange all the information on the system, but rather some information about it, about its features or change of features. And so I hope it was more or less clear. Thank you. Hello, thank you. That's exciting. My question. We have platforms like IBM Quantum Experience and some Microsoft Quantum product, and I believe that they are practically useful. I'd like to know your opinion on the systems. Are we kind of in any way moving in this direction? Okay, thank you. That's a great question. How to kind of make this quantum computing kind of functions available to consumers? Okay, these platforms some time ago started providing access to various quantum computers and their emulators, their digital twins, to let the business do some calculations, to let institutions run some research, and so on. What is happening in Russia, by the way? In Russia, we have the cloud quantum computing platforms. They help an individual, primarily the researcher, have remote access to the quantum computers in Russia and use them for some problem solving to generate some expertise. And in Russia, we have some educational platforms for quantum computing. You can remotely call through a messenger, like Kontakte. From Kontakte, this is a real example. You might call a remote digital twin of a quantum computer, use it to solve some problems for your labs to generate expertise. It wasn't there just 2 years ago, and it's there now. You can get your academic access for free to this. You can try and test it, and this is cool. This is bringing the technologies closer to the users. Well, physically, a quantum computer, in terms of how you set it, how you increase its capacity, it's a really sophisticated and complex system. Well, for an individual or for businesses, and then for individual users, so they need something they're used to as of now, and this remote access, and if you can do it through a messenger you are used to, kind of, is a good thing. Well, Amazon is fine, but we have our own in-house thing, which is definitely better. Yeah, that's him who has it in his basement. Okay. Okay. Now we are in this second quantum revolution. Yeah, the pill against death. Okay, we had the first one. Okay. 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 The first one was in 1948, the first transistor, which became the foundation of all electronics. 1958, 1960, the first laser. Do they call it the first quantum revolution? Okay. The collective quantum effect. So the first quantum revolution is the collective quantum effect, and the second is the individual quantum effect. So when we deal with quantum computers, we talk about the individual effect. One atom, one qubit. Okay. Well, it's not something which happened in 1970 on a given day. No, I'm talking, now we are in this fourth industrial revolution. Yeah, I remember I marched on the streets for this revolution, to celebrate this revolution. Yeah, we have kind of three strong quantum computing, quantum cryptography, and quantum sensors. So we have three major pillars which will give us real advantage. And they are possible because the world, the academia, now can find these individual quantum effects and to an extent understand them. Okay, we not exactly single them out. So in the 20th century, people managed to single out these quantum particles, but now we can make arrays of quantum entities, and each of them, each of this entity in this array makes feel kind of the others the way we want. So we had some transistors. Okay, we have the current there, right? And we don't care what happens to each individual electron. Okay, but in Kirill's cellar or basement, everything is much more interesting. Yeah, we will invite you to Kirill, and please join our quantum psychology marathon. This is a joke. Thank you for your attention. I beg your pardon. May I ask you just one final question? Please do. Okay, what's the problem now for the quantum computers? Is the problem that we don't have powerful computers, or is the problem that we don't have enough mathematics? Okay, we'll ask Kirill to answer this question.
Смотрите, ответ и да, и да.
Well,
С одной стороны, нужно,
both.
с одной стороны,
On one
нужно
hand,
увеличивать мощность
we need
квантового компьютера,
to make quantum computers more powerful. On the other hand, we need new algorithms. But these are kind of problems. The concept of the quantum computer is more or less clear. There are many questions here related to engineering and how the technology is going to let us achieve some effects. Time, money, and the work of experts in physics. Okay, let's discuss the next question offline. It's time for us to wind up. Thank you very much. Thank you.